pedal to the gas, we're watching it all. Covering the courtroom, big case or small. Laugh when we can, cry when we must, but it's all real talk, you can count on us. We're not the pros, just fans who care. With popcorn in hand and a comfy chair. And every twist, we're right there. Together like we're all in the witness chair. This is the Broken Baker, where the trials come alive, where the chat is wild and the vibes survive. We're watching the worst of what people do, but we keep it light, yeah, that's our truth. It's the only place for crime, and it feels just right. We bring the justice talk into your night. So hit that stream, don't miss the call. At the Broken Baker, we cover it all. Oh yeah. We're just laymen with the view, but we ask the things the world wants to. Digging through the facts, side by side. Even when it's dark, we bring the light. No clickbait, no fake feels, just truth and the highs and the reels. With the chat that roasts and rise, we're just here for the case and the vibe. This is the Broken Baker, where the stories unfold. With a smile in the heart, even when it's cold. Yeah, we cover the bad with a wink and a grin. Where the real talk starts, come on, jump in. It's the only place to be, can't you see? For trials and truth, it's BBTV. The Broken Baker, where the trials come alive. Yeah, we'll be here, trial after trial. Yeah.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be, and welcome to this first day streamed in the Samantha Krebs case. And I know I'm a little bit early, and I am a little bit early because Court TV uploaded the state's opening statement, so I thought, let's look at the state's opening statements. There's still more clips on Court TV's website if you want to go see them, if you didn't do your homework as I ordered you to yesterday. Well, in Danish, that's a crap. In German, that's cancer. So, and before we start, amazing job done by Will the Glarer yesterday. Over $20,000 raised for Aidan Carney's defense fund. 12-hour amazing guests on. What a G. And it shows you when all of this bullshit bickering that has been going on stops, this community is filled with amazing people. A lot of amazing guests came on. Janetti, Alessi, Andrea, Ronkel. It was a long show, and when I woke up and he was still going strong I got up at 5 this morning, and I did my 1 hour, and then I went and saw the rest of his amazing job. And thank you all so much for being amazing people and helping Aidan out, because even though we don't live in Massachusetts, and even though we could say, well, fuck all, it was a court case and we're out of here. People keep supporting, because it is a blatant violation of the First Amendment rights for a journalist. So thank you so much, Declara, for spending 12 hours of your time. Thank you for all the people who supported big and small. Thank you for all the guests who gave the time to be there, because I've done some panel shows and tried to get, and it's kind of like herding cats, trying to get people together. So amazing job that he got so many creators on, so many lawyers on, and so many wonderful people who just said, we're going to do this for Aidan because Aidan doesn't deserve what he has gotten. So 2 thumbs up. If I had 3, I would, but my third finger, I can't show that on YouTube. So, and if you didn't watch it, maybe because, like me, you live in Europe, and he started a little bit late for us. Started at 7 o'clock, so it's not that late, but still, go watch it. It was a great show, and another time, thank you so much for the great support you always give when we are covering these streams. Thank you. $20,000 raised. That's amazing. So I think most of us are always humbled by how amazing you people are out there. We are just the talking heads who sit here and then, oh, let me do a fundraiser. But people are always so supportive. Thank you all so much. Tons of fun. Half a year. Appreciate you and your coverage. Thank you so much, Tons of Fun. I try. Oh, and Will, thank you so much for all the crazy aunties on the Twit. That's a free bonus we got from the show. Kathy Davis, I'm glad you catch me now. Yeah, it's always with the time zones, it's a little hard to get everything together. That's why sometimes when I'm a guest on shows, I'll have to go to bed at like 8 o'clock and then get a couple of hours sleep because I have to be at a show at 2 o'clock and then we're gonna be there till 4. It's not always easy with time zones. Good morning, Kiki. You can see it on OnlyFans. Hey, Ginger. Ginger was mad that I was talking about Holland being soulless. Holland was just the host of the greatest red-haired convention. I don't know how they could travel to Holland because I thought you have to be human to get a passport, but a lot of redheads went to Holland. Well, I'm not sure you want the trouble Aiden has gone through to get the 20,000 because it's not like Aiden is going to go out and buy a new car for the money. It's always nice to see foreigners who appreciate your American quirks. Well, some of them. The guy with the saran wrap, I don't understand that one. You can be on time only, not early, not late. Well, I'm not. Marissa, a wizard shows up right on time. By the way, I'll find some time at some point. The saran wrap lady had a hearing yesterday, and I want to watch that as well because the guy who lived at the house where she monkey glued the other guy's eyes shut is on the stand for a long time. Hey, living. But let's get into the opening statements. I'll be skipping around in it because it's Court TV from their website, so there's a lot of stupid commentary put into it. It's Court TV. You know how bad it is.
The juror's job is to search for the truth. The truth, it does not change. This trial is about the homicide of Joey Carnap. Last summer, July 18th.
Marissa, I did 2 streams where I talked about kink shaming because there was a lady who was hired, paid $11,000, I believe it was, to glue women's boots to a man's feet and then glue his eyes shut with monkey glue. Yes, it was a sexual thing.
2024 in the city of Appleton off of Northland Avenue. John Pfeffer and Christy Cleland had known each other for about 15 years or so and were dating. That night, they were headed to Joey's house.
Oh, Nikki C, I hope you get better. And every hospital I ever been in has been horrible. Oh, Sebastian, you weren't here. It's an OnlyFans model who was hired as an escort to go to a guy's house, and he had a kink, so she should monkey glue female shoes to his feet and glue his eyes shut. It went a little far, and she wrapped him up in saran wrap. We're gonna watch that hearing at some point. Hey, Rolling. And
to play games and hang out. Joey was engaged to John's good friend, Samantha Krebs, the defendant in this case. John and Sam had known each other for a very long time, somewhere over 15 years. She was described like a sister to him in some ways, and in other ways, there was a romantic interest at times. They were both John Pfeffer and Samantha Krebs from the Wisconsin Rapids area. Even though Christy, who was dating John, had known him for a long time too, she had never met Sam or Sam's boyfriend or actually fiance.
For being annoying and possibly cursing. Well, so it's another Monday with Marissa. I'll put it in the swear jar. Well, I'm doing better. My back is killing me, so I couldn't do much cardio dance today, but I did get to the gym. And why do people do that? Because people don't kink shame enough. And I likely won't stop so for later. Thank you so much, Marissa. Let's see how bad it's going to get with this case.
Joey. So when Christy and John were headed over to Joey's house, Christy hadn't met Sam and hadn't met Joey. On the way to Joey's house, John was driving. Christy and John were listening to music, and John missed a couple calls from Samantha Krebs, the defendant. He realized he missed those calls when he was walking up to Joey's apartment right before they were going to enter. We know that Christy and John arrive at Joey's apartment at 9:46. When Christy and John arrive, they get buzzed up through one of the doors like often happens in an apartment complex. They walk up a few of the steps, and Joey's apartment is right off to the left. John, who knows them, he goes first. He walks through the door, and he's followed by Christy. And that is where the truth begins to get twisted. That's where the stories diverge, where the truth diverges, and where your job truly begins. John's primary response, John Pfeffer, his primary response is to protect his friend, Samantha Krebs, the defendant, not rendering aid to Joey, not calling 911, but to protect Samantha. Immediately upon entering the apartment, Christy, who doesn't know either one, sees Joey lying on the kitchen floor, and she sees some blood. Christy is going to talk about how she had some nursing experience, so she begins to try to render aid. But it doesn't look good. You'll hear how she thought it already didn't look good. He was pale. At one time he tried to get up. He was struggling to breathe. His pulse was weak as he laid there, and he went unconscious. She tried to grab paper towel from the kitchen to absorb the blood and apply pressure. And she was trying to do what she could for Joey, who she had never met until that day, but it was too late. You'll hear that there wasn't a lot of blood coming out, but she knew it wasn't good, and he didn't look good. You'll hear testimony from Dr.
I think, yes, John was the guy who had feelings for her. And Rolling, I'll do an upgrade. We're just watching the opening statements this was from Thursday. So we're going to do an update. We're waiting for live court starting today.
Dr. Kelly, who is a forensic pathologist, who will testify that he conducted the autopsy after Joey Carnett passed away, and that Joey's heart was punctured by a knife, just in the lower portion of his heart, where the entry right underneath his kind of chest area, under the left breast, there was a puncture wound, and it was deep, and it went to his heart. And it filled the sac portion of his heart, and he bled to death internally.
The sad portion of his heart? Or the sac portion of his heart?
Now, it's not until Sam leaves the apartment and starts driving away at 9:52 that John ever picks up the call to 911. Remember, they arrived there, you'll hear, at 9:46. You'll hear testimony that John called 911 at 9:54, over 7 minutes after arriving. 7 minutes quicker, Joey could have been provided medical care. And in that 911 call, John Pfeffer says, "I think Joey fell on a knife." The knife is put in the sink. At 9:59, the Appleton Police Department responds. Officer Lee was dispatched to Joey's apartment, and when he responds with another officer named Officer Thor. And they find Joey Carnut lying on the kitchen floor of his apartment with Christy rendering aid and trying to put pressure on that stab wound just underneath his left breast area. Officer Lee cuts off Joey's shirt and they apply a chest seal to stop what blood is coming out. And Officer Thor sees the knife in the sink. You'll hear testimony that the Appleton Police Department evidence group responded, and Fallon Garish is a forensic evidence specialist. She'll testify that she and her partner, Nicole DePlane, who is also a forensic evidence specialist, processed the scene. Fallon will testify that she collected the knife that was in the sink that John Pfeffer had put in there, and it was about 5 inches long. There's also another knife that was in the dishwasher that was about 8 inches long that was under a bunch of dishes in the dishwasher, but she collected that one too. Both of those knives, you'll hear testimony, were sent to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab for testing. Amber Lynn works at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab. She is a DNA analyst, and she will testify that she tested that 5-inch knife that John Pfeffer had put in the sink, and she tested it for DNA. The blade of the knife that entered into Joey's chest and punctured his heart comes back with his DNA. The handle on the knife comes back with both Joey and Sam's DNA. They both lived there. They both would have access to the knives, which Amber will discuss and explain. And Dr. Kelly said the wound when he saw the knife brought down for the autopsy, that Amber Lynn test that has Joey's DNA on the blade, is consistent with the type of injury that Joey Carnut had. You'll hear from 2 residents at the apartment complex, Chevalier Aguirre and Rhonda Stuckzander, who were home that evening and neighbors of Joey's and didn't hear anything. Well, officers were at the scene when they first responded.
I don't think John has anything to do with this case, but John is also a drug abuser, and he was on parole when this happened. So most likely, he fucked up his parole.
Gold Cross and the Appleton Police Department, or Gold Cross and the Appleton Fire Department also respond. And they too come and begin rendering.
I don't know what that XP system, I still haven't figured it out. YouTube is trying to turn into Twitch, and I don't understand any of it.
Aid, and they put a machine on Joey that provided chest compressions in the hopes of trying to save him while they were tending to him. Despite their best efforts, Joey passed away while they were there, and he was pronounced dead at the scene. While emergency aid was responding, the Appleton police officers are standing with Christy Cleland and John Pfeffer, who were there when law enforcement arrived. And you'll see video of John busy on his phone, on his smartphone. As he exits, you'll hear testimony how he gets a call. Sam's calling him while he's exiting the apartment, and he says he's with law enforcement. Sam, the defendant, the one who left. A short time later, she calls again. This time, Officer Felmer is standing with John Pfeffer. And John Pfeffer tells Sam on the call that he's standing with law enforcement. And she's talking to him, he's talking to her, and he gives Officer Felmer the phone with Sam on the other end. Before he does that, John tells Samantha that he's with officers so that she knows. And Officer Felmer gets on the phone, talks to Sam, and you will hear that call. You will listen to her demeanor, the comments she makes, the way she responds. Samantha is asking Officer Felmer, what's going on? Just a little bit after she left. What's going on?
Again, we are not talking about rocket surgeons. We are talking about meth heads. Because to fall on a knife, it would have to have been in some way sticking up from the floor. Or he would be holding it. And so it's like that young lady who stabulated herself 20 times in Philadelphia and died from it. Clear self-deletion. It just makes sense when you think about it. No. When you don't think about it, it makes total sense. That's what I'm trying to say.
What's going on? She says, I'm at a friend's. He says, can you come back? She's like, well, what's going on? And because things are so serious.
Oh, this is not Recovery Addict. We don't even look alike. And I don't have all the fancy gear he has.
They didn't want to explain it over the phone. And he said, well, explain when you get here. Then Officer Felmer confirms her boyfriend's name and confirms that it's Joey. And she asks, is he okay? Officer Felmer says something happened to Joey. And she asks, is he okay? Then she starts talking, and you're going to listen to her demeanor about how he had a manic episode, was crazy earlier, was upset about a court date with his son. And then she responds, she left earlier in the night around 7 o'clock, long before anybody came, not just the short time before. You'll remember, and you'll hear testimony, that she left at 9:52, but she tells Officer Felmer it was 7. When she left, she knew Joey was on the floor. She knew he was bleeding. She knew he needed medical care. She then goes on, and you listen to her demeanor, and you'll hear what she has to say about how that Joey thought she was cheating on him, that he wasn't on meds because they didn't come in the mail, and he didn't have them for 24 hours. And then she says, is he okay? She knew he wasn't. And you'll listen to her demeanor. Well, should I go to the hospital? Officer Felmer says, I don't know what his medical state is. You remember, he's standing outside, but he doesn't tell her. And she says, well, what do you mean his medical state? At one point, she says, did he take something? She knows. He was bleeding on the floor in the kitchen when she left. Officer Felmer says that she was found with friends. We know John Pfeffer and Christy Cleland. She knows because she's talking to John Pfeffer. That's whose phone she called. And Officer Felmer says that when he was with friends.
This is a picture I've seen a few. Is this the same woman? I know a haircut changes a lot of things, but the nose doesn't look the same. So I don't know why these 3 people. Is it the same woman? I don't know, but every time I Googled it, this picture showed up.
He collapsed, and she gasps. Well, what does that mean? And you'll hear her tone, and you'll listen to her demeanor. And then she says, did he take something?
All right, I want to turn quickly to
Yeah, I'm going to listen to you and the Adelson trial. Oh. Hope.
Before we break this, prosecutors do.
I don't know who this guy is, but he doesn't like it because she is staying way too close to the facts in her opening statement. Shut the hell up.
Over and said, sorry, I love you. Now, Christy, that's the end of, you're going to hear the end of that interview, that version. And Christy gets interviewed about a few weeks later, just with Investigator Riddle, Investigative Keither, and without John present. In that interview, she'll talk about how.
But their nose didn't look the same. And 2 of them had the same lips, but not the same eyebrows. I don't understand women. I don't. I've seen some of the magic tricks you can do. You can go from toothless to a 10 with 5 minutes of makeup, and I'm still sitting here thinking, well, I did put some moisturizing cream on my face today, so I'm fine.
Sam, the defendant, was standing over Joey, who was laying on the kitchen floor, and she sees blood. Chrissy will say, Sam said, what are we supposed to do? Say, what are we supposed to say? He fell on a knife? Nothing about him stabbing himself. And then Christy will say, Sam repeatedly said, I can't go to prison. And before she leaves, she kisses Joey and says, sorry, I love you. Now, what's interesting is you'll hear from Investigator Ewell that the city of Appleton has traffic cameras located at a number of the main intersections. And Investigator Ewell with the Appleton Police Department will say that while they're investigating things that night, he's looking on the cameras that the Appleton Police Department has at intersections. And he will see Sam's vehicle, a Dodge Journey that has no license plate, and decals on the back window, which is going to be important. Driving down.
Yes, Samantha Krebs is the one up here. And apparently the 3 same pictures. Let's just say being off meth has really helped her gain a few pounds. Well, you know, I'm on camera. The ladies need a little love too. Visual love. Wow. Thank you, RJ. Sounds like Runkle accent. It's Wisconsin. It's Jamie's accent. Well, cocaine is a hell of a drug. Meth isn't that great of a drug. And again, cocaine isn't that great of a drug. It ruins YouTube careers. But it also makes you look skinny. And as a fat guy, I'm just saying maybe I should put up some super chat goals and lose a few pounds. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Do need a wife, a trip to hedonism too, and a neighbor I can bang. Let's put that on. We put it on the vision board for next year, Brandon.
Northland, towards another gentleman's house or apartment named Jeff Hayes. Jeff Hayes is about a 50-some-year-old guy, late 50-year-old guy, who is also friends with Sam. He also, in addition to being friends, he likes her too, and has a romantic interest in her at times. And you'll hear that they can see Sam's vehicle drive in that direction. Now, once it exits the city, they can't see where it goes. But throughout the investigation, investigators keep adding more information that they know. And so ultimately, they did a video of Jeff Hayes.
I said we should put it on the vision board. I didn't say you should hook me up. I'm not going to be like that chick-fluencer, the law student who got Let me give you some non-legal legal advice. If you're an influencer law student who is going to Dubai because you're probably on vacation, you're absolutely not being at Dubai porta potty, don't do coke. Don't have coke. Don't even have a vape pen with THC in it, because Muslim countries have some of the strongest drug laws. Now there's an influencer from England, a law student from England, crying because she's going to spend 25 years in prison. And I know she's a big star on the right wing in America, the red-headed libertarian. Oh, that's insane. Well, it's your obligation to figure out the laws. And if you go to any country, you know coke is illegal. Well, it shouldn't be. Well, fuck that. It is. It doesn't. Well, I think anything other than fentanyl should be legal. Well, go fuck yourself. As long as it's not legal, it's not legal. And if you are Brittany Griner going to Russia and thinking, I can smoke my weed in my home state, why do I go to prison? Or you are a British influencer going to earn some money in Dubai and you get swiped with coke, you're going to fucking pay for it. 25 years in prison. And trust me, Dubai prisons are not fun prisons. We had a Danish influencer who got Muslim married and thought, well, fuck that. It's not a real Danish marriage. We didn't go to church or anything. She ended up spending, I think, almost a year in prison when she found a new boyfriend before she was divorced, because that's really illegal in Muslim countries too. It's really hard. Don't break the law, idiot. It's not that hard to stay out of prison. Just don't fucking break the law, and don't do drugs in Muslim countries. You're just lucky you weren't in Singapore, because that's a death penalty. Yeah, and hey, honey, let me just stuff something in your back pocket. See you later, honey. 25 years, pretty light sentence. Try being a supplier in some of those countries. Yeah, you get killed. But I love that all these people are, but I didn't think I would get so much. In England, we don't get, when you're not in England anymore, honey bunny. It's the same when I went to the States and I thought about renting a car, and she told me, if you go to Georgia, you need an international driver's license. So I got an international driver's license because that's the law. I could probably have said, oh, I'm sorry, officer, I just landed with the plane and I come all the way Denmark big place you have here in Atlanta. I know nothing about the law. And he would probably say, well, where you going? I'm going to Tennessee. Well, get the fuck out. But it's my obligation to make sure I know the law and I follow the law. Jesus, I can't with these people. Happy birthday. It's not my birthday till January, but thank you so much. Yes, when in Rome, do as the Romans. Look good, walk on the streets, and eat galato.
Apartment complex at Veterans Village. And you'll be able to see that Sam arrives at Jeff Hayes' apartment at 10:01, 2 minutes after the Appleton Police Department arrive at Joey's apartment. You'll hear that his apartment is down by the Fox Valley Tech. You'll see video of her meeting Jeff Hayes outside of his apartment, talking, having a cigarette, and you will be able to watch her demeanor. You will be able to see that she doesn't appear outwardly upset or emotional when she meets him. And those videos will show you the great lengths that Jeff Hayes goes to protect his friend Sam. So you have John Pfeffer protecting Sam. Now Jeff Hayes is going to protect Sam. You'll hear that there had been text messages and calls back and forth between John and Jeff before she arrived and after. You'll see videos of what Jeff Hayes does.
Sorry. Thank you. So, I was sitting here thinking, what the hell is KLF talking about? KLF,
To protect him, protect Sam. He attempts to disguise her vehicle. He goes to great lengths to conceal the vehicle identification number located right in the front of the driver's seat, down in the window of the front of the vehicle. You'll see how he removes decals on her back window, those decals that investigator Ewell identified driving down Northland. You'll see him as he takes them off, and all of a sudden they're gone. You'll see how he helps her conceal her appearance when she's outside on the patio. It's a covered patio, and how he tries to do that. And what's interesting is that video will also show you that shortly after Christy Cleland and John Pfeffer leave the Appleton Police Department after being interviewed after Joey dies, that early that next morning, after a little while, where did they go? You'll hear testimony that they go to Jeff Hayes' apartment where Samantha is. You will hear testimony about how Sam continues to be protected by John and Jeff. John takes Sam's cell phone and wipes her phone of evidence. You'll hear how law enforcement learns she's at Jeff Hayes, because it takes a little bit for them to figure out where she went. Because again, those traffic cameras end up stopping, so they don't know where she continues to go after she leaves the city of Appleton and ends up in Grand Chute. And you'll hear that ultimately they find out that she's at Jeff Hayes'. So Sergeant Rudebeck will come in, he's with the Appleton Police Department, and he will talk about how he was doing some surveillance, and he's at Jeff Hayes' apartment complex, and he's observing and he's watching. And you'll hear testimony that Jeff Hayes comes out of his apartment on the 22nd of July, 4 days later. He looks around, and you'll watch the video, and you'll see him motion for Sam after he checks to see if he sees law enforcement. But he doesn't. They watch him, he didn't see them. And they walk into the parking lot, and they're confronted by officers with the Appleton Police Department, and at that time, placed Samantha Krebs into custody 4 days after Joey was killed. You'll hear recorded calls of the defendant, comments she makes, and you'll hear how she continues to change her story and attempt to cover up the truth. All these different stories to try to cover up what really happened. That Samantha Krebs, the defendant, stabbed Joey Carnut, puncturing his heart and killing him. But there's one thing Sam didn't count on. She didn't count on the fact that John Pfeffer had an application on his phone that recorded when he walked into the apartment. She didn't count on investigators locating the recording of him arriving on John's phone when they searched his phone. She didn't count on the veterinary clinic across the street from the apartment complex having security video and being able to watch when people were coming and going. She didn't count on what John Pfeffer would say when he called 911, or the fact that Wisconsin State Crime Lab could put all of it together, the 911 call, John Pfeffer's video, or John Pfeffer's audio and the video, to be able to corroborate and capture the truth. the truth of what really happened when John and Christy walked through that apartment. And you'll watch the security video with John's recording, and then you'll sit and wait for that 911 call.
So that was the clip of the opening statements in the Samantha Krebs case. For those of you who weren't here yesterday and didn't do the homework that I put out there for you, and it's a good thing we had the opening statements, because even though it said they would be opening at 8:15, they haven't started going live yet. So good thing we have something else to look at. But the case is about Samantha Krebs, who has her drug buddy Joey come over, and they're supposed to hang out and play games with her and her fiance. When they arrive, she has stabulated her fiance, allegedly just below the titlet, and apparently while Joey is there, we watched his testimony yesterday. She walks up to him, kisses him, and then leaves. She then goes into hiding. They try to cover it up. We haven't been able to see all the testimony because it's been on Court TV's website, which is the worst website in the world. But there's a few more clips over there if you want to go catch up on it. But it's a case about, did she just her husband, fiance, in the chest, hit the heart, and he bled out almost instantly. Joey's girlfriend apparently had some medical experience and said there was very little blood, which is weird in if it's a hard punch, because normally that'll squirt a little bit. But yeah. And Holly Mack, 0% swasher. Brandon doesn't have the lowest swasher anymore. Do we want to know why my mic is bouncing up and down? It's because I'm playing with stuff. I don't have it on a shock mount. Is Brandon dying again? He was just coming back, and now, I'm gonna die again. You can only milk the sympathy for that long. At some point, people will demand you're dying. Come on now. Get better. Stop playing around. Zach's blood type is negative. Yeah, I think the lefty have hit a 0 as well. Well, I'm playing with my letter opener. And while we are waiting, because nothing's happening in the court, let's take a look at this absolute wonderful article. Glamorous law student in Coke bus sentenced to 25 years in hellhole Dubai prison where rape is everyday occurrence. As you can see, law student extraordinaire. A glamorous law student. I don't know how many law students, other than maybe Kim Kardashian, could fall under the category glamorous. This looks like your run-of-the-mill OF Instagram thought. A glamorous law student will spend the next 25 years in a hellhole Dubai prison where rape is an everyday occurrence over a bust involving about $3,400 in cocaine. Mia O'Brien, a 23-year-old wannabe lawyer from the United Kingdom, received a devastating sentence after being found with 50 grams of the drug in an apartment in Dubai, her mother said last week. O'Brien also must pay $136,000 in fines for the crime, which involved about $3,377 worth of the drug. She pled not guilty. They don't have a just trial over their distraught mom, Danielle McKenna, 46, told the Daily Mail from her home in Merseyside, northwest England. Funny she didn't say, I'm really sad my daughter had 50 grams of coke, and it's horrible. It must have been someone who planted it. I hope we will get some help to figure out who did it. No, she just said, oh, she got caught and now she has to face the consequences. And again, Brandon's future lawyer. Because that's absolutely not how a Dubai porta potty looks. She was just giving a life sentence and have to serve 25 years, McKenna said, on her once promising daughter. Nah, the trial was all in Arabic. Sucks to be you when you go to a foreign country. And Mia was told of the sentence later by her lawyer. She's absolutely devastated by what has happened. Mia was being really strong, but I know she's going through a living hell. The mom said her daughter, who was studying law at the University of Liverpool, that's the problem, Liverpool, is devastated after destroying her career chances. Mia feels she had destroyed her life as she wanted to be a lawyer or solicitor. She just made a stupid mistake after going over to see a friend and her boyfriend in Dubai. I don't think she was asked to bring anything back. She was caught with cocaine in an apartment. Again, as MG can say, this is how most of his law student classmates portrayed themselves. It was about 50 grams, and there were two other people, her friend included. They have been charged with drug dealing. O'Brien is being held in Dubai's infamous central prison, which is known for its inhuman conditions, overcrowded cells, and brutal guards. Rape is an everyday occurrence at the lockup, where both guards and inmates engaged in violent assaults, according to a report from Human Rights Watch last year. Mia said she has to sleep on a mattress on the floor and share the cell with 6 others. That's fancy. Sarah Boone was on a dormitory with 50 people. The prison conditions are horrendous. There's no staff really, and she has to bang on a big door if she needs anything. She sees fights and she says she has been really scared. O'Brien is due to appeal her life sentence in the coming week, her mom said. A GoFundMe, of course, set up by McKenna to pay her daughter's legal fees, was shut down by the website for violating its terms, and the mother has resorted to sharing her bank details on Facebook to raise money. This is why we have the Darwin Awards, because people are this dumb. If the Swasher, here's $20 anyway. Thank you so much, Holly Mac. Maybe a Nightbot will give you a better Swasher for that, but thank you so much. $50 grams is a lot of coke. That's dealing levels, not just personal use. I think if you have more than 5 grams in Denmark, you will be seen as distributing. Put 50 grams of coke on my Wheaties every morning. Yeah, but you are a man beast. You need that man beast power. People aren't going to plant that much when they get money. No, and listen to the mom's story. Oh, she wasn't ordered to bring anything back. She was just going there to see her boyfriend. And first of all, there's a reason if you look at a lot of these Instagram thoughts, that's not as much as it used to be. They were always on the front of a yacht in Dubai. Trust me, they didn't rent it, but they did pay for that yacht. There's a lot of chicks going over there doing that. And they don't give 2 cents about you in Dubai. They really like your money if you have money enough to pay for stuff over there. But they don't give 2 cents about a probably broke-ass influencer from England who is on her thought pictures. She's an 8, so in real life, she's probably a 5. Who is entitled because she once was hot and got some attention. Now she's 23 years old and she's been running these streets and she's been banged around all that she needed to be. So now she needs a new Gucci bag, and her boyfriend or whatever he was said, "Hey, stuff this in your JJ and take it with you home." She wasn't she wasn't asked to bring anything back. Why would the mom even mention that? Oh yeah, she was a massive coke fiend. That was a better story. Lefty is a Vikings fan. That says it all. I mean, just look at their cheerleaders. Lefty is a cheesehead. Sorry to say it. She'll get a lot of clients in jail. Yeah, among the guards, yes. Why would that chick traffic rocks in another country? She wouldn't traffic it, but she was going there to pick it up, most likely. Or maybe she trafficked it because, again, this is you could ask Valhalla about. I don't know if they did it when he went down there during the first world, not the first world, but the first Gulf War. They would go through the military stuff because you can, if you bring corn in, you can go to prison for bringing corn in. You have to have a web. The web access has to be government patrolled, so you can't access corn. If you do access corn, you can go to prison. These are strict Muslim countries. Yes, they have become tourist heavens, and you can do a lot of non-Muslim stuff in the resorts, but that doesn't mean it's not strict Muslim countries, and they have very different rules than they have back in old Blighty. Thank you, RJ, for gifting a membership to Kim Harris. Woo. That was a very manly. I feel that question. She's a dumb whore. Questions. I don't think we. I think she's like a lot of other 20 to 25 years old, very entitled, and she want to be an influencer because it's such a great life, and I can go out and I can do all of this, and then they find out there's 1,000 other way better looking women who already got all the good deals. So right now you can sit there and say, I eat these weight loss gummies. They are really good. You should try it with my special code. Oh, you didn't sell 1,000 units, so you're not going to get paid. Okay. It's not all that fun being an influencer. Yeah, of course it is, because there's a higher risk. Risk and reward goes together. Yeah, well, now the first time they had the super show in Saudi, they couldn't. The women couldn't wrestle. Now they can wrestle if they are covered up, except their head and their hands. The rest have to be covered up. I just love that people are this ignorant because they believe that everywhere in the world is like my place. We see the same. When I went to the States the last time, everyone was like, oh, Trump is bad and all the new rules that he can go through your social media and he can throw you out. Said they have been able to do that with the law in hand forever because they are allowed to do a background check on me. I am entering a different country and they are allowed to see who I am, what I do. They can go through my phone to see if I'm trying to visa jump and go over there and get a job. It happens all the time. No, but Trump said it's not a new rule. Now it's just because it's Instagram. But back in the day, they would look, do you have your resume printed out in your bag, or do you have an address for a business and you're saying, well, I'm going to stay at this hotel? They always done these background checks. I've been through it. I've been in the States 4 times now. The first time, there was a big background check on me. Oh, what the hell happened to my YouTube stream? Am I still live? What the hell happened? My YouTube stream just went down. No, I'm still up. What the? That's weird. This new computer is working really well. Oh, Holly Mac has. Wait, I'll take the pinned message off. What does Coke run these days? I think 800 Danish, so that's about $100 a gram. Mhm. Desperate Canadians, just stay on your side of the river. Yeah, it's just weird because my I have my YouTube studio running on this screen, and it just lost connection. And I'm just filling time because this doesn't start on time. Come on. Hey, Mr. Gillis. A hundo for an eight ball. That's about a gram, right? In your day, 60 a gram. You got the cheap ones. I don't know. But again, it's only 50 grams. How much did rackets get caught with? 23 or some? No, it weighed down to 18 grams. It's not peanuts. 50 grams. Yeah, and especially in a country like Dubai where it's so easy to get in trouble if you have it. Yeah, it's probably very expensive. 26, yeah, but I think it weighed down to 18 or something when they took away all the bags and stuff like that. I think it was a mix of everything, but still, I think they ended up under 20 grams, but still, let's say 26, 28. So it's the double the amount of that in a country where you can, I think you can be killed for it. I do think that they have capital punishment for drug offenses. They have in Singapore, they have in Vietnam, and still people do it because, hey, it would I need the money, and they would never catch me because I am the smartest person in the world. No, you're not. Especially when you are a glamorous law student. Wonder if she was enrolled or her mom just said, well, she wanted to be a lawyer, and then they put law student in for the clickbaity title. Yeah, just because the more you buy, the bigger the, yeah. Well, I heard that he promised you a club. You bought a club from him, and then he gave it to his son. But I don't know. Too many drugs will make you dress like a 70s pimp for court. Proven fact. It is. It actually is. Well, pot is legal somewhere, not everywhere, and it's still a federal crime. So, again, don't bring it on a plane. Be smart. Don't do that. Even if it's legal in your state and you're thinking that's legal everywhere. No, it's not. And don't take it out the country because out the country it's actually not legal in a lot of places. Don't ever bring drugs to middle or the far east. That's just really, really don't bring them anywhere, but especially don't bring them there. Bum, 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 bum. How are you going to smuggle seeds? Well, I have some seed on me all the time. Yeah, that's the thing. If you spit on the sidewalk in Singapore, or if you chew gum and spit it on the street, I think that guy who spit got caned 50 lashes, if I remember it correctly. 10, 50. No, I think it was 50 lashes with a cane. But hey, them's the rules. Yeah, but just remember, just because it's legal there, it's not legal maybe next door. So always make sure you check the rules before you go traveling with it, because the good old excuse, well, I can do it at home, doesn't work, and it's your obligation to know the laws. Well, I didn't know isn't a legal defense, because I can drive 130 kilometers an hour on our highways. I can't do that in America. I will, if I go back to the States and I rent a car, I will be the guy following the speed limit, because I don't know where the cops are like the locals do. So if it says 55, I'm toughing around 55. Get your highway speed up. You're driving way too slow. Yeah, but everyone drives 90. Yeah, but it's not legal, so I can't do it. So effing vote for some politicians who figure out that cars shouldn't go 55 miles an hour on a freeway. Is there somewhere to do? I never done it. So I can't tell you. That didn't work for that Britney dude. Oh, Brittany Griner. Yeah, that's a guy. I don't care. That's the old rule. That's why they have the rule. That's because it was a big, and in China back in the day, it was actually seen as polite to clear your throat and spit, because it'll get all the bad spirits out. But then you had the TB come in, and they had to put in laws, because people were used to. It was tradition. You would just, and the more you, the more you got the evil spirits out of your throat. So it was back in the day. It was a cultural thing. Well, she wanted to learn about the law. She's getting a crash course in international law now, right? And in Sharia law, because that's how they run Dubai. Funny enough, Allah didn't really have a lot about coke in the Quran. Germany is the best with the autobahn. Well, and it's only parts of the autobahn that you can do it, but yeah, it's fun. Well, I don't have a car that can go that fast, but it's nice. New York State Thruway has sections that are 65. Yeah, I know there's 65 miles per hour because I've driven there, but 55 is just ridiculous. You put along that slow. It's less than 100 kilometers an hour. Gag for the culture. It's the Haktue. Are they gonna go live? They're only 45 minutes late. They better be live at. And Marissa, have you called court and told them that they shouldn't put it on the record? That they're starting at 8:15 when they're not. It is right that they have it on the record, but yeah. I remember when You Want a Man was just a movie. Apparently, like Idiocracy, it's a documentary. Can't go without drugs for a week on vacation. Kind of sad. Well, a lot of these addicts and a lot of dumb young people will do it because, hey, it's not that bad, you know. It's coke. It's that's you don't get addicted to coke. You just really like it. But again, young people are immortal. So that's why Brandon is sucking the blood of young people right now to try and fix his health. And it'll never happen to them. Never. They won't get addicted. They won't get overdosed. They will never end up as junkies. They can quit tomorrow. You'll see it every single day. Greta, I think she's in. Is she in Tripoli right now? Or Tunisia? I think Tunisia right now. Marissa has left the building. Bye. No, it's Marissa was looking at the docket because I was asking. This is Central Time, so are they starting at 8 their time, because that's what Court TV had it up for. And I said, that's weird. They don't normally do that. And Marissa was in looking, and it says 8:15. So we were like, oh, nice. But hey, we did watch the opening statement. So now we can watch this and just sit here and I really need a pee. Yeah, it's so crazy. You're addicted to coke after the first part. Yeah, but people will say no, not cocaine is different. It's good. You know that. You can't catch them. No, that's why you have T-Rex hiring them at every truck stop. This trial is in Wisconsin. No, I have it up here, and they haven't started the stream, so it's not up yet. But well, nothing is going on but the rent. So
right now
let's look at the Fetish hearing from yesterday. I'll just skip till. Oh, we're gonna get the.
we want to turn our attention to California for a preliminary fatal fetish murder case for Michaela Reilerstam.
Now, she's accused of second-degree murder for the death of Michael Dale. Investigators say the victim paid Reilerstam money to put a bag on his head and then record it for her OnlyFans page.
No, only murdering one person, not everyone.
Dale died from the incident. I want to get you into court now for the beginning of this hearing for Reilerstam.
Okay, we're here for a preliminary hearing. I did get some
I'll
media
take a
requests.
bio break.
We did have a chambers conference to discuss if anyone had issues with the media requests. It's my understanding this is not an ID case, and therefore there are no objections to the media being present people.
Correct.
Defense.
It's not an ID case, Your Honor.
Understood, so no objection?
Correct.
Okay, so that's granted, and as I explained, all filming can occur. However, at some point, we're going to play some videos which will not be allowed to be shown on camera. So with that said, are there any other motions we need to attend to before we start calling witnesses?
I move to exclude witnesses and admonish.
That's granted. Make sure you admonish any of your witnesses not to discuss the case while the preliminary hearing is going on. Mr. Cohen, anything else?
Yes, I ask that Ms. Reilerstam not be shackled during the course of this hearing, Your Honor. One, the cameras. Two, there's been no showing that she poses a danger. And three, it's a matter of dignity.
Okay, I mean, we're at a preliminary hearing, we're not in front of a jury. It's my understanding that her right arm is free, is that accurate?
It is.
Okay, however, how is she still shackled? Her feet aren't shackled.
I believe that she does have a waist chain on.
Okay, for today's preliminary hearing, since we're not in front of a jury, I don't think that's going to create any bias, and therefore, since her feet and legs are not shackled and her right arm is free and able to write, communicate, as long as she's not uncomfortable, she's going to go ahead and stay in the state that she's in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anything else, Mr. Cohen?
No.
People?
Nothing, Your Honor.
First witness.
People call Dr. Deborah Mary.
Okay. All right, Dr. Berry, you face me, raise your right hand. You swear under penalty of perjury that any
All right, we're going to come back out. We understand there was an issue finding the witness. I just want to comment. I understand the judge's rulings that the shackles are not going to come off for a preliminary hearing where the jury's not present. I'm still a little surprised.
Yeah, it sounds like he just didn't want to take the time.
Yeah.
She's certainly not
safety.
one of those types of defendants that one would think
Right.
there would be an issue with her not being shackled in court.
But it's
But
a
I think they're
security
on her waist
concern.
already, and to take them off for a preliminary hearing where there's no prejudice to the jurors or anything,
Yeah.
I think that's where
Yeah.
he was
I
at.
think you're right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I just want to say, this is a crazy,
Yeah.
crazy case.
Tell us more.
This is about a couple, two people living together, having 3 kids, having a OnlyFans page that's idyllic family life,
Mm-hmm.
but then having a secondary page where there's a sex company where she would rent out strippers,
Mhm.
including herself. And this guy rented her out to do some sort of sadomasochism type stuff that went too far. And she was filming it all for her OnlyFans page. It just really, for me, is another sign of the times.
Which the customer wanted.
Yes.
He wanted the act with the saran wrap over the head, and then wanted it filmed and put on the page. It is a sign
He
of the
wanted
times.
some of it. The state is claiming he didn't want the bag over the head, never asked for that specifically. And they're saying the whole thing went too far, should have stopped. She didn't stop it.
And
therefore
that's
she's
why they've
guilty.
charged her.
Right.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting case. All right, we're going to have more from this preliminary hearing in the fatal fetish murder case. Stay with us here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Welcome back, folks. We're in California this afternoon for the preliminary hearing of an OnlyFans model accused of killing a man during a paid encounter.
Michaela Rylersdam is charged with second-degree murder after Michael Dale paid her more than $11,000 for a fetish session during which she placed a bag over his head.
The married mom of 3 eventually called 911 when she realized that Dale wasn't breathing, but the 55-year-old victim later succumbed to his injuries.
Well, let's go back to court. The first witness, Deputy Medical Examiner Dr. Deborah Berry. Again, this is a preliminary hearing.
Thank you for your patience. We'll start out by stating and spelling your full name for the record into the microphone.
It's Deborah Berry, Deborah-Berry.
Dr. Berry, good morning to you.
Morning.
Can you tell us what you do for a living, please?
I'm the Deputy Medical Examiner,
For how long have you been a deputy medical examiner?
about 3 years.
Can you briefly explain what your duties and responsibilities are?
Yes, I perform autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death in cases that fall under our jurisdiction.
Can you describe for us your education and background that qualifies you for this job?
Yes, after getting my undergraduate degree, I obtained a master's in science on
How many autopsy
medical intervention or scars or identifying body marks or any signs of injury or natural disease. Then we open up the body and do the same thing internally with the organs.
before you start an autopsy, in cases involving the police, is there any information that you want to know before you start an autopsy from the police?
Yes, prior to an autopsy, we received an investigator report where they tell us kind of the circumstances surrounding the death, what happened immediately prior to it, whether the person was transported to the hospital.
I don't know why it sounds like she's in another room, but this woman looks like she could bore paint to death.
Things like that, any officer involved or police involved, death.
What now? What did I miss while I was out peeing? Did people say something bad? Yes, this is the OnlyFans chick.
The same, we want all the information we can.
How about any pre-existing medical conditions?
That is helpful to know.
Oh, and by the way, even if you get it in writing that he wanted to do it, you're not allowed to unalive someone. You are still at least second degree, or maybe manslaughter, but you're not. The reason this will most likely be murder is because he asked her to stop.
Yes.
And why is that important in your analysis?
It's good to put everything in a context, and it also helps us decide if we have to perform any special procedures the autopsy. For instance, if the decedent has tuberculosis, we might want to go to an isolation room, things like that.
How about toxicology results? Is that something you also take into consideration?
When we finalize the test certificate, yes.
And during the
At this point, saying, is this the OnlyFans chick, is kind of like, which one of them? The one with the pink Coke in Florida, the one with the knife throwing in Florida. This one is in California, so that's the distinction. This is not a Florida OnlyFans. This is a California OnlyFans.
autopsy process, are blood samples taken for that purpose?
They are, yes.
Does the ME's office have its own toxicology lab, or how does that work?
We do.
In conducting an autopsy, what is the ultimate goal for you?
To determine the cause and manner of death.
When conducting an autopsy, can you tell us who is present? Who are the parties involved with you?
So typically at an autopsy, there's the pathologist, and autopsy technicians, we call them forensic autopsy specialists, who help with the procedures and manual performance of the autopsy. We might have law enforcement officers present in cases where there is a concern for foul play. Sometimes the deputy district attorney is present.
What is a witnessing pathologist?
So at this office, in cases of a homicide, we have a witnessing pathologist in the event that the pathologist performing the autopsy can't attend court.
And during the autopsy process, what is the witnessing pathologist's role?
Essentially just to be present in the room, maybe look over at the findings. It depends on how involved I want to be. I'm going to review the report at the end of the day, so.
I want to talk to you about your role in this case.
Mhm.
Were you assigned to be the witnessing pathologist in ME case 2023-01316 with a patient by the name of Michael Dale?
Yes,
And was the date of examination April 22nd of 2023?
yes.
Who was the pathologist actually conducting the autopsy that day?
That was Dr. Beth Ann Shaver,
Could you spell that for the record, please?
BETHANNSCHAVER.
Now, as the witnessing pathologist for the case, can you sort of walk us through how the autopsy occurred with Dr. Shaver here?
Yes, so I imagine she did exactly what we always do. She doesn't have too much variability there. So she documents all of the medical interventions. She removes that medical debris, things like IV catheters. Then she documents things like identifying body marks or injuries, and the autopsy is performed.
As a witnessing pathologist, you mentioned before that you routinely obtain information from the police department. Was that done in this case as well?
Yes, the detective was at the autopsy, and Dr. Shaver, I'm sure, discussed the case with him.
And as a part of that discussion, were you shown a series of videos from the defendant or the suspect's cell phone as well?
Prior to Dr. Shaver.
The child? We didn't go over a child yesterday. We went over the meth head who stabulated her boyfriend. We're still waiting for the court to begin. They said they were going to start at 8:15 Central Time, but they didn't. So right now we are watching the OnlyFans chick I talked about on Friday morning show.
We were finalizing the case. I did a few videos, yes.
Oh,
Can you explain to us what a neuropathology consultation is?
Sure. So when the brain is removed at autopsy, it's fresh, so it's kind of soft and hard to evaluate. A neuropathology consult is when we put the brain in formalin, let it fix for about 2 weeks or more, and then someone who has a fellowship is board certified in neuropathology examines it for in a more detailed way.
Okay. And can you explain for us In what sorts of cases are you looking to get that extra consultation for the brain?
That really depends on the pathologist. I would do it for a seizure case for sure, or sometimes in a homicide, it's just nice to have another set of eyes to confirm that there's nothing, no surprises.
And would that consultation, would it essentially reveal more information about the state of the brain?
It could.
How about in cases involving asphyxiation?
It depends on, again, the pathologist, just what their threshold is.
Was a neuropathology consultation sought and obtained in this case as well?
Yes.
All right. So was Dr. Shaver ultimately able to make some findings based on her examination and autopsy process?
Yes.
Ultimately, did you agree with Dr. Shaver's findings based on your review of the case?
Yes.
Let's talk about those findings, starting with the cause of death. What was the cause of death here?
The cause of death was complications of anoxic ischemic encephalopathy due to resuscitated cardiopulmonary arrest, due to asphyxia, due to plastic bags secured over nose and mouth.
Can you break that down for us just in plain English?
Essentially, there was a lack of oxygen to the brain because of the plastic wrapping around the head, leading to fatal injury.
How about the manner of death?
Homicide.
Oh, and Marissa has just found out that they are 30 minutes behind on court order. So did that mean that they are live now? Mum. It seems like they are live. Let's go back to the case that we're supposed to cover. Why can't I see court TV? Bup, bup, bup. Bup, bup, bup. Bup, 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 bup. Nope, it's still. Are they doing it on their website again? No. I don't know why other people have a feed from Court TV, but there's no feed on Court TV. What the hell's going on? I get a link to their website. No, I can't see it live on their website either. Well, I'll see if it comes up, or else we'll say fuck this, and because there's another case starting tomorrow in Florida.
Doctor, we talked about earlier.
Well, I'll take that. Thank you for contributing to the Danish gross national product.
About pre-existing medical conditions and health complications. In the report, it notes some pre-existing health complications. How was it that you're able to rule those out as a potential cause of death?
So that's part of what the whole autopsy is intended to do. If we see something like a myocardial infarct to suggest a heart attack, that might change how we interpret everything. But ultimately, especially in the case of asphyxia, it's akin to a gunshot wound where it's an isolated event. The person might have a bunch of chronic disease as well, but that event is what really caused the death.
Last couple of questions for you. There are also some toxicology findings, specifically blood alcohol content 0.308 and some trazodone on board as well. Again, how are you able to rule those out as a potential causal factor?
Yeah, exactly the same as with the natural disease, where we have this isolated occurrence, this event where the decedent was responsive and went unresponsive during this event. So regardless of what the toxicology shows, this was the inciting incident that led to the death.
Thank you, doctor. I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
All right, so according to the medical exam,
Blah, 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 blah.
With saran wrap
That's why we don't watch it on court TV.
during a paid encounter in April of 2023.
all right, let's get you back into court now for the cross-examination of the deputy medical examiner, Deborah Berry.
Now, you, manner of death, homicide.
Right.
What does it mean, homicide?
In forensic medicine, it means the death was caused by another person or the actions of another person.
Does that have to be intentional?
No.
What are other manners of death?
Natural, accident, suicide, and undetermined in the state.
And you determined not to classify this as accidental.
Correct.
And that was in part because of the history that you received based upon what the officers had told you and what they showed you, correct?
Yes.
Did you examine the plastic bag?
I do believe we did now.
Were you aware that the plastic bag had numerous perforations?
Yeah.
Now, you indicated that, well, at the time, Dr. Shaver, she said that the probable cause of death was asphyxia.
And we have a live feed. Woohoo! And we're going to go back. It's very interesting what's happening right now. A guy is looking at his papers.
Are you familiar with those photos?
Yes, I am.
And can you tell me what they are? Just generally speaking, not specific.
In general, they're autopsy photographs. They're photographs taken from at various times during the autopsy. In addition, there are some diagrams toward the back of the package here that depict the heart.
Are you familiar with all of those documents or those exhibits I just gave you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask the court to receive them, and then I'd ask permission to publish. One will be on the screen, and then the remainder I will ultimately hand out the purple
The chief medical examiner. Thank you, Marissa.
files to the bailiff.
Any objection?
Thank you, Zach. I couldn't do it without you.
So this was 60 through 68?
Yes.
Okay, those are all received.
So, Dr. Kelly, you talked about the first one being the transport bag. Is that exhibit number 60?
It is.
Okay, I'd like to be able to put 60 on the screen. Now, with that transport bag, is there information contained on there that we see?
Yes.
And what might that be?
This tag is from the Allegheny County Coroner's Office, and it depicts the demographic information, or like, as you say, the vital information about the person.
And on this particular one, is there an indication that it is the transport bag for Joseph Carnot?
Yes.
And does it indicate a date of death on there?
Yes.
And what might that be?
It's July 19th of 2024.
There also is a red tag that we say that actually says sealed on it. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, that's a bag seal. So what that effectively is, it's kind of like a fancy zip tie. It's plastic, and it has a unique identifier on it. And that's something that can be recorded by the coroner's office. And much in the same way that if you're following a truck on the highway and you see that little tag on the back, it doesn't.
No, what you can see in the reflection, this is the defendant.
Prevent somebody from getting in there, but it will tell you that the seal has been broken, that somebody may have been able to get inside. So finding an intact seal means that the bag has been closed since the seal was applied to the bag.
Thank you. And were there any issues with this particular bag at all?
No.
Thank you. Judge, I'd like to provide the folders to the bailiff.
Once again, those folders will be passed out one by one. And don't open those until instructed. So we'll wait for each juror to have the folder.
We'll wait for each juror to have the folder. I would still not show them on screen.
Get some up front, maybe, so.
She looks just as unkempt as Kate Peters.
Okay, the record should reflect that all 14 jurors have a purple folder with certain exhibits in there.
I'm thinking as a precaution so they don't get attacked maybe, or I don't think it's still the coof. Remember back when plexiglass could stop the coof and court had it up? I don't think it's that, because there's a hole in it right to the left of him. So it's most likely like bulletproof glass or something like that, so you can't get to them.
I have to look at those until instructed during the witness's testimony.
All right. Now, Dr. Kelly, you talked about how during the autopsy process, the first thing you do is an external examination of the body.
Yes.
And part of that is observing any wounds or injuries or disease that might exist. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. So in the photo that, or I'm sorry, in the exhibits that you have, if everybody could turn to exhibit 61, it's the first photo that's in the packet. And if people could just turn to that one, and then we'll talk a little bit about that, and then we'll cover that photo back up. But in this first photo, 61, do you see some black box that's kind of on the top and the bottom portion of 61?
Yes.
And is that just to help kind of cover, to make it a more sensitive photo?
Yes.
So in the original photo you took, it would have been the entire picture without the boxes. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you're observing this photo and you're conducting your autopsy, what was the importance of observing this particular documentation?
It's to document the entire body. In this photograph, it shows the head and the torso. And within this photo, you can see the injuries to the chest area.
The trial starting tomorrow is about a guy who allegedly unalived his 8-month pregnant baby mama because she took this mismotion money, and I know very little about female anatomy, but I don't think you can make a mismotion in the 8th month. And then he unalived her.
Now, I'd like to talk a little bit about, we see an injury if we're holding the photo kind of up and down where a person's head would be on the top. The injury on the right-hand side, kind of under that left breast area. What did you observe in this photo with that injury?
Yes, in this photo to the left side of his chest, under the left nipple, that is a stab wound to the chest.
Now, we see some kind of injury in the middle, in between, kind of on the breastbone, and then we see kind of a curved injury kind of to the left of that in the photo and above that. What is that from, if you know?
The rest of the injuries that you're looking at to the chest, you notice that they're kind of in the midline, and they have something of a pattern to them. They have a curved nature. These are injuries that are related to resuscitation and are either and could be a couple of different things or both. One is defibrillator pads. It could be burns and abrasion from the defibrillator. Also, if a Lucas device was applied, this is a piece of mechanical equipment that does CPR for the rescuers. So it actually takes the work of the actual compressions of the chest away from the rescuer. So because it's curved and round, that can be one or both of those medical interventions.
So for those particular injuries from the medical intervention, was that any concern to you related to cause of death at all?
No, they're not related to the cause of death.
So you would still even though they're not related to cause of death, you would still document them as part of what you're seeing on an individual.
Yes, despite obvious evidence of injury or obvious evidence of a cause of death, I still document everything at autopsy.
Okay, thank you. So if we could close that photo and then look at photo 62, or exhibit 62, I should say, which should be the next one. And if we kind of put it where it would be up and down with the head on the top and the lower torso or stomach area on the bottom. Is it common for you to take kind of more general photos and then focus in on specific things of interest to you?
Yes.
And is that what you did with exhibit number 62?
Yes.
Okay. What do we see in exhibit number 62, more close up?
So in this photograph, you can see the left nipple in the photo, and below that you can see the stab wound that I referred to earlier.
When you look at that stab wound, what is it you do to try to assess it?
Well, I describe it, I measure it on external examination, and look for any other injuries associated with it, any injuries around it.
Okay. And you did that in this particular case?
Yes.
All right, then if we could look at exhibit number 62. I'm sorry, 63. And if we could look at it in a way that ME 244848 is kind of vertical across the page so that we're able to see that. What is there a significance to that number, ME 244848?
That's our unique identifier. So that's the number that we give to the case at the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office to tell it apart from other cases.
And what does this? I see that that identifier also kind of has a measurement on either side of that identifier as well. Can you use that in terms of measuring as we're seeing here?
Yes, the purpose of taking photographs with a photo label is that it not only does it give an identification to the photo, especially to close-up photos like this, but also gives a scale that somebody looking at this photograph could use to determine the size of things in the photo.
So approximately how long is this injury, this wound?
I believe I measured the wound at a total of 6.2 centimeters, which is effectively it's about 5.5 inches.
Okay. And as you're doing that, is it common for you if you see a wound to try to kind of put, if you will, kind of the skin together to kind of analyze it or look at the edges of the skin and what that looks like?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
Your skin has elastic fibers in it, and they actually run in certain orientations, so they run in certain directions. And if you create a stab wound across those elastic fibers will contract and will cause that wound to open up wider. It'll make it look like a gaping wound. If you create that wound in parallel with those elastic fibers, it'll kind of stay together more. And then, of course, everything in between. So when we have a wound that's kind of gaping or wide open, in order to measure it better, it's a lot easier to put it together and measure it that way, so that we get an accurate measurement.
Thank you. And then if we can look at exhibit 64, are we able on 64 to be able to see you kind of doing that with maybe a finger in there, kind of on the side of the body?
Why did my camera choose to switch to this setting now? Jesus fucking Christ. And I'm back. I hate my camera. Did she just ask him to show a picture of him with the finger in it? This is a murder trial, lady.
Yes.
So as you observed this injury, did you notice anything, or are you able to notice anything externally on kind of the shape of the wound?
Yes.
And what might that be?
So some stab wounds are the stab wound itself. They are just a cut or a single defect, linear defect. Other stab wounds, they have additional injury or sharp force injury that is related to either the part of the insertion of the knife or the removal of the knife. So in other words, knives have sharp edges. So if you put it straight in and pull it straight out, you might get just the slit that represents the width of the knife. But that doesn't always happen. Sometimes if there's movement to the person's body or movement to the knife as this is taking place, you can get additional injury to the wound. So it can look something like this, in which it's a wide angle V shape. It almost looks like as it was being inserted or removed, the edge of the blade created additional cutting to the skin. So instead of just having a very simple in and out slit-like stab wound, you have a more complicated wound where there's an incised area.
I wonder if the plexiglass is to keep the sound clearer. No, actually the sound will be worse in court. You can hear it because they have the microphone. I don't know how well their microphone setup is in the courtroom. In our courtrooms, it's very hit and miss with the microphones because we have it's a weird system where we have a big speaker in the ceiling and sometimes you can't hear shit, especially because there's 4 microphones on at the same time. I know they have these as protection of witnesses in some cases, or defendants. And you can see it's pretty thick, so I don't think it's the good old coof. I'm pointing and you can see it. It's pretty thick, the plexiglass, so it's not just like the coof prevention. I think it's a safety measure. Was it with Wisconsin where they jumped the judge? Yeah, it looks like it's more like bulletproof glass. I don't know where anything is. Danke sehr. Gesundheit. Nobody puts glass up to improve sound. You can cover glass with heavy curtain to improve sound. That's why I hung some fabric up back when Baby Baker was down here to try and dampen the sound, because sound will just bounce back off the glass.
And then can that also then impact what you see internally?
Possibly, because the same cutting surface can glide across soft tissues underneath the skin. So the wound inside can actually be much longer than the knife.
Thank you. So at this time, if everybody could put their photos back into the purple file, I think we'll continue on with additional testimony. So as you saw the
Okay, the bailiffs can have their seats. You're gonna have them refer back to those.
I think we'll leave them with them for now until
Okay.
the conclusion of the testimony.
Sure.
Thank you. As we talk about the external examination, once you're done with that, which includes going through the photos and the documentation we just did.
No, but he's the American asshole who do tricks with dicks, so that's different. In the courtroom in Denmark, you have to be in front of a judge within 24 hours. And they have a courtroom in Copenhagen, I believe, where they do those arraignments. And that has partitioned walls because there's a lot of gang criminals and stuff like that goes in there. And my buddy, who's a prison warden, he said, I hate being in that room because of the glass. When we have to pepper people in there, when they get into fights, it stays in the room because the glass will concentrate it. So we have that in some courtrooms as well. We don't have it in my courtroom because we don't have that much. If we have a big case, or I've had some cases where I had to where we had to convict some members of Hell's Angels and stuff like that. And I had one, I think the second year I was a layman, and that was kind of scary because in the old courthouse, we had to exit the building the same door that everyone exited through. So everyone who'd been in the courtroom listening to it would be at that door. And I came down, and there was just Hell's Angels all over. There was like a parking place, and then the stairs up to the courthouse. And I think we gave him like 3 years in prison or something like that. And I came out, and a guy said, "Hey," and I was like, "Oh fuck! Now I'm gonna get told something." He just said, "Do you smoke?" I said, "Yeah." "Can I borrow your lighter?" "Yeah." I was like, "Oh, is he gonna mention anything?" Because I knew he had been in the courtroom. He just said, "Well, at least he only got 3 years on vacation." I said, "Well, I can't really. Yeah, I know you can't talk about it, but you just did your job." Well, hasta la taco. They know the rules.
Then do you continue on, as you said, to the internal examination? When you did the external examination, was there anything else that you found externally on Mr. Carnot's body that you then reviewed or focused in related to the internal version of the autopsy? External injuries or disease or anything?
The only other injury they had on the external examination was a small abrasion or scrape to his right knee.
Okay. So as you conduct the internal portion, what is the next step that you go through regarding analyzing this particular injury from an internal perspective?
Well, simply put, I track the wound. I look at the injuries underneath the skin and make note and document what structures are injured by the blade of the knife. So that includes the rib cage, that includes any of the organs underneath. I look for evidence of hemorrhage and document that as well.
And in looking at that, what is it that you learned about that particular stab wound that we just saw externally?
So this stab wound actually, it goes through the rib cage. It goes through the rib cage in an area that's predominantly cartilage. So you might imagine that your ribs, they don't go straight. They're not horizontal. They actually have angle to them. And at the bottom of your rib cage, on the anterior surface of your body, at the bottom of your rib cage, the ribs kind of come together and join. But they don't join as bone. There's cartilage there that connects them. So to the left rib cage, he had the stab wound went through that cartilage between this.
No, I've had a certain other criminal element are more the blustering, we're going to beat you up types. Hell's Angels knows that these are the rules. They are actually always pretty calm every time I've had cases with them. It's mostly the other group.
6th and 7th rib, or involving the 6th and 7th rib.
It's a while ago, but her parents has just sued the state of Philadelphia, no, the city of Philadelphia again, because they haven't acted upon the deal they made with them to fix or to take another look at the case. But yes, they claim that she unalived herself by stabulating herself 20 times, because that's how you do it.
There was also some hemorrhage to the soft tissues behind the sternum. So hemorrhage dissects its way along the soft tissues. And then right underneath that is the pericardial sac. The pericardial sac it's a sac that surrounds the heart. And the heart beats and moves within that sac. And typically that sac doesn't contain any fluid, or contains very minimal fluid. When you find fluid in the sac, that is cause for concern. And in this particular instance, he had a large amount of blood filling and distending that sac, and that's important. The amount of blood, by the way, that's in that sac is about 300 milliliters or cc's, which a can of soda is for reference. A can of soda is about 355 milliliters. So it doesn't seem like a lot of blood, but the fact that the sac is not there to accommodate that blood, that's the important issue in Mr. Carnot's death. The heart, as I said, it moves within the pericardial sac. It opens up so that blood fills the chambers of the heart, and the ventricles of the heart fill with blood, and then they contract, and that blood gets pushed out through the large vessels all over the body into the lungs. If you do anything to impede the heart's ability to open up and receive blood, you impede the heart's ability to move blood throughout the body. So you can kind of think of it as slowly, if you fill that sac around the heart with blood, you're sort of strangling the heart. You're taking away its ability to effectively pump blood to the rest of the body, which obviously is what its function is. So at some point, the heart is going to fail because it's no longer able to perform that function. In this particular instance, Mr. Carnot had a stab wound that caught the edge of the right ventricle of the heart, and that opened up a small opening between the chamber of the heart where the blood is at and that sac around the heart, which is where I found the
Every time he says sac, I want to say giggity.
Collection of blood. So as you can imagine, with each beat of the heart, blood is being forced out of that small defect to the wall of the heart into that sac, and so eventually that's going to fill up. Heart is going to fail, and he will die from that.
Now, to be able to understand that, is it helpful to sometimes look at it at an anatomy diagram?
Yes.
So I'd like to have you focus on the diagrams, which I believe, if I recall correctly, should be exhibits number 65 and 66, 67 and 68. Does that look about right?
Yes.
Okay. And I'd like to provide you with a pointer, and then I'd also like a microphone, Judge, if that's okay. We're upgrading from the measuring stick we used last week.
I never had any trouble with them when I met them. Just don't play tough with them, and they'll leave you be unless you are the wrong place.
And so I'm going to give you that as well as the microphone. And if we could put exhibit number 65 on the screen. Are you familiar with this photo?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
They don't have. We don't have anything like that. Toys for Tots, and Hells Angels is an international organization.
Are these photos that you actually provided to me in anticipation of trial?
Yes.
Okay. You want to tap the top?
It seems to be working.
Okay, perfect. All right. If you could just kind of describe what this anatomy drawing is as it relates to what we're talking about here.
So I chose this because it focuses on the area of interest. So this is a diagram painting that was created to show the heart, the lungs with the anterior chest removed. So on the edges here, you can see the ribs, and it's as if those have been just removed, taken away, so that you can see all these structures. So this gray thing around the heart is the pericardial sac. So you can see there's this sac surrounding the heart as I described it, and this is the heart inside.
And as you pointed out, that's kind of in the middle of the photo.
would you say?
Yes.
And it's identified?
Yes.
Okay.
These, of course, the sides are, of course, the lungs, and the blue and red, they're that color to tell you the difference between oxygenated blood and unoxygenated blood. But these are the great vessels, the aorta and the superior vena cava.
Okay. Now, if we look at exhibit number 66, is that the same photo that we looked at before, but with an additional notation on it?
Yes, this is the same diagram, but what I've done is I've given you an idea about where the stab wound to the heart was located.
And where, can you point to where that is?
It's right here. I have an arrow and an asterisk pointing it out.
So when you talk about that sac with that heart, and we're kind of looking at that diagram, it looks like the lungs and the heart are really quite close together. Is that pretty fair?
Yes, they are.
So as somebody is breathing and their heart is pumping, you talked a little bit about all of the expansion and the movement that's happening in there. Is that fair?
Yes, there is considerable movement within the chest cavity due to the heart and lungs.
When the lungs, when you're breathing, are your lungs also expanding as they fill with air?
Yes.
So the lungs are expanding and then deflating as you're breathing, and then the heart is pumping, so it's expanding and then getting smaller with the pump. So there's lots going on in that particular area of the body at all times.
Yes.
Okay. You pointed on the right-hand side the rib cage, and you talked a little bit previously about cartilage. When we talk about that, how would we think about kind of the thickness of skin? What's cartilage like as you're examining it in terms of the difference maybe between skin or how we kind of understand it?
I actually like that they showed the diagram on the inside, because normally we will have that that weird, and it'll just be, oh, there's a red mark here. That's how you do it. But here you see where it actually entered just below the heart. It's such one of those very unlucky places, because it's a good strike. You have to say that. But I like they show what really happened instead of just oh, there's a red line here. That's where he got hit.
So cartilage is not as dense as bone, but certainly much more dense than the skin and the soft tissue underlying it.
So as we talk about stab wounds, in order to kind of go through cartilage, is that just an easy kind of stab, or does there have to be an amount of force to get through kind of that cartilage area from the density of it?
Well, common sense, it's much denser, so it will take more force for a blade to go through cartilage than skin. It's important to point out that in terms of blades, the blade is sharp, so it will go through lots of things. All you have to do is overcome the resistance of the skin, and underneath there, everything else is pretty easy to cut through. Cartilage would create a little bit more resistance due to its density and its composition. And then, of course, bone is very hard, and that would create a lot of resistance to a blade passing through it.
So as you looked at Joseph's body during the autopsy internally, were you able to see the direction and where that knife went through in the cartilage?
To some extent. I mean, obviously, I can tell that there's 3 dimensions. And when we describe, certainly when we describe gunshot wounds, for instance, we try to describe them in those 3 orientations, whether it's front to back, left to right, right to left, and whether it's up or down in orientation. Sometimes it's not possible, and sometimes, such as this case, it's kind of difficult. And when I have a level of uncertainty about it, I won't hazard an outright guess. So in this case, I know that it's front to back, but because of the movement of the heart and because of the size of the injury to the overlying cartilage, I didn't give an opinion on whether or not this pathway is left to right, right to left, or whether it's up or down. I think it's just too difficult to tell.
All right, if we could then look at exhibit number 67, could you describe what 67 is of?
This is just another diagram just showing the heart. And again, I just wanted to do this to demonstrate the location of the injury. So this is the right ventricle of the heart over here, the left ventricle of the heart over here, and the injury is going to be down here at the bottom, or in some sense you call it the lateral or the side of the left ventricle. The heart actually kind of sits on its side, so to speak.
So if we look at exhibit number 68, did you make a notation on here to help us understand where?
Yes.
And where is that?
Again, I just put an arrow and an asterisk to demonstrate the relative location of the injury.
Okay, thank you. If you'd like to have a seat, you can. So as we talk about
There will be a quiz on the aorta, the ventricles, and the sac later. Brendan will be sending every lady in chat a picture of his sac later too.
this injury, fair to say that there's some injuries that kill someone immediately and some that take time.
Yes.
And how would you describe this particular injury?
Well, this injury is not necessarily an immediately lethal injury. It's, as I said before, it's an injury that would allow for the accumulation of blood into the sac around the heart. With each beat of the heart, more blood is entering that pericardial sac.
So would somebody maybe be able to move around for a little bit?
Yes.
Would someone maybe be able to talk for a little bit?
Yes.
Eventually, might that person become unconscious?
Eventually, yes.
Is there a scenario where they might become unconscious, then come to a little bit and become unconscious again?
I suppose that's possible.
Okay. Now, with this type of injury, as we're talking about kind of the process of the blood filling that sac portion of the heart, and it not happening, it's not causing death right away, how much time might it have, give or take? Not, obviously, there's not going to be an exact situation, but generally speaking, what might it look like?
Yes, that is going to be difficult. It really depends on a lot of factors. One being the size of the defect, but also how fast the heart is beating, what the blood pressure is at that time. So it's difficult, but certainly it can happen within a matter of less than a minute. But it can also, an injury like that could allow somebody to remain alive for alive meaning their heart is still able to beat for several minutes.
During that time, it would be pretty critical to have immediate emergency response.
Yes.
And what type of, with this particular wound and this particular stabbing, what type of things might the person be experiencing while this is happening? After the stab wound, but before they pass? What might that look like?
Symptoms that they might
Yes,
experience.
symptoms, sorry.
As I said, as the blood fills the sac around the heart begins to fail. That person would, certainly start to experience the effects of that. Things such as dizziness. They certainly could become move in and out of consciousness. But certainly dizziness. They might have a little bit of chest pain, and then of course, because the heart is failing, they probably would experience some shortness of breath at some point before they pass.
If you are around someone during this time, would it be pretty evident that a person would be in need of dire medical care?
Yes, they would be in need of immediate medical care.
And if somebody is checking their pulse, would their pulse at that time might feel weak or might be faint?
Yes, at the end, when the heart stops basically beating and forcing blood through the arteries, which is what creates your pulse would become weaker and perhaps thready, so that it's difficult to even palpate.
Now, if I could bring your attention to exhibit number, I think 59, that was your report?
Yes.
Okay, if we could just look at exhibit number 59 and we look at page 3, do you see a section called evidence of traumatic injuries?
I did.
Okay, and is this where you're describing what you're seeing related to this knife wound?
Yes.
Okay. You talked a little bit about the wound, and I think that you note that in here, and we talked a little bit before about it, but I kind of want to come back to it. Did you describe it specifically in terms of kind of the length?
Yes, I did.
And what did you say regarding that?
So the total length is 6.2 centimeters, which is divided into two portions of, as I said, a wide angled V-shaped injury. And 6.2 centimeters again is about 2.5 inches.
Okay. And you talked about how it was comprised between like maybe a 4.2 centimeters wound and then a 2 centimeters wound. And can you describe that portion, what you mean by that?
So what I'm describing is there's a portion that's oriented slightly downward toward the midline, just off of the horizontal. And then there's away from the center of the body, the outer portion is more horizontal, and it's a 2 centimeter portion. So there's a stab wound with a separate area that's a little different in orientation, hence the V shape that I was describing.
Okay, I'm going to approach with another exhibit. Exhibit number 77. Can you look at that?
Yes.
And are you familiar with that, what's photographed in that exhibit?
Yes, I am.
And what is it?
This is a photograph of a knife that was shown to me as the potential knife that caused the injury.
Your Honor, I'd like the court to receive exhibit number 77, and I'd ask permission to be able to publish it.
Any objection? No objection. Right. Exhibit 77 is received.
Dr. Kelly, is the photo that you see above you also consistent with what you're looking at?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, are there times when you're doing an autopsy that someone might bring in an object related to death?
Why does the blade look like that? It looks like it's treated weirdly. You can see there's a nick in the tip of it, but that blade looks really weird.
Yes.
And what is it that you talked about this knife being brought to you? What is it that you do when you're looking at the knife and you're conducting your autopsy? How do you go through that process?
Simply put, I just documented. I photo documented. If possible, I can take measurements. If the knife hasn't been processed, if it hasn't been, if it can't be touched, that makes it more difficult. But if not, I can at least take measurements and take photographs.
When you did in this case, again, this is one of the photographs that you took related to
Giggity.
the autopsy.
Yes.
And what was your analysis when you're looking at
It's good enough for a stabulation, Sue. Don't you?
this knife related to the wound?
I obviously measure the length of the blade and the width of the blade. I note whether or not it has one cutting edge or two cutting edges, whether or not there's a cutting edge at the tip, a variety of things of that nature. At the end of the day, what I am able to tell people about knives is not necessarily whether or not this is definitely the knife that caused this, but whether or not this knife could have caused the injuries that I'm looking at. So there are times when I receive more than one knife, and I have to do this with all of those knives and determine how many of them could possibly have created the injuries. In this particular case, there's only one stab wound, and there's just one knife being presented to me, so that's what I did.
And did this knife look consistent with a knife that could have left the stab wound on Joseph Carnot?
I believe that I said that this knife could have created the injury that we see.
Now, in stabbing type cases, are there times where just a portion of the blade might cause somebody's death, or is it something that you'd have to use the entire knife blade all the way up to kind of the plastic handle portion of the knife to be able to cause a death? Do you know?
You mean?
In general.
In general, we also will try to make note of whether or not, I think what you're referring to is the depth of the injury.
Yes.
So we try to give some idea about what kind of depth we're talking about. obviously we have to take a few things into consideration.
If you find a knife out in the wild, don't pick it up. Don't take it home. You don't know what it has been used for. And finders keepers, but also if it's been used to a crime, you could get in trouble.
For instance, with the chest and the abdomen, the surface is compressible. So you can see a wound path that's even longer than the knife because the blade gets compressed and the knife goes in technically farther than it would have otherwise. The blade can only go in part of the way, and that's another possibility that it's only inserted partially. So we'll do our best to try to determine, and I did my best to try to determine something about the depth of the wound. Sometimes that's not something that you can speak to a reasonable degree of certainty, but I certainly try to take photographs so that can be entertained later on.
In this particular situation, was that difficult to be able to determine based upon the fact that the heart and the lungs are all beating and breathing and expanding and becoming smaller during that time?
Well, that's certainly a consideration. The other consideration, like I said, is whether or not the chest wall is compressed. But certainly suffice it to say that this knife could have been inserted the entire width, or based on the measurements and the appearance of the body, it could have been part of the distance of the width. Part of the length of the blade.
When you say the chest is compressed, what does that mean?
Well, your rib cage moves, and you have, as I said, there's some cartilage in the front, and the ribs they're not horizontal; they're kind of angled. And just sitting here breathing, you can feel that your rib cage moves in and out. But your rib cage is flexible, and certainly the younger you are, the more flexible it is. But it's flexible, so you can compress the chest. Technically, that's what is being done during CPR. But by compressing that chest with a blow to the chest, you can actually compress it to the point where, like I said, the blade, even though it's only a certain number of inches long, can be inserted beyond that depth.
Thank you. Now, I want to talk a little bit about evaluating stab wounds. Is there a way that you're able to determine if a stab wound is self-inflicted or inflicted by another?
We will make note of all of the characteristics that might help to make that decision. And I should insert the caveat here that single stab wounds to the chest are obviously the most difficult. So having a single stab wound to the chest, you have to take into consideration a lot of the things that you observe at autopsy. And but having said that, understand that cause of death isn't a real mystery here. And so my job is to determine the cause of death. To determine the manner of death, you have to go beyond the autopsy. Autopsy is just one set of facts that you use to determine the manner of death, whether or not it's a natural accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined case. So that requires more information about the circumstances, the scene, the person themselves, and their past history. So from the standpoint of evaluating the injuries, I'll make note, or by not making note, I am telling you that certain things are not present. So you'll know what kind of factors are present and not present in making a decision on whether or not this is or could be self-inflicted versus a homicidal injury.
So in this particular situation, are you able to determine whether or not it was self-inflicted or not self-inflicted?
No, from my involvement in this case, I can tell you the cause of death, but I am not able to tell you the manner of death.
And as we look at that, there are times where you're able to determine.
No, I can't see Nicola in any chat. The only place I can see Nicola is on my wall when she replies to videos. We both have been looking at it. There's no explanation for it. And that's a YouTube thing.
In both the cause of death and the manner, because it's clear to you.
Yes.
And then there's times where there would have to be an evaluation of much more than just the autopsy.
Correct.
And that's the situation that we're in today. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Now, you talked about the cause of death, and ultimately the cause of death is the finding that you're making related to this particular case, right?
Yes.
And what did you determine the cause of death to be?
A stab wound to the chest.
So everything we've been talking about today.
Yes.
Was there anything else that you noted that could be related to his cause of death, other than the stab wound?
No.
Was there any other, did he otherwise appear to be a healthy person?
Yes, he does have some natural disease, but generally he appears healthy. He does, but as I said, he does have some natural disease.
But nothing that would have related to his death?
But nothing that contributed to his death.
Thank you. And that's outlined in Exhibit 59, which is your autopsy report, right?
Yes.
Now, in addition to conducting the external exam we talked about, the internal exam, you talked about the process of collecting fluid samples or other different types of samples during the autopsy process. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And as you talked about this, were there fluids that were also collected for Mr. Carnot?
Yes, there were.
And was some of that done then through toxicology?
Yes, it's my routine to collect specimens for toxicology on all autopsies.
And you indicated you have a toxicology laboratory at the Milwaukee Medical Examiner's Office?
We do.
Okay. So after conducting those, collecting those specimens, those are then sent to your laboratory?
Yes.
And do you then receive back a toxicology report related to that and to help further assess your autopsy exam and evaluation?
Yes.
Did you receive that in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
Now, as we look at the types of collections that were.
Yes, I have looked, and again, I can see her when she leave comments on videos, but I just can't see her in any live chats. I have looked on my Google block list. I've looked on my YouTube block list. She's not on any of those. So, and she has looked at her, and I'm not on any of those. YouTube's stupid sometimes.
Done. There's a notation on that, which I believe is the last 2 pages of your autopsy report. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Of Exhibit 59?
Correct.
There's a reference to I believe it's iliac blood?
Yes.
And what is that?
The iliac blood vessels are in the pelvis. They are those in the femoral arteries and vein, which are in the thigh, are preferred specimens, mainly because
Why are we talking about his pelvis with a chest wound?
they're more peripheral specimens. They're farther away from the core of the body, and so they can be judged as being more accurate.
And are there specific results that you noted in these results that were of interest to you?
Yes, he does have some substances in his blood.
What type of substances did you find?
So the testing of that blood showed the presence of some methamphetamine, amphetamine, and then there was also some buprenorphine and its metabolite norbuprenorphine.
And then I'm going to spell that for the court reporter. So that'd be NORBUPRENORPHINE. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, it is.
And then the bupropion would be the same spelling, just minus the NOR, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what about those?
That's an opioid that can be prescribed, or it can be taken illicitly, but usually it's prescribed, often as part of a combination of drugs that are used in the treatment of chronic opioid abuse to help people to get off of chronic opioids. In this particular instance, I don't know why they're in the system.
And are those, when you look at the quantitation of those, are those a significant amount or anything that causes you particular concern?
Nothing that causes any concern. They're small amounts, but certainly their presence is of note.
And then you talked about methamphetamine and amphetamine. Before we kind of get into that, to those amounts specifically, can you talk about what happens if somebody consumes methamphetamine, how that turns into an amphetamine?
Yes, amphetamine is a metabolite of methamphetamine. So in other words, people that use methamphetamine, their body will break it down to amphetamine, which is also an active substance. So both of them are active stimulants. But it just so happens that amphetamine is a metabolite, an active metabolite in this case.
I didn't notice that. That's someone who is looking at a Zoom feed, I think. or using Restream or StreamYard or something to share this. I hadn't noticed because the court reporter has black hair, so it just hey Dave, whoever you are.
And then of course amphetamine will break down further from there. That's the relationship between the two.
When we talk about amphetamine, is amphetamine also contained in other prescribed medications?
Yes.
So might it be contained in something like Adderall for ADHD?
Yes, it is.
So somebody who has amphetamine in their system might also have a prescription that's related to why you see that in somebody's result.
Correct. Finding amphetamine in somebody's blood doesn't tell me just from that. It doesn't tell me whether or not it's from a prescription or not.
Whereas methamphetamine is not related to a prescription. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So let's talk about kind of that toxicology. Do you also inquire whether or not somebody is on any prescription medications?
I do. We, again, as a consultant, I usually ask for that type of information, what kind of prescriptions, mainly for this reason. So it helps us when we get our toxicology back to say, well, that substance that I see is something that they're supposed to be taking. It's a prescription medication.
And did you have information for Joseph Carnot about him having a prescription for Adderall?
Well, not exactly. What was the information that was given to me was that those were prescriptions that were found at the scene, but I was not told whether or not they were prescribed to him or not.
Okay, so
Hold on a second, before we get into kind of a transition into the prescription history, and here about an hour and 20 minutes, so we'll take a break and have a clean and come back.
That was boring. Nope, I don't do banana bread. I sometimes make banana chocolate muffins, but that's about all I do. We're talking about a guy who was stabulated once in the chest, and this guy spent an hour and 20 minutes talking about it. Just show us the pictures and tell us where it went in. How can they spend so much time? But I'm thinking they had opening statements Thursday, then they spent Friday in court, and now they have the medical exam. They had some cops on Friday. You can see it on Court TV's website. Are we already wrapping this up? They had, I believe, 12 days, 10 days set for the court, but seems like they're getting there. So, don't stabulate anyone, Brandon. If you do, make sure you do it in a state where I can cover the trial. Can I imagine being the jury on this one? Well, he's not the worst medical examiner we have had. It's just boring, and we came right into it. So, but medical examiners normally are quite boring because it's people who handle corpses. They have to be a little weird to do that job. So, it's normally not the most fiery type of testimony, but I just feel that you could have gotten through this way faster. Of course, he has to do his credentials and whatnot. But then he could just say, well, as you can see in the photograph, there's a stab wound right below the nip-nap. It went in and perforated the pericaudal sac, I think the name is. And that led to blood leaking into his system. And these are the pictures where I showed you where it penetrated, and yeah, it's fatal, but it's not instantly fatal. He could have been helped if they had gotten him called 911 potentially, and he was on drugs. The only thing we don't really know why he was on. It must be some kind of methadone. The ones he didn't know why, the ones to treat opioid addiction. Well, again, I don't want to talk about what I do in my free time. Don't they say the best witness is the boring one? No, I like when we get a funny, interesting witness, because doing this for 8 hours a day, you need some funny.
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?
You know what we do?
Yes.
When did you first meet Maureen?
This is the summer of 14.
And where did you meet her?
That's way funnier than and it perforated the heart iota.
My first reaction would be, what on earth are you doing, woman? Or whatever he calls her. What are you doing? Honey, I'm taking you to Paris and I'm gonna get you a Louis Vuitton bag for God only knows how many thousands of dollars, because we have somebody else's money to live high on a hog, right? He's not
To live high on a hog. I love this guy.
For God only knows how many thousands of dollars, because we have somebody else's money to live high on a hog, right? These documents don't deal with this.
I like those kind of situations. It wasn't so box zone, but it was one. It ended with some own, so that's why I think it's like a methadone. And so the doctor has a knife protruding from the skull between his eyes because he was acting like a moronic a-hole. Are you writing your new crime thriller? Remember, don't write it down if you're gonna do it. High on the hook. Yeah, that's the funny thing with we have a methadone clinic not like a kilometer and a half away from where I live. I see the same customers every day. It doesn't work. If Gru was a defense attorney, yeah. It was the how did she unalive her husband? Oh yeah, she poisoned him with did she use chemo? No, what did she use to poison him? I didn't really think the state proved it. It was very circumstantial. He was the guy who hated banana bread with a passion. It's the active ingredients in Suboxone. Yeah, so it is. He was on one of these anti-opioids things, but that's the same with the Adam Montgomery trial. They were also going to the methadone clinic and then going straight home and smoking crack after. It's just cheaper to be an addict then, because you don't get fixed. It's not like when Bepinephrine, insulin. That's the one she killed him with, insulin. But it's not like what Brandon. That's why he's whiny right now. When you get the antabuse, you'll get sick if you drink. The methadone just goes in and make you not feel as needy, and you can use at the same time. And that's why it's one of those. They're just using the system because, oh, I can get free drugs. Yeah, let me do that. And then get more drugs so I can get higher. Yeah. What do medical examiners in other countries do? They examine dead bodies the same way. But I've only had one murder case, so I don't know how they testify in other cases. But our case was just straight out the door. Where he described, she had been severely damaged in fist punches, kicks, and he must have jumped on her because her ribs had cracked on the back of on her back, and that's normally not something you see because your rib cage is supposed to move to protect your inner organs, but he believed that she had been face down and he must have jumped either high in the air or from something multiple times on her back to crack her ribs. So that was an interesting day to have someone sit and tell about how bad she was. Methadone doesn't have any naloxone in it, so yeah, you can abuse it, but good methadone clinics regularly drug test to make sure you aren't using anything else. Yeah, but this isn't the first trial where we heard an addict had anti-opioids in their system. It happens a lot, and I know that I've had cases where people. We had a case where actually they got in a fight outside of the methadone clinic. Imagine that, because the other guy hadn't. I think he sold him some bad drugs or something. So both of them were going down to get their methadone. Then he beat him up because he had sold him some bad drugs. So he wasn't allowed to go to the methadone clinic anymore. So he was mad over that. Well, he got to go to prison instead. Suboxone does not get you high. I've been on it for 15 years for pain. I was on methadone for 6 years a long time ago. Please don't judge me. We don't judge. We judge you if you get wrapped in saran foil and have your eyes glued shut with monkey glue. But hey, we all have a past. I used to drink way too much. Zach had that little problem with the Chinese prostitutes. We don't judge. You're learning already. This is a full info channel. Oh yeah, but most addicts also use other things like Suboxone and methadone. Beggars can't be choosers. A lot of people sell their methadone or Suboxone. I get something for my I get some muscle relaxers. It's not strong muscle relaxers, but it's stronger than just normal pain pills. And I had people one day I was down picking up. I get like a bottle of 50 pills, and I almost never use them because I don't like how they make me feel. I get a little bit high, but the day after I feel like I've been drinking for 3 days, so I really don't like taking them. So I normally never take them. I'll just use hot water bottles and stuff like that. But if I'm really seized up in my back, I might pop 1 or 2 of them. There's a guy who offered me that he would buy that jar of pills that I paid like 120 for, that he would buy it off me for 300. And you see a lot of the pensioners is standing down there whenever they get their prescriptions filled, they'll go straight out and sell it to people. Interesting. Strong enough to what? Who's inviting who into whom's dwelling? Well, it's your redemption arc. You moved on from the Asians. Have I ever been giving a weekly IV lidocaine infusion for your back pain? It was a lifesaver for my brother. No. They right when my back got effed up, they were actually starting a study where they were injecting hormones, testosterone straight into the discs to try or in the area around the disc to try and see if the muscle could regenerate better. But because I already had an operation and I live in a socialized healthcare system, there was no need to try more. It didn't work, so don't try anything else. So I never tried anything like that. I used to get blockers if it got really. Sometimes my back will just seize up and I can't stand up. I can't do anything. And back in the day, they used to give me like what's it called? The human hormone. Why can't I remember? Binyrbark hormone. I can't remember what's it called. It's a hormone. They will jab my muscles with that to make them relax, and that kind of helped, but not for a long time. Then they went over and just gave me straight morphine, but I get instantly sick if I get morphine. I'll feel like I have the worst flu in the world. They, as soon as they pull the needle out, I'll feel really sick, and thank God for that, so I don't get addicted to that shit. Well, never had it offered, and I can't because hey, they tried. They don't try twice. It's a socialized system. Yeah, that's a big one. Trazodone is that's the good stuff. No, not progesterone, not estrogen, not HGH. I have a lot of testosterone. I can take tramadol or I'll bath till I die. Yeah. Cortisone. Yeah, I think it's yeah, cortisone is what you call it in England. Yeah, isn't it? Yeah, cortisol. I got cortisol shots and to try and relax my muscles back then. And when that stopped working, they just went straight to morphine, and I can't do that. But I got it's called Dolol in Danish, but all of these that ends on the same is kind of the same product, and they are dangerous. Oh my God, they work and they are fun. So I'm glad that I can get maximum 6 pills of that because I like them way too much. It's kind of like an oxy thing, and I don't get sick from that. I get really, really high. The last time I was on it, I was, I think I was, I went to sit. I had been streaming, and my back was killing me, so I went to watch a movie and just relax for a bit, and I popped one of the pills, and 4 or 6 hours later, I just felt like I blinked my eyes, and I don't know what happened. I'd just been sitting there for 6 hours, 4 hours maybe. Well, that's a whole pharmacy. No, I haven't seen that one. Steroid injections are not good for the body. No, well, just look at all the dead bodybuilders. What about a TENS unit? I don't know what that is. Trimazepam. I have something called chlorsaxone that doesn't really work. Is that the one where they send you that electrical system so you're trying to overload your nerve so you don't feel the pain? I had it in the beginning. It didn't work for me. It was just getting zapped now and again. Bum, 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 bum. I love that we never know where these streams are going. We're sitting here watching a stabulation case, and now we're talking about how bad we all have it and what medications we use. I don't want more pictures of what Jess shows me with the pigs. That's weird. TENS made your back worse. Oh, it's the sticky pads. It's kind of like the ones where they claim that you can get abs by just
Judge, if I could just bring something to the court's attention.
Sure, go ahead.
I have been made aware by the state that their third witness that they intend on calling this morning is Sergeant Riddle, and that they plan on introducing some calls through him. I want to make the court aware that I am going to have objections to several of those calls, and I just wanted to alert the court so that we can perhaps take it up before it happens.
Okay, we'll do that after the second witness.
I said Danny T, didn't I?
Anything else to say before we bring the jury back out?
Oh, thank you.
Okay, we'll bring the jury back out.
So we're gonna have more witnesses. I thought they was ending with DME. A lot of wrestlers got the spinal fusion, and they say it actually makes it worse. Yeah, that's why I don't buy into all of that. You need to be on this diet or that diet because everyone's different. I said, yes, well, what the heart is filled with, the mouth flows over with. I'm sorry. Well, always a silver lining.
All right, all rise for the jury. Okay, everybody can be seated. All right, we're back on record in branch 6, Allegheny County Circuit Court, State of Wisconsin, and State versus Krebs is the case. Dr. Kelly is the witness. We're still on direct examination, so we'll have the district attorney continue with her questions on direct examination for Dr. Doug Kelly. Go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly. I think we were talking about the toxicology results, and we were talking about amphetamine being a breakdown of methamphetamine. And amphetamine can also be a prescribed substance, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, methamphetamine we talked about is not a prescribed substance, right?
No, it's not something you would find.
Okay. Now, when we look at that quantity of methamphetamine, as a medical examiner in Milwaukee, do you see a lot of cases where people die as a result of taking illicit drugs?
Yes, we do.
And can methamphetamine with a particular dosage for that person potentially cause somebody's death?
It can.
Now, as it relates to this specific case with Joseph Carnot, you talked about how he had some methamphetamine in his system. How does that get quantified?
It's in this particular instance, it's quantified by an instrument.
The only problem with the ball chairs is there is a tendency that you will slouch in them because you have to be very focused on keeping your posture. I did it back in the day. I had a yoga ball that I was sitting on, but you have this tendency to just fall forward in your back. So it's not a one-hit wonder. It'll fix everything. You have to be very conscious about how you're sitting in it.
In the lab called liquid chromatography mass spectrometry.
Okay, I think I'm asking.
I'm going to say LCMS. How's that?
Perfect. I think I'm asking it in a little bit different way, but that's the instrument that does that. How does it get measured? Maybe that's the right word.
When you say measure, do you mean?
In the quantity of somebody's blood.
Oh, are you talking about the units that it's
Yes.
measured in? Oh, okay. The units are in micrograms per liter.
Now, as we talk about the result for Joseph Carnot, does that have an amount that is able to be quantified?
Yes.
And what is that?
The quantity of methamphetamine was detected at 11 micrograms per liter.
When we talk about that, did you have any concerns about whether or not that caused his death at all?
No.
It did not?
The substances found in his blood did not cause his death.
So you see the presence of it, but you don't have any specific medical concern as it relates to your cause of death findings. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Now, the amphetamine level is a higher number. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is that result?
The amphetamine level was 500 micrograms per liter.
So could that
That he didn't die from an overdose.
amphetamine level be part of the breakdown of some amount of methamphetamine?
Yes, I guess the way I would put it is that at least some, if not all, of the amphetamine is present as a result of methamphetamine use.
And then could some of that presence also be if he would have taken some Adderall medication?
That is possible.
In cases that you talk about related to the work that you do, are you familiar with death certificates?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I want to show you what's been labeled as State Exhibit 78. Are you familiar with that?
I'm familiar with the death certificate.
And is that for Joseph Carnot?
It is.
And on the bottom, does it talk about an autopsy being performed?
Yes, it should. It does, yes.
And is that in reference to the work that you specifically did?
Yes, it is.
And does it indicate whether or not there is a cause of death?
It does.
And what does that say?
Stab wound to chest.
Okay, and then it says interval between onset and death. Do you see that?
I do.
And what does that say?
It says minutes.
So is that information all from your work that you did?
Yes, I would imagine that they certainly would have gotten our report state with my opinion on the cause of death.
Your Honor, I'd like.
You don't want what Sue gets. She's hillbilly, so it's gonna be low grade. You can get better. You can get better.
To for the court to receive that, we're not publishing it, just as an exhibit for the court to receive.
Okay, with those conditions, any objection? No. All right, 78 is received.
Okay, that's all I have at this time. Thank you, Dr. Kelly.
All right, Dr. Kelly, Attorney Kirk O'Bear is to your left, so he's gonna go over some things with you on cross-examination. Once again, take your time, don't be in a hurry, and go ahead, Mr. O'Bear.
Oh, the judge is slow.
Good morning, Dr. Kelly. I do have a few questions. And I heard you say on direct examination that you have an opinion with regard to the cause of death, that being a stab wound to the chest, but you do not have an opinion with regard to the manner. Am I right?
Correct. That's correct.
Another way to put that is you cannot scientifically rule out the possibility of a self-inflicted wound here.
As I said, I can't rule out the possibility. I can't tell you what the manner of death is.
And it should be obvious, but it's not your job, nor is it scientifically possible in this case to determine who caused that stab wound, correct?
I'm not able to do that with what I have.
If I were to describe in forensic terms an accidental self-inflicted incise wound to the palm or palmar aspect of the hand or fingers, what would that mean to you?
Could you say that again, please?
An accidental self-inflicted incise wound to the palm or palmar aspect of the fingers.
And what, asking me, what does that mean?
Yes.
That just means that he has that person would have a cut to the palm of the hand somewhere.
Okay. And this is the type of wound that sometimes, not all times, but we will observe on the hand of the perpetrator, the person that did the stabbing, if it were not self-inflicted. Am I correct?
Say that one more time.
This is the type of wound, an accidental, self-inflicted incise wound of the palm or palmar aspect of the fingers. That's something that if someone were to stab somebody else and it meets an object of resistance, such as a human body, there can be some slippage, and then there's a self-inflicted incise that occurs in the fingers.
I see what you're asking. Yes, it's possible that even from any individual that is using a knife to inflict this kind of wound, there could be some slippage of the knife causing a cut to the inside of the hand where you hold the knife.
Okay, and there have been forensic studies actually, which you're familiar with, but that discuss this phenomenon, correct?
It's something that you'll see in textbooks and occasionally in autopsy.
Okay. Mr. Brody, can we put exhibit 77 up, please? Now, Dr. Cully, this is the knife that we were discussing. Now, I'm sure you see all kinds of knives, all different types. Am I right?
Yes.
And again, you had said that sometimes you're provided with a variety of different knives, sometimes you're provided with multiple ones regarding one case, but you just have this one knife to look at in this case, am I right?
That's correct.
And you've seen knives that have, not sure what the technical term is, but you've seen a hunting knife that has sort of a stop or a catch surrounding at the end of the handle, correct?
Yes, a blade guard.
A blade guard, that's the right term, thank you. And that's intended to prevent that type of wound we were just discussing to the hand, correct?
Yes.
And this is basically just a regular, kitchen knife without any such blade guard. Can we agree?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Mr. Brody. Now, one thing you might look for to help educate you with regard to the manner of death is the existence of any defensive wounds on the deceased. Am I right about that?
That's correct.
Can you explain to the jury what defensive wounds would encompass?
Defensive wounds are wounds that would be incurred during the process of defending yourself against a weapon. In this case, a sharp force or a sharp type of weapon might result in some wounds to the arms or the hands or even the legs and feet in some cases. Those wounds in those locations, based on the circumstances, are usually referred to as defense wounds.
And you did not observe any defense wounds in this case, am I correct?
I did not.
Now, we had a long discussion about, I think you described, you did not have enough information given all the dynamics here regarding the actual pathway or angle of the blade entry. Am I right about that?
That's right.
So it would be incorrect to speculate as to what angle that may have been.
Correct. I guess I could go further in just saying that if there is some angle in those two planes, it's not a lot, but because of the movement of the heart in the pericardial sac and because of that fact, I didn't feel confident in giving a left to right, right to left, or an up or down orientation.
Very good. Also, there was a lot of discussion about how the actual size of the wound, and you gave some measurements, and you also talked about how the depth of the wound, there can be a lot of different factors that contribute to that. In fact, you gave an example of how the wound going in can actually be longer than the knife in some situations, correct?
Yes, the depth, correct.
So you don't have a way, scientifically speaking, of being able to tell how much of this particular knife entered the body, correct?
That's correct. I can tell you what's possible, but I can't tell you specifically by a measurement or something that I know exactly how.
So, right. So, for example, the depth of the wound was 4.2 centimeters. We shouldn't conclude from that 4.2 centimeters of the knife entered the
Correct. Usually if the wound path is longer than the knife, you know, you'll know the length of the blade, obviously, and you can determine that from measuring the depth and seeing that injuries go a lot further. And so clearly that had to have been compressed the chest. But other than that, it becomes a difficult measurement.
Attorney Templis asked you a few questions about the existence of Adderall, and obviously we talked about buprenorphine and other things that were found in there. And some of her questions had to do with the possibility that some of the amphetamine that was found could be theoretically attributed to taking an Adderall or some other type of prescription medication, correct?
That's a possibility, yes.
But you also said that given the amount of methamphetamine and the fact that amphetamine itself is a metabolite of methamphetamine, it's not surprising to find this amount of methamphetamine compared to the amount of methamphetamine. Am I correct?
Well, I didn't say that, but I think what the implication is that the presence of methamphetamine would, because it breaks down to amphetamine, would mean that at least some of the amphetamine in his system came from methamphetamine, if not all.
If not all. And again, just so your jury understands what we mean when we say metabolites, and this can happen with a number of different substances. Say, for example, if we're looking for tetrahydrocannabinols, we'll see a delta-9 component, we can see a carboxy-THC component, a hydroxy-THC component. And what's actually happening is the body is turning one substance into another through the metabolic process. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. So in this case, when we see methamphetamine, and then we also see amphetamine, what is the natural process?
Brendan says, I remember my first beer sack. Funny, Zach remembers his first queer. It's almost the same.
Body undertakes is it's in the metabolization. It's actually converting methamphetamine to amphetamine. So we'll see less methamphetamine as the body metabolizes it, and then it will convert it to more amphetamine. Am I correct?
Typically, yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
Just a couple.
No.
Dr. Kelly, when you see stab wounds that, let me ask this. Do you sometimes see stab wounds that you're able to determine the cause of death to be homicide?
Yes.
And in those cases where you have stab wounds related to homicides, do you always see defensive wounds?
No, not always.
So just because defensive wounds don't exist doesn't exclude it from being a homicide. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And you were asked about an injury to somebody's palm. And that question was presented to you in relation to a suspect who might stab someone. And if there's kind of slippage with the knife, it might, they might get a hand cut. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And as you explain that, can that also happen to somebody who would do it if it was self-inflicted, where they could get an injury themselves?
Yes, I think I mentioned that, you know, anybody who's holding a knife in a certain situation, it can slip and cut. You can cut your own hand with the knife that you're holding.
So that could be either for the person who does the stabbing of another or to someone who stabs themselves. Is that fair?
Yes.
It's just one injury you might see, correct?
Yes.
Are there plenty of cases where that does not happen?
Where you don't,
Where
the knife doesn't slip?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
And in situations where somebody might have in a case with multiple stabbings, say in a homicide case, and someone stabs someone multiple times and there's a lot of blood, does that often impact just the knife being slippery?
Yes, that certainly is one of the reasons why the knife would slip.
Now, in this particular case, with the amount of blood that was filling the sac around the heart, would more of the blood have been contained in that sac versus coming out of somebody's body?
That's a difficult question to answer because it really depends on the set of circumstances. I mean, certainly anytime that you create an opening from the skin to a wound site, you have the potential for blood loss. But keeping in mind that your body has cavities and that blood can fill those cavities. So there are cases of both stab and gunshot wounds in which there's very little blood at the scene because it all collected within a cavity. In this particular instance, that's what happened, but it's a bleeding, and as essentially exsanguinating into the cavity, the blood filled the sac around the heart, and that is what created the tamponade or the effect of freezing the heart's ability to contract. But yes, it's really difficult to determine just from a random set of circumstances whether or not you're going to see a lot of blood at the scene or not a lot of blood.
So you found a lot of blood inside in the internal cavity in the sac around the heart. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then you said almost like a can of soda quantity.
Yes, well, a can of soda is a little bit more, but to give you an idea, he had 300 milliliters of blood.
So not quite the whole can, but a good amount of it.
Pretty close to the full can.
And so
There's 330
if there was
milliliters of
little
Coke in a
blood-
Coke can.
Well, let me ask this question. There's going to be some blood that comes out if somebody's stabbed, right?
As I said, it's difficult to say that with complete certainty, but yes, usually there is some amount of blood, either whether it's on clothing or whether it's on the skin surrounding. It just depends.
Okay. And if somebody were to say that there wasn't a lot of blood coming out of the wound, would that be surprising with this particular injury?
No, actually it wouldn't, mainly because the blood obviously is collecting in that sac around the heart. If there was a large opening between the sac around the heart and the outside the body,
different case.
Frankly, it would have a place to go, and maybe it wouldn't have created the tamponade or the freezing of the heart. So I'm not surprised by that, no.
Okay. And in reviewing, if we come back to Joey's hands, did you have the opportunity to review or to examine his hands?
Yes, I did.
And did you notice any injuries, any knife wounds or injuries to his hands?
I didn't. He had the palms of his hands. He had some, and I don't know what he does for a living or anything like that, but the palms of his hands had kind of some cracking, like they were dried, and I did take a couple of photos just to show that it was. On his hands.
I don't know what happened yesterday, but it sounds fun.
Thank you.
Very briefly, just go ahead and cross.
Dr. Kelly, attorney.
I don't know who.
Asked you a few questions where she utilized the term homicide. And I want to be clear here. It is not your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific and medical certainty that this case is a homicide. Am I right?
Correct. I'm not giving an opinion on what the manner of death is.
No further questions.
Anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay, doctor can step down, watch your step, and the release to.
Thank you.
Travel Fund 69. I don't know who that is.
Okay, state can retrieve their next witness, and anybody in the courtroom wants to stand and stretch for 30 seconds, they do.
And the bailiffs can also collect the purple file folders.
And if anyone has some offers, because
The
that
state
was
called Brittany Hippis.
Brittany.
Wait back there until we collect the folders.
Jeff Leppard. Don't know who that is. I don't go in the seedy under places of the internet where you hang out.
Okay, will have you raise your right hand and face my direction?
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please take a seat.
No,
Okay, spell your name.
no, it depends on the case. The Waffle House case was fun. Oh, she sounds like she's crying already.
All right, so just want you to catch your breath for a second. For starters, want you to get as comfortable as possible at the chair and the microphone. The chair you're on is on wheels. If you need to get close to the mic, you can.
Oh my God, even the judge is boring to listen
Or if you
to.
need to move away from the microphone, you can go back. The microphone in front of you, in front of all the witnesses so far, is flexible. Want to leave it in a proximity to your mouth so when you speak and answer questions, your voice.
Thank you, Idiot Wind, for gifting us. Zach got a membership. El Jefe in Training got a membership. Terry Lynn stays. And Margaret Adam. Thank you, Idiot Wind.
If you have to point anything out on an exhibit. You're going to get questions from Ms. Templis in a few moments. We're not in a hurry. Sometimes people sitting in that chair are a little nervous, so they go fast. We're trying to avoid going fast because of what happens when people go fast is sometimes they just want to get done with their testimony and they end up speaking before the whole question's out. The court reporter in front of you is typing what people say. She's typing what I'm saying. She's typing what the lawyers say. She'll type what the witnesses are going to say. We're trying to avoid two people talking at the same time because then that's going to be really hard for her to type that. So going back to people going fast on the witness hand, listen to the question. Don't start your answer until you know the attorney, or if I ask you a question, the judge finishes the question. While you're speaking, I'll make sure they don't talk over you. Because once again, we want to avoid two people talking at the same time. Sometimes in courtroom cases, there's objections by the lawyers. So if you hear a lawyer say, I object, or something along those lines, stop your response to give me a chance to sort out the objection and make a ruling. If I agree with the objection, I'll sustain it. If I disagree, I'll overrule it. And how I rule might dictate whether you have to answer or the full scope or portion of the scope. I'll wait until I give you some direction after I make that ruling. During your testimony, if your mouth gets dry, you obviously have a bottle of water there. You can use that at any time. If your testimony goes on for a period of time and you need a restroom break, just let me know. We'll accommodate you and take a break. Sometimes people are asked to testify about things that happen a long time ago, whether it's months or years, it can vary. In order to refresh the witness's recollection, if they can't remember the specifics,
I played Jamie.
The attorneys are allowed to give witnesses, maybe a report or an exhibit or play a recording that allows the witness to refresh his or her recollection. If that happens during your testimony, take your time reviewing the document or the exhibit or listening to the recording. The attorneys will then follow up and ask, did that refresh your recollection of what happened maybe months or years ago? If it does, then you can answer the question based on your recollection being refreshed. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. All your answers need to be verbal.
I think so, sadly.
The head or nodding of the head or any kind of like slang, or nah. So be verbal in all your responses. And we're going to start with the prosecutor. So we face ahead to her. And this is the witnesses, Brittany Hippis. Go ahead.
Thank you. May I call you Brittany?
Sure, yes.
Brittany, how do you know Joseph Carnett?
I have a child with Joseph Carnett.
And
Oh, she's a drug addict.
Joseph, or did you have a name that he always went by?
I called him Joey.
Thank you for 6 months.
Joe or Joey,
Okay.
yes.
I'd like to show you. Sorry, pull this out. I'd like to show you a state's exhibit. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize exhibit number 79?
Yes.
What is that?
This is Joseph Carnett.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like the court to receive exhibit number 79. I'd ask permission.
What happened? What happened?
For the state to publish it.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, that's exhibit 79 is received and the photograph of Joseph can be published.
Is this a picture of Joey?
Yes.
Okay, and is it consistent with what you see on either side of, in one of the screens?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you
Uh,
said that
you're
you
right.
share a child together. What's your child's name?
Hasten Joseph Carnett,
And how old is Kaysen now?
5 years old.
Okay. How long ago did you meet Joey?
I met Joey probably about 8 or 9 years ago
Where did you meet him?
at Ghost Town Fitness Center in Kokana.
Okay. Did the two of you become friends?
Yes.
And then eventually did you start dating?
Yes. Yes.
It fades in and out a little bit, it just happens, sorry. Once you started dating, did the two of you move in together?
Yes.
When you moved in together, do you know, was he using any drugs at that time?
Not that I believe. When I first met him, I did know he was on drug court in Outagamie County. He successfully completed drug court. And then when I was living with him, no, he was clean and he was clean,
Okay.
to my knowledge.
So you know, so he had gotten treatment and had kind of addressed those issues at that time?
Correct.
Okay.
Brandon knows he's slightly bitter now at this point in time, but did someone drill a hole in Sue's pool? My God, the pure unbridled rage. No, Brandon, you have just not been here in a while. Sue has gotten progressively more and more angry during the summer. She yells at me more than Marissa does at this point. So it used to be a safe place. We used to have squishy toys that we could have fun with. No bad words. A lot of snowflakes around, and Sue has she's got mad. I don't know what happened, but it's progressing with her. But thank you.
How did the two of you get along at that time when you first moved in together?
Good. We did a lot of things. We were active. He was a fun person.
How would you describe him?
He was fun. He was kind. He was caring. He would give anybody the shirt off his back if that's the only thing he had.
Okay.
He was a good person.
Is there a time where, when you were living together, that he got a work injury?
Yes.
Okay. And then after that work injury, would there be periods of, was there a time where you started to see some of his behavior change?
Yes.
Okay. What type of change in behavior did you see?
Well, when Joey was under the influence of drugs, he mostly didn't want to be around. He didn't really want me to see him struggling with that part of his life. He would disappear. I would text him and I wouldn't get any responses back. It would go for like a week sometimes that I wouldn't hear from him because he was using.
Okay. Is it fair to say that kind of from this point forward, well, maybe not from that point specifically, but that he struggled with addiction generally?
Correct, yes.
And there were times where he struggled, and then there were times that he was clean.
Correct.
Okay. So when he struggled, is that the times where you wouldn't see him for periods of time?
Yes.
During that time when he was using, would he ever have physical fights with you?
No.
Would he ever threaten self-harm at all?
Never.
Would he ever be suicidal at all? Okay. Now, what was the drug that he would usually use?
Methamphetamine.
Okay. Is there a time then when you were together that he went for treatment in Florida?
Yes.
Okay. And when he returned, was he clean when he came back?
Yes.
And then over time, did he struggle with that addiction again?
Yes.
Okay. Is there during that period of time when he was using, did you ever, was he ever in any physical fights with you?
No.
Was he ever talking about self-harm?
No.
Was he ever suicidal? No. Okay. At some point in time after he got back from Florida, did he start struggling with addiction again and go for help again?
Yes.
Okay. And then at that point in time, about how long had you been together?
Thank you, YouTube user.
Are you referring to when he went to
Nova?
Nova. Okay. I would say probably 4 years I had known him
Okay.
at that point.
All right. So did he then go to get help to address it at Nova?
Yes.
And that was another treatment facility?
Yes.
Did he get clean there?
Oh, yes.
When he was there, was that kind of an inpatient thing where he did not live at home with you but went to a facility to help address everything?
Correct.
Okay. When he came back after Nova, did he move back in with you?
Yes.
Okay. During that time, did you kind of operate with a quote tough love mentality?
Yes.
Okay. What did that mean as it related to him going to work?
So I did allow Joey to come back home after he got out of treatment at Nova. But it was pretty much under the understanding that he had to get a job, and I forced him to bike to and from work every day, and he did it.
Okay. And did you want him to kind of earn his way back, if you
Yes.
will?
Yeah.
And did he do it? And
He did.
And did he do well at that time and move up in his employment?
He got a really good job.
Okay. At that time in your relationship, were things going well?
Yes.
Did you get pregnant?
Yes.
Okay. And when you did, where was Joey then? Still with you?
Yes.
Okay. Was he still working?
Yes.
Was he still clean?
Yes.
Now let's see. So Kason was born, he's 5, so he's born about 2020. Is that when he was?
2019.
2019. Okay. He just hasn't had his birthday yet. So when he's born, is Joey still clean?
Yes.
How would you describe him as a father when he was born?
He was great. I would go into work at 2:30 in the morning, and Joey would wake up with the baby. He'd wake up with Kason pretty much almost every single night in the middle of the night. He was a very dedicated, very good father. Very good.
What kind of work were you doing at that time?
CNA work.
Okay. So you had some unusual hours?
Yep.
And during those times you were working, would Joey be responsible for taking care of Kason?
Yes.
Did he do a good job at that?
Yes.
Was he an involved father?
Yes.
Did he want to be an involved father?
Yes.
Was that important to him?
Yes.
Did he take his relationship with Kason really seriously at that point?
Yes.
Okay. During that time, is he continuing to be clean?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a point in time that the two of you decided that the two of you weren't meant to be together forever?
Yes.
Okay. And did you break up?
Yes.
When you broke up, was he still clean?
Yes.
Did he remain clean for a period of time after you broke up?
Yes.
Okay. How would you describe your breakup? Did you guys fight a lot, or did you get along?
No. Our co-parenting relationship was very good. We went trick-or-treating together at one time with Kason. He would text me, pictures of things that him and Kaysen were doing together. He would call me and have Kaysen on the phone, you know, when he had Kaysen. I mean, we co-parented pretty well.
And are there times that when you had him, you would send pictures of Kaysen and have him call his dad? Is there a time during
I don't know. He was a good dad. He was a drug addict. Can we get to the stipulation?
that period where you believed he was still
I hope you are enjoying Utah and you are seeing all the fascinating sides of Utah. The world's largest ball of yarn, maybe. I don't know. I don't know where Utah is.
clean?
Yes,
And was he doing a good job being a dad, even though the two of you weren't together, from your opinion?
yes,
Did you have concerns about Kaysen being with him alone during that
Kaysen is the child she has with the victim.
time?
no,
Did he then eventually get an apartment at 2800 North Park Drive Lane in Appleton?
yes,
Did he invite you over to be able to see the apartment?
yes.
Why did you want to see the apartment?
Because he was so proud of it. He was proud that he finally got clean. He was finally doing life really good, and he was doing so good. He was proud.
And did you also get to see it to make sure when Kaysen was overnight that he had everything he needed?
Yes,
Did he?
yes,
Did it seem appropriate to you for overnights for Kaysen to go there?
yes,
And were you comfortable leaving him there overnight?
yes.
About how old, I'll come back to that. After the two of you weren't dating anymore, did you establish custody with the court to determine how things were legally going to be handled between the two of you?
Yes,
And was that an amicable situation or was that not amicable?
it was amicable.
So the two of you, were you able to talk through all of the things you needed to about Kaysen?
Yes,
And were you were you both in agreement?
yes. So before we even went to court, I mean, him and I have pretty much had a verbal agreement of what we were gonna do. We went there and we followed through with that, and I mean, it all worked out good.
And did that co-parenting then continue to go well for a period of time?
Yes,
Did you continue to have these times where you were sending pictures back and forth and having Kaysen call the other parent when he wasn't with them?
yes,
At some point during that time, did you start dating somebody else?
yes.
When you did, how did you handle that with Joey?
I knew it might be a tough for Joey. I reached out to him. I made sure that it would be okay. I gave the name of the person that I was dating. I made sure that Joey was okay with meeting this person before I actually had him meet this person. And everything was fine. I mean, he had said it okay, and I gave him the opportunity to meet my boyfriend.
Why was that important?
Just safety. I thought, it was just the right thing to do. We had a good co-parenting relationship, so for me, it was just out of respect for Joey and Kaysen.
And did you want Joey to be comfortable with Kaysen being around somebody else
Yes,
and make sure he was okay with that?
yes,
And did you go through that process with him and he was okay?
yes,
Did that involve you introducing your boyfriend to Joey,
yes,
giving him his full name?
yes,
Did that go on for a period of time where you were dating him and still co-parenting with Joey well?
yes,
Did Joey still stay very involved as a dad?
yes,
Was it still important to him to still have his overnights and his time with Kason?
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to June or the summer maybe of 2023. Was there a time where you were meeting Joey to do a custody exchange with Kason at Quick Trip?
Yes.
Okay. And was that around that summer of 2023?
Yes.
Was there, normally when Joey would he come by himself or with anybody else to pick up Kason?
By himself.
Is there a time in this particular situation where somebody else was with him?
Yes.
Did you know who that person was?
No.
Did you know whether or not he was dating anyone at that time?
Not that I was aware of.
Not that he had shared with you?
No.
Okay. Up until that point, had the co-parenting still been going pretty okay?
Yes.
When that person was there, did you learn who that person in the car was?
No.
Tell me about that.
I tried to ask who that person in the car was. And I was told it's not my business, that I would find out when I needed to.
Was that unusual to you?
Yes.
Was that how he was previously with you?
No.
At some point, did you learn whether or not that person in the car, was it a male or a female?
A female.
Did you learn eventually what that person's first name was?
Yes.
Who told you?
My caller ID.
Okay. Before that, did you know of a person named Sam?
Joey did tell me. He did tell me her name. He gave me the first name.
Okay, he gave you the name of Samantha?
Yes.
Okay,
This is Samantha, my girlfriend.
and that was at Quick Trip?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Other than that first name being Samantha, you said he told you it was not
Your business. So yes, he did give me the first name. I then asked, I wanted the last name, and that was when it's not your business. You'll find out when you need to.
Okay, and that was unusual to you.
Yes.
Were you concerned about that?
Yes.
Why?
Just with his history of addiction and drugs, and even not that, just being a concerned mother. I want to know who my child is around and make sure he is safe.
How old was Kason at that time? In 23.
Maybe 4 years old?
So he would be in the summer, it would be 3 turning 4 later that year.
Yes.
Okay. So he was only 3 years old?
Yes.
Pretty little? Yes. And did you want him to be safe?
Yes.
After that point in time at Quick Trip, did you see a change in how your co-parenting was going?
Yes.
Did it get better? Did it stay the same, or did it get worse?
It got worse.
Okay. Would Joey show up for his visits?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Sometimes I would get messages that he wasn't going to show up, but sometimes I would just sit there and it would be a no call, no show.
Okay. Sometimes would he be late?
Often, very often.
And this was a big change for you.
Correct.
During that time, sometimes would he show up and have Kason?
Yes.
Okay. When he did he come to exchanges alone?
Never.
Okay. Who would be with him?
Samantha would either be in the car or on the phone in his vehicle.
Okay. So
every drop off.
So when you say he was never alone, you mean it was either in person or she was
on the phone in the vehicle,
okay,
listening to the drop off.
Okay. Was that different?
Yes.
Okay. Did you yet know who Samantha was?
No,
You didn't know her last name?
no,
Did you know anything else about her at that time?
not really.
Okay. Was it concerning to you to have Kaysen go there when you didn't know who that was?
Yes,
And is that concern then combined as well with your concern that you were seeing a change in Joey?
yes.
Now, kind of directing your attention to the fall of 2023. Is there a time when, let me talk about it beforehand. Before then, when you were always talking to Joey on his phone, with his phone number?
Yes,
Okay. Is there a time when he contacted you about his phone?
yes.
What was that about?
So I got I think text message first, that said it was from a no, it was either a phone call or a text message from a random phone number. And it said, "This is my new phone." Like, that was what the text message was. "This is my new phone number." And I said, you know, what do you mean you got a new phone? And then at some point he called from that phone number, that exact same phone number, and it came across my caller ID with Samantha Krebs' first and last name with that phone number.
Okay.
So this was not his phone that he had told me was his phone. This was her phone.
Okay, let me back up a little bit and kind of talk about it in two segments, okay? So when you first
Smack my full hiney.
found out that he didn't have his phone anymore, do you recall that?
Yes, he blocked my phone number.
Okay, but he told you at that time that he was gonna have a new phone number, is that?
Correct.
Okay, then that phone number, does he use that phone number for a period of time with you?
Yes.
Okay, during that time where he's using that phone number, does he answer the phone?
Sometimes.
Okay, sometimes would somebody else answer that phone?
Yes.
Who would answer the phone? And during that time, was it important to you to be able to get a hold of Joey if you needed him?
Yes.
Why?
Because we have a custody agreement with a child together. And if anything medical went wrong with my son, I need to talk to his father to get a hold of him.
And you'd want him to come right away?
She was admonished by the judge during her friend's testimony that we watched yesterday, that she made a lot of faces and stuff like that.
Right, correct. Okay. So this period of time, do you still at that point know who Sam is?
No.
And is this months into when you first met her?
Yes.
Okay. Now you talk about a time where you get a phone call from that phone number.
Correct.
At some point, is there a name that pops up on your phone?
Yes.
What do you learn at that point in time?
That this phone number belongs to Samantha Krebs.
Had that happened before?
No.
Do you know why it happened?
No.
Okay, so her name pops up on your phone with that same phone number.
Correct.
Okay. At that point in time, is that the first time that you knew Samantha's last name?
Yep. Yes.
How far removed is it from that quick trip day? Days, weeks, months?
Months.
Okay.
Months.
Sorry, I just found out why Brandon is sick. What the hell is wrong with New Jersey? This is why Brandon is sick. This is what he's drinking when we're having our Friday beer. And it's strong beer, 9.5 alcohol by volume. Brandon, Is this what you wanted to serve me when we were going golfing? Pork roll, egg and cheese beer. And egg and cheese, salt, pepper, ketchup. No, that's horrible. This is why Brandon is sick. Ugh. Yeah, stop drinking these beers and you'll be right as rain right after. Horrible. I knew you was a degen, Brandon, but this bad?
During that time, would Samantha often be the one to answer that phone?
Yes.
During the drop-offs, as they kind of continue forward in those following months, is she still always either there in person or on the phone?
Yes.
Did she chat with you about, like, did the two of you have conversations about what they were doing or what you're going to do with Kaysen or an update on how things went with the visit from her?
No.
Did you get that from Joey?
No.
Okay. Did you see things start to become even more difficult?
Yes.
Is there a point in time where instead of talking on the phone, you had to move to a phone app for parents?
Yes.
When did that happen, if you recall?
After I had got Samantha's first and last name, I guess I had some concerns, and that's when I had petitioned the court to go to mediation and get things taken care of, because I was not okay with the phone situation the way that it was. So that's when we went to mediation.
Okay. And were you still trying to find a way through the challenge that you guys were having?
Yes.
And is that what you were hoping that mediation would do?
Yes.
So through that process, then was this application something that you both would be able to communicate on an application back and forth?
Yes.
And did you enjoy do that for a while?
Yes.
Are there times where you would drop Kaysen off at Joey's house or apartment? Or pick him up?
Not often.
Okay. Was there one time though that you did?
Yes.
Okay. And normally would
Amy, we are bored because we're going nowhere with the trial, so we are talking STDs and drugs. Normal Monday talk. Welcome to Broken Baker's channel.
you have previously been allowed up to
It has absolutely nothing to do with the case. I would, as the defense, I would object. Relevance, it's only to show that when he was with Samantha, he wasn't taking care of his kid. But as you can see just in this chat, there's a lot of deadbeat dads out there who doesn't take care of their kids. That doesn't make this lady a killer. Could we just get to the point?
his apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Did that also change?
Yes.
Okay. Did you start noticing other behavior changes with Joey kind of coming into the year of 2024?
Yes.
And what, in addition to him not, kind of as you talked about before, not always showing up to visits or being late, that type of thing, was that concerning to you?
Yes.
Were you concerned whether or not there was a use problem happening again?
Yes.
Okay. And is that part of why you went back to mediation?
Yes.
In your prior relationship when he was using, is that when he would kind of hide his use from you or not be around you?
Yes.
I'd like to come then into a period of time in maybe about February of 2024. Did you receive a phone call from Joey?
Yes.
And where did he call you from that time?
He called me from his phone. He must have unblocked my phone number, and he called me from his phone.
Okay. And prior to that, he had been using Sam's phone?
Correct.
When he called you from his phone, did you know if Sam was there?
She was not.
Okay.
He wouldn't have called if she would have been there.
Okay. When he called that time, did you guys talk about Kaysen?
Yes.
What did you talk about regarding Kaysen?
Why don't we talk about the stabulation?
I finally felt like I could actually talk to Joey again. He had just been honest and told me that he was really struggling. He had lost some jobs that he was using again. That, you know, he had been doing some side things with this apartment that he was living at, and that he, you know, he was doing odds and ends there to try to make money, and that he was going to be going to meetings, and he was going to try to do better, I guess, to see cases.
When you say he was going to meetings, you mean like an addiction related?
Correct.
So getting help?
Correct.
And during that time,
I mentioned the VA. He had been working with the VA. Just a phone call of, to me, it was almost a cry for help, I guess. I don't know.
Objection, speculating.
To you?
He had cried a little bit on the phone.
Did he still want to be a good dad?
Yes. Yes.
Did he know that he had to get help for his addiction to be a good dad?
Yes. I don't think he wanted to, or yes, he knew he needed to. He knew that for me to allow him to continue seeing his son, yes, that he needed to get help.
And did you talk to him about how you couldn't have Kason with him if he was using?
Correct.
So at that point in time, was he struggling? Did he seem to be struggling a lot in February of 24?
Yes. Yes.
At any time during that, did he talk about self-harm or being suicidal?
No.
Was he focused on trying to figure out how to get himself help?
Yes.
And is that where he was talking about the VA or talking about going to meetings?
Yes.
Did he also struggle with some childhood trauma issues that he had?
Yes.
And is that part of what he needed help with?
Yes.
During this time, were you seeing a change? You talked about how he said he had been fired from work and he was doing some odd jobs around the apartment complex. Did you see a change in the child support?
Yes.
How so?
I was not receiving child support
And
for
you're-
quite a period of time because he could not sustain employment.
Okay. And was that a change up until then?
Yes.
I think the witness have
You
asked
see,
not to be shown.
Let me kind of go back. When the two of you were having conversations, you were dating somebody else, he was dating somebody else. You're talking about this good conversation that you're having in February. Were you dating somebody then?
Yes.
And did you want to get back together with Joey? Were you what I would say, quote unquote, a threat to him and Sam's relationship and that you wanted to be back with him?
No.
Was that obvious to you and Joey?
Yes.
Okay. So during that time, even though you're not dating, would you consider you and Joey friends?
Yes.
And co-parents?
I tried to be as much as I could.
Was it hard sometimes during this period?
Yes, I was unable to communicate and talk to him.
And during that time, did he know that you were going to have to address the custody issue because of his use?
Yes.
And eventually, is that something that you did?
Yes.
Okay. Was this phone call, were you kind of trying to be supportive of him at that time, or were you upset with him?
I was trying to be supportive of him.
What did you want him to do?
Well, I told him that the person he was dating was not a good idea. I said, things have really changed since you have started dating this person. I mean, your life is kind of spiraling and you need to make some better choices.
And that's about needing to get work, not using those types of things. Now, did you also learn that he was working with the VA to see like a counselor, address AODA issues for alcohol and drug use, that type of thing?
Yes.
And were you supportive of that?
Yes.
Did there continue to be challenges even after that phone call?
Yes.
Did he still struggle with showing up?
Yes.
Did he still appear to you to be having behaviors that you were concerned about his use?
Yes.
Did you ultimately file something with the court, as you had talked about with him, about having custody of Kason?
Yes.
And
I stopped visitation for Kaysen and Joey, probably about a month before he passed away. And this was not a court order. This was just, I just decided for my son's safety, enough had happened and it was no longer safe. I had heard that he failed a drug test, and he tested positive for meth, and that was basically the last straw. I stopped all the visits, and when it was time for Kaysen to go with his dad, I just wouldn't show up, and he would have the police calling me pretty much every time, wanting me to show up, and I basically just told them, this isn't safe, and this will be handled with the courts later.
Okay. And then did you have a court hearing coming up the end of July?
Yes.
And that was to address the custody issue because of his use?
Correct.
Even with that, did you still want him to be an involved dad?
Yes.
Did you still want him to get clean and be part of Kaysen's life?
Yes.
Even after
Well,
that, you
they
stopped
accused.
in June of 2024. Did you give Joey opportunities to be able to talk to Kaysen and still have contact with him?
Yes.
And in
If this is leading up to be anti the defense that he was suicidal and that's why he fell on a knife, could we just fucking get to that part instead of talking about how they co-parented, how they were dropping off the kids, how she was shaming him for using, which is always the best solution when you're talking to a drug addict who is shameful when he is calling you saying, oh, fuck, I need to get out of this. I feel really bad. And I'm trying to get through to the VA. Always shame them. Nothing works as well as someone who is trying to get out of a problem than shame. Don't do that. Get a move on, prosecutor. You are wasting everyone's time talking about nothing. Oh. Yes, there's one stab wound, 4 centimeters, 4.2 centimeters deep. I think getting to the part where the defense will say, well, he was suicidal, and they're saying, no.
fact, around the 4th of July weekend, did he have a phone call with him?
Yes.
And did they have a good conversation?
Yes. It's the last time that my son spoke to his father.
Did they talk about Kaysen?
A little bit.
Okay. And was that, did you have present other opportunities that he could always call and talk to Kaysen if he wanted to?
Yes. Yep. On that phone call, I just let him know that it needed to just be to Kaysen and nothing personal with stopped visits and addiction, like none of that. But I allowed him to talk to Kaysen. They had a good conversation. Sam came on the phone and said hi. There was a Jeff that also came on the phone and wanted to say hi.
And you let that all happen?
Yes.
Okay. And during this time, so last summer, Kaysen was 4.
Yes.
So did he see a babysitter?
Yes.
And during that time, did Joey drop Kaysen off at the babysitter sometimes or pick him up?
Yes.
And was the babysitter?
Well, they don't stab themselves in the chest. They might use a stabulator, but they don't use it to stabulate.
They're experiencing some challenges with him showing up and being timely as well?
Yes.
At one point, when Joey, I think the day Joey passed away, did he want to talk to Kaysen?
Yes.
And did he make a phone call to the babysitter?
Yes.
And did you respond back in your text app to talk to him about being able to talk to Kaysen?
Yes.
And did you tell him whether or not he could always call you if he wanted to talk to Kaysen?
Yes. So the sitter reached out to me and asked if it was okay to have Joey talk to Kaysen after Joey had tried calling. She didn't know if it would be okay with me to allow that or not. So she asked me. And I said, no, if he wants to talk to Kaysen later, when I'm done with work, we can do that. And so that's when I reached out to Joey and said, if you want to talk to Kaysen, you can do it later.
So is that always an option for him?
Yes.
Okay, and so you're just reminding him again that he can always talk to him.
Yes.
And at that point in time, is that the period where you're getting ready to go to court to address your custody?
Yes.
During this time,
that you're continuing to have some contact with Joey or throughout your relationship, does he ever threaten self-harm to you? Do you ever see anything consistent with self-harm? No. On him? No. Does he ever talk about wanting to die? No. Did he ever want to talk about, or did he ever talk to you about being suicidal? No. Over the course of the time that you and Joey knew each other, were there times?
Yeah, but that's one of the self-deletion methods you're using. You don't stabulate yourself in the heart. It just doesn't make sense that's the solution you'll choose, especially if he's in the VA. He probably knows a little thing or two about ending stuff. Again, it just seems like a very weird self-deletion to try and. So yeah. Yes, I think that's where we're going. Well, I just find it a very odd position to do it in. And again, this one asked her friend, should we say he fell on it? Sounds a little bit weird. Well, there was not enough meth in the system because the ME was asked about the OD, and he said no.
Many times where he would use and then go back to get treatment.
Knife in
And
the
then he'd be clean.
heart, but you're
And then
too
he'd still
plain.
struggle with addiction.
You give
Yes.
meth
And then he
a
would go
bad
back to
name,
treatment.
bad
Yes.
name.
So in this kind of cycle that you watched with him, was he at that point where he was struggling with the addiction, but you had that conversation with him in
Someone
February,
might have blocked
and he
each
was
other.
talking about getting clean or getting help again? Yes. And were you hopeful that that help was going to get him clean again so that he could then be an involved dad again? Yes. When you knew him, did he have like an ADHD? Do you know if he did have ADHD or take something for that? I believe so. I don't have anything more at this time. Thank you.
You didn't have anything at all.
Ms. Sibbons, the other attorney can ask you questions, the Stephanie Mock. Return, go ahead, Ms. Rock.
Thank you.
Dan, you said that while you were with Joey, he had never threatened suicide to you, is that correct? Correct. There was a time though, about 1.5 to 2 years into your relationship where Joey had jumped off of a balcony, is that right? And at that time, he was under the influence of meth? I believe so. And he got seriously injured because he jumped from that balcony, is that right? I'm unsure. He ended up in the hospital? Yes. And you are aware that when Joey would be under the influence of drugs, he would become delusional oftentimes, is that correct? Correct. And that's something that you've personally witnessed? I mean, no. And that's because when you were with Joey and he was using, he would often try to distance himself from you? Correct. Were you aware that when he was under the influence of drugs, he would often be paranoid? Yes. Now, you talked about how there was a work injury that occurred that Joey suffered from, and then there was this behavior change. When was that, do you recall?
That was when we first moved in together, like probably 7 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago.
And the behavior change that occurred after that work injury, that was with Joey using drugs again, is that correct?
Correct.
Jumping around a bit, you stated you believe that Joey had been diagnosed with ADHD, is that right? Did Joey tell you about any of his other diagnoses?
No.
So you weren't aware of any other mental health diagnoses that Joey suffered from?
No.
And when Joey had talked to you about seeking help at the VA, that was with regard to alcohol and drug use?
Correct.
And did Joey ever tell you that he was seeking help for mental health?
No.
And he didn't report that to you back in that phone call that you had in February of 2024, is that correct?
Correct.
You talked about how you stopped visits in June of 2024. Did I get that time frame right?
Yes,
And that was after you had found out about a failed drug test that Joey had at work, is that correct?
correct.
And that was work at Soper?
That was at some excavating company.
And you were aware that Joey had previously been employed by Soper, is that right?
Correct.
And you actually have a family connection to that business?
Correct.
What is that connection?
My sister is dating Scott Soper.
So the owner of that business?
Correct.
And how long have they been together for?
Since I've had my son, so at least 5 years.
And he hasn't put a ring on it.
You were aware that
Well,
Joey had been fired
he's
from
just
Soper
milking.
for
He's
fighting?
not buying the cow.
Correct.
And then it was after that, he sometime got work at this excavating business, is that right?
Correct.
And then ultimately it was let go from that job because of this failed drug test.
Correct.
Was that pretty soon in time to when you stopped the visitation?
Yes.
So fair to say,
That failed drug test was the last straw.
so that would have been around June of 2024.
Correct.
Now, you talked about
Like a
how
candle in the wind.
for a period of time, you and Joey were able to have a good co-parenting relationship, is that right?
Correct.
And you said that it was around the time, or was it around the time that Samantha came into the picture that you felt that change?
Yes.
Oh, she was
And
jealous.
you were first introduced to Samantha in late June of 2023, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said it was also around that time that you had started having some concerns about Joey, is that right?
No.
So when did you start having
Well,
concerns?
yes. When he, right around when he had met Samantha, yes.
And some of those concerns had to do with maybe he was using again, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Now, you actually started having those concerns before Samantha came into the picture, is that right?
A little, not much. I mean, here and there, but it was not once that came into the picture. I mean, yes, his behavior changed.
And in fact, there was a time in April of that year, so April 2023, before Samantha
Please
was in
don't,
the picture,
all
where
caps.
you had concerns Joey was using, is that right?
Yes.
And that was when you went to go pick up your son to take him to a circus.
Yep.
And you went upstairs and your
Thank you,
son
Brandon.
was there, not ready, and
Correct.
Joey wasn't really watching him.
Correct.
And again, that was before
That's the mod of the year.
Samantha started dating Joey.
Correct.
There were also times before that where there were issues with the co-parenting, is that right?
Yes.
And you actually kept a log of incidents that would have occurred on your phone, is that correct?
Yes.
And the point of kind of keeping that log was in case you ever needed documentation or like a written timeline for court purposes.
Correct.
And that log actually started back in 2022.
Correct.
And there were times within 2022 where even police would have to be called during custody exchange, is that right?
Well, maybe once that you're referring to, I'm not sure.
And there were times where that had to happen in 2023 before Joey started dating Samantha, is that correct?
I think once.
And there were multiple times where at least something happened that caused you enough concern to document this in your log, is that right?
Correct.
Well, most cows wants the bull with a ring in his nose just to let the other cows know that he's off the market.
You said that the last time that Joey would have had the opportunity, or actually did converse with your son, was the 4th of July of 2024, is that correct?
Correct.
You said that it was a good conversation.
It's a national election for their parliament today in Norway.
Sure, like yes, though.
And during some point during that conversation, Samantha had gotten on the phone.
Yes. I believe so. Oh, female.
You talked about how you were aware that Joey would often be delusional or paranoid when he was under the influence. You were aware of an incident that had occurred just a few months before he passed in which there was that concern, is that correct?
Can you repeat that again?
You were aware of an incident that occurred a few months before Joey had passed where he was acting delusional, is that right?
I guess tell me what incident you're referring to.
It was at a hotel,
Yes.
and you were aware that police had been called, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to object to the line of the questions. I don't think she has any personal knowledge of anything related to that.
That was my last question, Judge.
I need to visit with the lawyers from your ruling on that, so jurors can stand and stretch. I'll visit with the lawyers on the side.
Side by side by. La da 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 la da 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 da. So isn't that true for most Boston ladies? Well, I know you, I know Twisted, I know Lindsay, and I know Krusty. All of them seem kind of cray in the Boston area. But yeah, I don't know what's wrong with Brandon, but he's really going for mod of the year now. And for everyone who is out there waiting, no, Aiden isn't going to trial today, even though my good close friend Sean of the Golf claimed he was, and he knew shit, you know, his team of 5, because he was never served any subpoenas. So again, the aunties are probably crying because he didn't get there. And again, congratulations to Aiden that the Clara did an amazing job to support your defense fund. I'm getting lost. Why is there no sound? Just slapped that award on my tombstone. If you keep with this, I'm going to send Sue to your home. She'll kick you out of bed within a minute. I'm not putting you in with them. I'm just saying that these are the only women I know in Massachusetts. Sue, can you drive up? I don't know how far it's from South Carolina to New Jersey. You can probably do it in like 15, 20 minutes. It's like this on the map. Go up and just slap Brandon around a little bit and give him some hillbilly love so he can stop whining. No. Well, I was told that just because he was off by a few months, he still was right, and I was just jealous of him. No, it's not the OnlyFans lady. That's another trial. Yeah. I'm sure Sue can tickle your pickle for you. Yeah, that's going to be a great show. Well, I think it's going to be a great show. It's going to be hard to transition from being online to being on stage, but I know both of those two will be great at it, and you'll be in a room with a lot of people who support Aiden. I saw someone on the Twitter chat saying, "Oh, you gave away half the tickets." And no, I didn't turn the audio off. There's no audio on the stream, so you don't have any. You didn't sell anything. I love how everything Aiden does makes them have a. Oh, audio.
Need to lay a foundation whether she saw it. So it's the objection sustained. So need her basis of knowledge before she can offer her view on that.
Sure. So during that time, were you and Joey together?
Yes.
Okay. During that time, did you go to the hospital to see him?
No.
During that time, were you aware of if he was put on any type of mental health hold at all?
Aiden was talking about it in his bus stop live this morning that he never was served anything. He knew there was a criminal complaint, but that was a bullshit criminal complaint that was never going to be served because there was no basis for it.
No.
Okay. Are you familiar with whether or not there was anything in your conversation with him about being suicidal?
No.
And you indicated that was an incident where there was some concern though about him using?
Yes.
I don't have anything else.
You didn't have anything.
All right, just probably obvious to some people, but just to make sure, VA Veterans Administration, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, witness can step down. Step. She excused from her subpoena?
Yes.
No objection.
Or excuse, if you want to stay in the courtroom, you can. All right, we're going to take our second break for the morning. Spend a little more time in that back area with the lawyers just to map out between now and then. So we'll take a 15-minute break. We'll come in at 11:30. Let's do 11:35. We're gonna do about 20 minutes of a witness. So you're definitely gonna.
Oh, we're on 30-minute delayed. I couldn't make that.
Come back around 1:15. There's a legal issue outside the presence of the jury. We want to take a little bit of time. So give you an idea that when you're back in here, the next segment's going to be pretty short. Keep your notebooks on your chairs for now. When we go to the noon hour, you can keep them in the jury room. So all rise for the jury.
At least let us listen to the discussion about what they want kicked out.
Okay, can be seated for a second. Just stay on the record. So we'll start with Investigator Riddle, Chad Riddle at 11:35. We'll do about 20 minutes this time. What I'd like to map out our noon hour is to give everybody, the lawyers and the court staff, about an hour. And then maybe do an offer of proof from him. Just be, we go back on the record, let's shoot for like 12:55. So it gives us 15-20 minutes to take up the offer of proof. To be focused on foundational issues. Get into these phone calls.
More so relevance of
Okay.
a few of them.
Okay, so we'll let everybody collect their thoughts for about an hour.
I gave them a little
We're
vacation.
not going to address any phone calls in this first 20-minute segment with Sergeant Riddle, and then we'll address that outside of the presence of the jury about 12:55. So target is to get him on the stand, sworn in at 11:35, take a break after about 20 minutes, and then we'll go from there.
Just for the court's information as well, we have additional exhibits. The defense got a copy of them over the weekend.
Okay.
And then I have a hard copy set for you. I also sent an updated
I got my heart set
exhibit list,
on you.
so
I
that
got my heart
the clerk has a copy of that as well.
on you.
Exhibit list, not witness, exhibit list.
Okay. The packets from you?
Yeah.
Is that something that kind of covered with Investigator Riddle?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're on break and we'll be back on record at 11:35 a.m.
So we'll be back on the record in 25 minutes. And then I hate when they do this. Go back on the record for 20 minutes and then they're going to break for lunch. Why not just do all the shit now and give the jury an hour and a half? I don't own a tuba. Haven't owned one ever. It was a borrower. And in about an hour and 10 minutes, Fitzsimmons is going to be in court with Bradel, but I think it's Superior Court, so I don't think there's a Zoom link to that. That could have been interesting. So, but it's a bond hearing. Da, 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 da. No, she is a suspect because she was at the scene when her friend came over. She said, should we just say he fell on it? And then she ran away, had a binder with the entire story at her room, and deleted her phone. Other than that, nothing suspicious at all. I think what is more convenient for you? Oh, no, it's again, you're fucking with the jury. You're giving them 15 minutes, no, half an hour, 15 minutes, giving them 15 minutes break to come back for 20 minutes to go. Just give them 90 minutes lunch break. You talk to the other lawyers, you get everything done, and you won't have all these objections with the witness. Come on, make stuff happen. You're wasting everyone's time. I don't know why American courts insist on making jurors angry. Yes, she was the only person in there right after her drug dealing friend who was in love with her came over with his girlfriend. He took away her crack pipe, which had what looked like blood on it. He helped her cover up by deleting her iCloud on her phone. So it's a pretty open and shut case. They have to get the jury to believe he was suicidal enough that he and that just doesn't seem like the right way. The written script gets you every time. Yes. Don't make a script. Don't keep it in a green binder in your room, because they have them by the balls. But it's just, we have the same where sometimes you're sitting there and, oh, we thought this interview it would take more time, so let's take half an hour break before the next witness is called. Okay, but can you call all the other witnesses and move them that half an hour up? Yeah, I can try. And then we come back and say, well, I got a hold of one of them, so the rest, and you're just sitting in the back room and can't really, well, we can go buy us something to eat, or and you're sitting in an office chair, so it's really uncomfortable. And I hate those days, because I like it when trials just go. I'm not stupid. I can follow along. Just give me the information, let me go back there, figure it out. I hate it when you have all these breaks. Of course, you need a break every hour and a half, 2 hours, just to get a mouthful of coffee. I don't know what's happening to me. I'm getting tired. You need your mouthful of coffee. You need to stretch and do stuff like that. But when you're doing nothing and okay, we're gonna take a break again in 20 minutes, I'll get pissed. I don't know. We haven't heard anything. What would Guard Brooks do? Hold her upside down and come on her glasses. See you later, Cheryl. Thank you, Zach. It is a sleepy trial, but nothing else is really going on. That's why we jumped on this, because it sounded cool. But that's before I heard the lawyer talk so slow. It was really, really slow. I don't know why I'm so. Marissa might have to come on, and I fall asleep. Oh, and there's a hearing in the. Is that an interesting case? Because this isn't. Oh, he looks horrible. What is this case? Oh, it's Fulton County. I hate Fulton County. Oh, it's the spa shooter. Who apparently pew-pewed a spa because his sexual desires didn't align with his Christianity. No, it's not the rapper. It's a guy who pew-pewed 8 people. But that's the only other thing that's really out there right now, I think, other than the normal, just open court. Yeah. It's funny when I look at what's live right now. There's so many channels that's begun just to restream court TV and stuff like that. That's why I talk over it, because it's transformative, so they can't copyright strike me. But there's so many out there who just started restreaming all of these open court hearings and court TV, and that's what got Valhalla and Trial TV Live taken down last year, because they said they were just restreaming channels, and restreaming channels isn't allowed on YouTube. And I was thinking, are we going to go through a whole heap of that again, where all these people who just turn on the camera and or turn on the stream and leaves? I don't know. Massachusetts versus Joshua Hubbard. I didn't see that up there. So I don't know. Well, at least someone is doing something. This is your second cigarette break. Well, it is low effort streaming, but it also against the YouTube TOS, because what's his name? Hassan Piker. Yeah, he was just restreaming other people, and he was just sitting there. And he had a shit ton of people, because he would restream the big names, Mr. Beast or something like that. And he got copyright struck because, or he got struck by the TOS system, because you have to transform. You can't just, I couldn't just do this. And I have to remember to turn my microphone on again. But no, you're not allowed to just show the court feed, and because fair use means that you have to do something to transform it. But there's a lot of especially after Karen Reed, there's a lot of channels all of a sudden were just restreaming the Adelson case, and there's a lot of people showing that. What's the Judge Simpson? A lot of people like to show him as well, and it's just it's fine if you interact, but they are just turning it on and then they're leaving. And I know Valhalla and Trial TV Live got struck on that during the first Karen Reed trial, so maybe they'll lose their channels now. Why do people watch it? I don't get it. Because they don't like commentary. I get that all the time. Could you just shut up? Do you know law and crime exist? I transformed all my videos. YouTube still demonetized me, saying I wasn't. That's the thing. Valhalla was on stream with me, and they said, "Well, you're just restreaming." No, I'm on the stream. Nope. I could put Transformers. I actually do have Transformers. Bumblebee and Optimus Prime is right there. Well, is it somewhere nice? Because I don't want to go where it's cold. I think Marissa has went back to work. Yeah, it's the commentary they hate. I go into trial TV stream a lot, and that's what he said. People tell him to shut up all the time. Yeah, but then tell these people, go fuck yourself. Go watch it on Lawn and Crim, because why should I have a channel doing this? Because that's just court TV. The only thing different is I put a broken baker sticker on it. So that's I hate that. I hate when people are like, but it's the same. Someone told Brandy to she should be ashamed the other day of some. You don't have to watch us. It's such an amazing thing. We cover this. We try to give it our spin. We try to talk about the case, update people who come in because they are cleaning their house, or like Bernice, constantly smoking cigarettes. Too many smoke breaks, not enough cleaning, young lady. You can just go to Court TV. It's really easy. And if you're sitting here and they say, well, I want to watch it on your channel, why do you want to watch it on my channel, not Court TV? Well, I like your chat. Well, then tell the chat to come with you over to Court TV. You can all sit over there and believe people are guilty. Let's do Southern California. I don't want to go to California. I live in socialism to begin with. What sea? There's a lot of seas in Britain that it can be at. And some of them are not as good as the others. I don't do any rants. Yeah, and that's what I like, because when I started watching trial channels, I did rent. I was watching Ricada before he started doing the live trial coverage, and then I started watching trials, and I liked it because, at some point you can have a discussion about, well, could he actually have been suicidal and he did it? No, I think it's too weird. If he had done the good old cross, maybe that's the one, or if he was hanging in the chandelier, I could believe it. But this one, no, I don't buy someone stabulates themselves. And what are they doing on those channels right now? Are they just sitting there saying, when are they coming back? Are they coming back soon? That's why you watch it with a commentator, so they can commentate. It's because I don't have a shock mic on my table. I should get one, but I used all my money to buy people gifts that I need to ship out. We'll come up with better things than we have a museum in addition to the Lego factory. I never said that you could go to the Lego house. I said if you're going to Copenhagen, there's castles and museums. I wanted to keep the Lego house secret from you.
We waiting on somebody? No. You got it right here? Okay. All right. Anything we gotta do before the jurors come back out from the state?
No.
On the defense?
No.
Okay. And it's gonna be Shad Riddle as the next witness?
That's correct.
Okay,
Shad.
we'll bring the jury out.
Ba-da-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba. I had enough sleep. I think people are being super sassy because Amy and Zach is having some sexual energy between them, and Sue and Brandon is having some sexual energy between them, and it makes everyone. It's kind of like seeing your mom and dad kissing. You're sitting here thinking those people shouldn't be doing that, but you can't look away. What? What did I do now? La, da, 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 da. I'm wearing shorts as always. I never wear pants when I'm streaming. I hardly ever wear pants.
Okay, everybody can be seated. We're back on the record in the state versus Krebs, branch 6, Routing County Circuit Court. The state call their next witness.
The state calls investigator Chad Riddle.
All right, we'll have the investigator come up and be sworn in, same spot as all the other witnesses.
Let's give him the super boring
You do solemnly
speech
swear
again.
that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please take a seat.
Oh, he's an officer. He knows what to do.
Please state and spell your name for the record.
First name is Chad, C-H-A-D. Last name is Riddle,
Chad.
R-I-D-D-L-E.
Chad.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, you've been here several.
What question? I didn't see a question. Are you going to keep streaming this one or start the Florida one tomorrow? Florida won't start till Thursday.
So you've heard me give the introduction on court decorum and procedure?
Yes.
Okay, just follow those same rules, and we'll start with Mr. Grody.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Investigator Riddle, what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a police officer with the city of Appleton.
And what role do you serve in the police department?
I'm currently assigned as a
Don't keep that little surprise for Zach.
As a detective, what are your primary duties or responsibilities?
We are assigned to major cases
Chad.
within the city of Appleton. Includes a multitude of types of cases, whether it be homicides, burglaries, sexual assaults, other various death investigations, things like that.
How long have you been a detective?
6 years,
And how long have you been with the police department overall?
24 years.
So what did you do before you were a detective?
In my time with the Appleton Police Department, I've served in various capacities. I've been a patrol officer, a school resource officer, and a forensic evidence specialist.
And what sort of education do you have that allows you to serve as an investigator?
I have training, the Wisconsin Department of Criminal Investigation, Death Investigation School, training in bloodstain pattern analysis, bullet trajectory reconstruction.
You hold a college degree?
I do.
From where and how long?
A 4-year degree from the University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire.
All right, officer, I'd like to direct your attention to
Go
the investigation
Wisconsin.
into,
Go
not
Carts.
specifically
Like
on
caught
July 18th,
fish.
2024.
Isn't Wisconsin a fish place?
How did you become aware of this incident?
I was contacted off duty by Lieutenant Van Zeeland. He is the lieutenant of our investigative services unit. I was contacted and advised that there was a death that had occurred and that investigators were needed to respond to investigate that death.
And where did that death occur?
It'd be 2800 North Park Drive Lane, apartment 5, which is in the city of Appleton, Allegheny County, state of Wisconsin.
Okay, so just generally when you're called in on something like that, what are the first things you do?
The first things that we'll do is sometimes we're given a lot of information, sometimes we're given little information. I don't recall off the top of my head exactly how much information I was given prior, but in this case, when we're contacted off duty, what we will do is first respond to the Appleton Police Department. It varies by case to case, but depending on the case, if there are many investigators that are called in, we will normally meet as an investigative unit to get an understanding of what is known at that time regarding the investigation.
And then from there, we will be given certain roles within the investigation. And again, that can vary from case to case.
Okay, so did you meet up as a group in this case?
Yes.
And were you assigned various roles?
Yes.
Is it fair to say your initial role was with Sergeant Keither, who's sitting behind me?
Yes, Sergeant Keither and I were assigned to be the lead investigators of the incident.
And what was the first area that you began to investigate? What was the first thing you did?
We were informed that there were two individuals that were at the apartment at the time. I'm sorry, I should back up. There were two individuals that were at the apartment upon the arrival of our patrol officers. That would have been John Pfeffer and Christy Cleveland. Sergeant Keither and I were assigned to interview John Pfeffer.
Okay. Now, I'm not going to go through John's testimony, but when you say John Pfeffer, the same John Pfeffer who testified, I believe it was Friday?
Yes.
Or last week, I don't recall the date. All right. Now, after you're done with the interview of John, what did you do after that?
After the interview of John,
It's amazing. Normally, Wisconsin is fun to watch cases from. Maybe they thought we are becoming the laughingstock of America. Even Florida laughs at our criminals. Let's do this so boring that no one watches it.
I believe Sergeant Keither and I then responded to the apartment where the incident happened.
And you kind of walked through the apartment and just reviewed everything?
Yes.
Was there a part during your investigation where you were involved in sending video to the crime lab?
Yes.
Can you walk the jury through how that went?
So the video that I had sent to the crime lab, it was a video that Sergeant Keither and I obtained from a veterinary clinic, which was across the street or the road from 2800 North Park Drive Lane. Now that video, in addition to the video, Sergeant Keither had in a cellular phone from John Pfeffer had listened to or found a recording. I believe we had previously heard that during this trial. Sergeant Keither and I made the decision to submit to the video and the recording to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab to have the audio of the recording overlaid onto the video.
Okay, now just so we know what we're talking about here, I'm going to republish Exhibit 40. Do you see that on the screen, investigator?
Yes.
Does that show the area of 2800 North Park Drive Lane?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so is the pointer still up there? I believe the bailiff is extending it and handing it to you now.
It is.
You said that what was sent to the crime lab was a combination of the Veterans Village and then the veterinary clinic. I'm sorry. Could you just kind of point to where that veterinary clinic is on this map, if you can see it on this map?
Yes, I can. So the veterinary clinic in the picture of the exhibit here, Park Drive Lane is that's about in the middle of the picture. The veterinary clinic is just to the left, so it'd be more towards the left edge of this photograph.
Okay, thank you. Now, did you and Sergeant Keither have different roles in submitting that? Like, do I understand it correctly that you submitted that video to the crime lab?
Yes, I did. Sergeant Keither reviewed the video footage a little bit more in depth, in addition to the recording. As part of the investigation, I more or less handled submissions to the crime lab. So as part of that, Sergeant Keither listened to the audio, watched the video, and determined at what point in the video should the audio be overlaid on.
Okay, so you just submitted the items that you discussed and testified to the crime lab. Do I understand that correctly?
That is correct.
All right. As far as other items submitted to the crime lab, did you also submit the knife that we spoke about?
Yes, I did.
Now, I know that Dr. Kelly testified this morning, but I'm going to republish Exhibit 77. Is this one of the knives that you submitted to the crime lab?
Yes.
Okay, now, was there another knife that was submitted to the crime lab?
Yes, there was.
What was the other knife?
It was a very similar knife in terms of appearance, color of the handle, type of blade. It was just a different length.
Okay, so this knife that was showing Dr. Kelly, is it correct to say this is the one that was submitted to the crime lab as outlined as knife 2 or item 2 in the report that came back from the crime lab?
Yes.
Now, were you here earlier when the DNA analyst testified?
Yes.
You recall her testimony about Joey's DNA being found on the blade of the knife?
Yes.
Is that relates to this knife?
Yes.
And do you recall her testimony about both Joey and the defendant's DNA being found on the handle of the knife?
Yes.
That also relates to this knife? Okay, thank you. Now, in part of your investigation, did you review a phone belonging to an individual or individuals known as John and Peyton Carnott.
Yes.
How did you come to review this phone?
I should back up and say that I did not review the actual phone from John or Peyton Carnott.
Okay.
They had sent screenshots of John and Peyton's phone to Sergeant Keither and I.
And did you review those screenshots?
Yes, I did.
And upon reviewing them, did you find that they were relevant to this case in any way, based on what you're trying to as an investigator has taught you? And how did you feel they were relevant?
They were relevant as they were messages sent from Peyton Carnott to a Snapchat account that Peyton identified as belonging to Samantha Krebs.
If I show you an exhibit of the phone, you think you'd be able to recognize it?
Yes.
John, if I may approach, I'd like to show the witness exhibit 119.
Judge, I am going to object at this point to this containing hearsay.
All right. If there's other things you can cover, we're gonna meet during the noon hour and talk about the objection. So we're gonna-
You could have done that while you had the jury out, if you gave them a long lunch break.
Before we take the lunch break in about 10 minutes, if there's other things you want to cover for him, then we can get back to that exhibit.
Sure, I can cover that. Okay, so let's switch gears a little bit, kind of jumping ahead. Do you recall there being some testimony about the defendant driving to an apartment occupied by an individual named Jeff Hayes?
Yes, I do.
And are you familiar with where Jeff Hayes lives?
Yes, I am.
Where does he live?
On Glen Park Drive. I believe it is 3919.
Okay, so I'm going to republish Exhibit 44. Can you see it where you're sitting?
Yes, I can.
Okay, now does it show Mr. Hayes' residence on this exhibit?
Yes.
Smoke shack, baby, smoke shack.
It would be right here, which would be right around in the middle to right side of this building.
Is there a number on that building you pointed to?
Yes, it's 2919.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with Mr. Hayes' appearance?
Yes.
You know, it's a porn trial when we lost 100 viewers over the last hour.
With your permission, I'd like to approach and show the witness what's been marked as Exhibit 120.
That's fine.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, investigator, if you want to just take a look at that and let me know.
Little old place where we can get together at the smoke shack, baby, smoke shack, smoke shack, baby, smoke shack.
Do you recognize the individual depicted in that photo?
Yes, I do.
And who is that individual?
That is Jeffrey Hayes.
Now, is this Jeffrey Hayes around the time of July of 2024?
Yes.
And do you recall how old he was at the time?
I believe he was 54 years old.
If Your Honor, with that, I would move to both admit and publish Exhibit 120.
Any objection?
No.
All right. It's 120 is received and you can publish.
So now Exhibit 120 is on the screen. Investigator Riddle, is that the exhibit that you have in front of you?
Yes, it is.
Now, in your relation to this case, how does Mr. Hayes and his apartment relate to this investigation?
Mr. Hayes is.
Who the hell is he looking like? It's one of the McAlberts. It's not Brian Albert. Who's he looking? He looks like someone we've seen in the trial before.
Apartment was the apartment that was identified as
Chris
where
Albert.
Ms. Krebs went to on the evening of July 18th of 2024.
Was Ms. Krebs later apprehended at that apartment?
Yes, Ms. Krebs was apprehended in the parking lot of that apartment complex.
And what day did that take place?
When Ms. Krebs was taken into custody?
Yes, sir.
July 22nd, 2020.
All right, so did you later have any part in a search of Mr. Hayes' apartment?
Yes, I did.
Can you just kind of explain how that occurred?
Yes, so after Ms. Krebs was taken into custody outside in the parking lot, a search warrant was drafted and then ultimately authorized for Jeffrey Hayes' apartment.
And was that search warrant approved?
Yes, it was.
Was it later executed on Mr. Hayes' apartment?
Yes.
And do you know who executed that warrant?
I was part of the execution of the search warrant along with forensic evidence specialist Del Plain, Officer Rudebeck, and Officer Hayes. Officer Rudebeck had testified earlier. Officer Hayes is also a police officer with the Appleton Police.
All right, now.
Yeah.
If I may approach again, Your Honor, I'd like to show you the witness exhibits 80 through 83. Okay. You take a look at those, and let me help you recognize those as well.
Okay.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
What are they?
They are photographs. Can I break them down?
Please.
There's a little bit of difference. Okay.
Please do.
Exhibit 80 is a photograph taken within Jeffrey Hayes' apartment. Exhibit 81 is a photograph of a sandal that was located inside Jeffrey Hayes' apartment. And then exhibits 82 and 83 are photographs within Jeffrey Hayes' apartment. I just wanted to specify that exhibit 81 was a photograph that was taken not at Jeffrey Hayes' apartment, but afterwards.
Absolutely. Do those photographs all appear to be true and accurate pictures of the items represented in the pictures themselves?
Yes.
Your Honor, with that, I move to admit 80, 81, 82, and 83 and publish the same.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, that's approved.
Okay, so we're going to start with exhibit 80, investigator. Could you please walk us through what we're looking at here?
Can I stand up?
Please do. And actually, let me give you the microphone before you do. Oh, there you go. Fine.
Oh, pictures. Show and tell.
Okay. So as I had testified just previously, this is a photograph that would have been taken inside Jeffrey Hayes' apartment. This is a photograph. The apartment is what could be described as an efficiency apartment, meaning that there was no bedroom, just kind of one room, more than one room, but in terms of a bedroom, there wasn't. The reason I point that out is the photograph is depicting a coffee table in the middle of this photograph. And then at the top left corner of the photograph, you can see a portion of a bed, and then underneath that bed you can see a sandal, a black or gray in color, pink in color sandal, and then another gray portion, I should say, of a gray and pink in color sandal.
Okay, now, the pink sandal, would you say that's the upper left portion of the photograph as it relates to that table?
Yes, it would be in the upper left corner of the photograph.
All right, so with that, now I'm going to move to 81. What's 81?
81 is a photograph of one of those sandals that were depicted in the previous photograph. As I testified to a little bit earlier, this photograph was not taken at the apartment. This would have been taken later at the Appleton Police Department.
So do I understand it correctly then that sandal was collected at the apartment, is that right?
Yes, this is one of those sandals that were located under the bed within the apartment.
And then once you got it back to the Appleton Police Department, you took a photo of it in your evidence room?
Yes.
And that's what we see here in 81?
Correct.
All right, now let's move to 82. What's this?
This would have been a photograph taken within the apartment. The photograph is depicting a Theta Care orthopedic care drawstring pin.
Now let's move to 83.
This would be a photograph depicting, in general, contents that were within that drawstring bag that was depicted in the previous photograph.
All right. outside of the exhibits that we've just gone through, did you locate any other clothing that you believe belonged to the defendant in Mr. Hayes' apartment?
No, I did not.
I'd like to direct your attention now, if I could, Your Honor, I'd like to approach the witness and show him what's been marked as Exhibit 89.
You may approach the witness.
And just like we've been doing, Investigator Riddle, what I'd like you to do is look at Exhibit 89, see if you recognize it, and I'll ask you some more questions when I get back to the table. Okay, do you recognize Exhibit 89?
I do.
What is Exhibit 89?
Exhibit 89 is a still image from a surveillance video that was taken from the apartment complex where Jeffrey Hayes' apartment was.
All right, now let's talk a little bit about that photograph. Is there a date and time stamp on it?
Yes, there is.
And first, who collected, do you know where this photo came from?
Yes, the photo was taken as a still image from well, not a collection, but from a specific video from the surveillance video system that was taken from the Veterans Village complex, which is where Jeffrey Hayes resided.
And who collected that video?
Sergeant Keither and I, along with, I believe it was Alicia Norby from the Department of Criminal Investigation, we took the entire system itself, and then Alicia Norby extracted the videos for Sergeant Keither.
And this is a still shot of one of the videos that you obtained from that system?
Yes,
Okay, so now, focusing, you said there was a timestamp in the top right?
there is.
Do you know if it shows an accurate time or if it's off by any amount?
No, it was determined that the video, the date and time stamp on the system, the date was accurate, but the time was found to be 38 minutes fast.
So what time does it stand now?
On the footage there, it said 10:40 p.m. and 1 second.
So, do I understand it correctly that then that would be, the actual time would be 10:02?
Correct.
All right. Other than that change from the time, does the photo appear to be, well, first, even with the date and time, does it appear to be an accurate representation of what you obtained from Veterans Village?
Yes.
And then noting that time, any other things you note about the photograph that are incorrect?
No.
Your Honor, with that, I would move to admit and publish 89.
Objection?
No.
He is the lead investigator, I believe. I hope, because then hopefully he's the last witness, because we've only been watching this for almost 5 hours, but oh my freaking God, it's slow moving.
That's received, and you have authority to publish it.
Thank you. So do we see Exhibit 89 here on the screen?
Yes.
Now, in looking at 89, who do we see depicted in this photograph?
That would be Jeff Hayes and Samantha Krebs.
Oh, she has
Just point to
alcohol.
the two of them so we know that we're.
Oh, she has short pink shorts on. You know I'm a sucker for short pink shorts.
We're kind of talking about the same people?
Yes. So in the photograph at the bottom, at the bottom there is a gazebo type of construction, and just to the left is Jeff Hayes. He's wearing a red shirt, black shorts, and next to Jeff is Samantha Krebs wearing a kind of a multicolored sleeveless shirt, pink shorts, and pink and black sandals.
So from that photo, are you able to tell what the defendant Samantha Krebs is wearing?
Yes.
So combining this with your previous testimony about what was located in the search, did you locate any of the clothes she's wearing in Exhibit 89 during your search of Mr. Hayes' apartment?
No. No.
Did you locate any of the footwear she was wearing?
Yes, based on the review of the surveillance video footage, I believed that the sandals being worn by Ms. Krebs in the photograph, which is again the still image of the video, were consistent with the sandals that were located underneath the bed in Mr. Hayes' apartment.
But you located, do I understand it correctly, you located none of her clothing?
No, I did not.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, I imagine this probably be a good time for a break.
Okay.
That was the smokestack, yes.
It's just, my clock says 11:59 a.m., so we're gonna give you a break till 1:15. Keep your notebooks in the jury room, report back to the jury room.
So that'll be
Let's tell you to report by 1:15.
2:15, 2:45.
For the afternoon session. Remember all the admonitions I gave you and reminded you of the court orders that you're under going forward, that at noon right now, the jury's back in the jury room. There's exhibit 119 that was objected to, and then there's going to be some phone calls, so I'm not going to argue it right now, but just give me at least a preview of your objections so I can do a little research over the noon hour.
I guess with regard to the phone calls, Your Honor, I'd have a general objection that they contain hearsay at this point in time. I also think that there's a number of them that are just simply not relevant. I also have an issue with at least one of them. There's a brief reference to a conversation that Samantha had with her lawyer. So I think that that would need to be edited out if that video is allowed. With regard to Exhibit 119, and I can tell the court I do believe I'll have other objections to these written documents as well, I would again argue that they contain hearsay. A lot of them are conversations believed to have been between Samantha and other individuals who have not testified. A lot of the statements also made by Samantha are not any type of admission, and so I would argue that even her statements are hearsay.
All right, she's a party to the conversation. Obviously, if the state's presenting it, they're the party opponent under 908.01. If it has some relevance, what's your view on whether 908.01 statement of a party, the defendant, offered by the party opponent, why I shouldn't allow those separate from a relevant standpoint?
I believe the statute still requires that any of those statements be admissions.
All right, what's the state's view on that?
Just so the court knows what we're talking about, Exhibit 119, I'm just going to put it up on the screen briefly.
Get a little closer to the mic.
Sorry, thank you. Just so Your Honor knows what we're discussing, I'm going to put Exhibit 119 on the screen. It's more or less a screenshot of a phone call. The reason that I would be seeking to admit this are the defendant's statements contained therein. She's indicated under the notes that say Samantha. Specifically, it reads, Joy was acting all manic and I haven't been there. He was talking all crazy, call me, I'm at my friend's. And I'm worried about him. They just, it's JST, but that means just, said he cut himself, something, don't know yet, cops at my house. I do look at those as if they're admissions by the defendant, because essentially one of her numerous versions is what took place. So I believe that those would be allowed under.
You got my Cash App card yet? Stop being petty and answer. When can a motherfucker over there just be real? Joey was acting all maniac, so I haven't been there. MHM. Hug me. I don't know what MHM means. He was talking all crazy. Call me. I'm at my friend's. Shit whack. I'm worried about him. They just said he cut himself or something. I don't know yet. Cops at my house. Is what it says.
It's 90801 sub 4 sub B1. Specifically, there are other references here though, under the ones that say me.
Vicky had no, you don't really. It's absolutely boring testimony. They ask a lot of questions about nothing. She's alleged to have stabulated her boyfriend in the chest. I think their defense will be he self-deleted. It's right below the chest area, hit the bottom of the heart. It seems like really hard to do. She lied about what happened. She was at the scene as the only one. Her friends came over and she apparently told them, let's say he fell on it or something like that, and never said what really happened. So that's, I don't think she's getting away with it.
And I'm pointing at them with my pointer. I won't read them all. I'm not necessarily looking to get those in for the truth of what they assert, but more or less the effect they had on the listener. The real
It's an AI program that you can use to make YouTube descriptions. I use it.
goal of this is to get the defendant's statements in. So I'm not offering Hayden's statements for the truth they assert. The real goal of this exhibit is to show the defendant's changing state.
Right, just starting with 119.
What is what? What am I covering?
The print is kind of small. It looks like 10:13 p.m. Is that alleged to be July 18th?
Back to ask one more question. Are you covering Courtney Clenny trial that starts December 1st? Yes, I will be covering Clenny. The thumbnails will be sexy.
12:55. So we got about a 15-minute break, and then we'll sort out some of the rulings at that point. And if there's some offer of proof we need from the officer, we'll do that starting right around 12:55, and then get back in front of the juries, hopefully by 1:20. All right, we're going to lock up the courtroom, so if you need anything, you should take it with you.
So
All right, we're on break for
I'll have to come back to 1:45, which will be 2:45. No, what did he say? That's a lot of math involved.
If you need anything, by 1:20. All right, we're going to lock up the courtroom, so if you need anything, you should take it, and then get back in front of the juries. Some of the rulings at that point, and if there's some offer of proof we need from the officer, we'll do that starting right around 12:55, and then
12:55.
the juries, hopefully by 1:20.
So 12:55 is 1:55, and it's on a half-hour delay, so it's 1:25. That does make sense because that's now. No, 12 is 1. Yeah, that's 1. No, it's almost 2. 12:55. Oh, so it's 2:25. 2:25. 2:25. We're coming back. I don't want to do that. Yeah, it's 12:38 right now. And he said 12:55, then plus, so he's back at, he should be back in that's plus 20 minutes. He should be back in 45 minutes, right? I'm gonna go make myself some dinner and follow on the Twitter, follow on the Discord. I just give up because this is really boring. But we'll be on break. If you're on Rumble, you'll have to use the, I'm gonna take this off. You'll have to use the QR code. You can play. If you are just want to use the QR code and cheat like Sue, you can also do that. But enjoy your game. Make Sue lose so she can be extra mean to Brandon this afternoon. I think we're back in 45 minutes, something like that. But I'll update it on the Twitch thread on the Discord.
About the next 15 or 20 minutes, we're gonna have the officer back up on the witness stand, but the court wants to go through the scope of items that the officer may reference that the defense objects to, and then have their positions stated on the record, and then give the state a chance to respond. Court did review Exhibit 119, portrayed as a series of text messages just after 10 o'clock in the range of 10:13 p.m. to 10:15 p.m. on July 18th of 2024. Court also reviewed 908.01 sub 4 sub B and the annotated cases cited regarding 908.01 sub 4 sub B. The statement being offered, the issue is whether it's hearsay or not, and it's so relevant. It's identified as a statement, not a verbal statement, but a text statement by the defendant, Samantha Krebs. The context is that it's within the hour after the stabbing incident at the apartment. The court previously had some testimony presented regarding statements made by the defendant after.
Yes, it was the most boring case ever. That's what it said.
The fact, including through Officer Thalmer regarding audio of a cell phone conversation with the officer where the defendant explained her knowledge of what was going on back at the apartment. This is another version of after the fact. It's not audio, but it's at least in text message form near in time to the alleged stabbing. So the court finds it's part of the panorama of the relevant evidence regarding the alleged crime or what may have taken regarding the circumstances of the stabbing of Joseph Karna. 908.01 sub 4 sub B doesn't require a specific or obvious admission to committing a crime, but could even be a statement against interest. So differing versions as to what happened or what a party, somebody close to a crime, may have done soon after is relevant. Any alleged deception after the fact or different versions soon after the fact would be consistent with jury instruction 172 for consciousness of guilt. Doesn't automatically mean it's somebody who has a guilty conscience, but it's probative of that, the changing in versions as to what happened. It's the court's recollection that when Officer Thalmer talked to the defendant on the phone call soon after Mr. Karnat had a stab wound, she was going to come over. This apparently is a conversation of what she did instead. It's also an expression of her knowledge of what happened. Her last statement at 10:15 says, quote, "I'm worried about him. They just said he cut himself or something. I don't know yet. Cops at my house," unquote. So that could be viewed as in contradiction to some earlier statements or where she was. So once again, that has relevance. It's probative of potential consciousness of guilt regarding the alleged offense that took place roughly hopefully within actually 30 or 40 minutes of the text transaction. So the court will allow the officer to testify about Exhibit 119. The court wants to go through what phone calls the state plans to reference.
Kelly Fitzsimmons should have started 30 minutes ago, but there is no Zoom link.
With the officer, so I can.
No, worst case ever is still the DP part of the border guard. That was effing boring because they were constantly discussing strategy and there's just 30 minutes of nothing constantly. This guy at least is talking us to death.
Sure, the specific defense objections and rule on those. So the officer can come back to the stand and even summarize with some preliminary questions, Mr. Gruy, what phone calls you want him to refer to.
Sure thing.
The witness is still under oath.
All right, so we'll kind of start in the back. Do you recall, Sergeant Riddle, a phone call from an individual named Greg Allen on August 3rd, 2024 at about 8:21 p.m.?
Yes.
What does that phone call relate to, if you recall it?
Relates to a conversation between Mr. Allen and Ms. Krebs. In the call, there's basically some communication between Mr. Allen and Ms. Krebs in which Mr. Allen, I guess, expresses some.
But then we found Bradley on 2 days later, and since then, you have been here yelling at me.
Romantic type feelings towards Ms. Krebs.
Your Honor, so the two people in this call, you believe are Greg Allen and the defendant, Ms. Krebs? The investigator, the two people you hear in the phone call are Mr. Allen and the defendant, Ms. Krebs?
Yes.
Your Honor, with that, I would play the phone call.
All right, is it part of the jump drive 1?
It's on Exhibit 1. There is now a folder on Exhibit 1 that says Chad Riddle. There's a subfolder under Chad Riddle's folder that says jail calls. In that folder, it's labeled Craig's and Greg Allen -relationship, August 3rd, 2024 at 2021.
Okay, how long is it?
About 3 minutes.
Okay, play that.
Oh, before we do that, everyone, if you are the praying kind, please remember my favorite girl in your prayers tonight because she lost another attorney. My girl can never catch a break. It's just free Sarah. Well, I picked up all of these evil women who yell at me constantly.
The court reporter doesn't have to transcribe any calls.
Actually, it's less than that. It's a minute and 18 seconds.
Make my own hours and go out there and do them. Is that all it said? Okay. Because that's technically not a lie.
Well, you know what my next project is, don't you? Me.
Yeah.
Okay. You can take care of that?
I'm doing that. Yep.
All
I
right.
got you 100.
Because that's between you and me, I told you, we gotta start doing it regularly now for us to be a couple,
Okay.
okay? I don't wanna
My
press you.
friend just found out today that she's pregnant. She's in here with
She's
me.
pregnant?
Yep.
Well, hopefully you will be soon.
What?
Maybe.
Yeah, I think you will, if you let me. If you don't, what do you call it, pulling out all the time?
Yeah.
Yeah, Well, you're not gonna get to do that with me, dear.
What?
Why?
Because I wanna have kids with you.
Yeah, but not like the first week.
Well, no, Christ.
I'm saying.
What?
And by the way, I got to see really cute pictures of you when you were a baby. Your grandma sent them over.
That's the end of the recording.
Did I hear that right? You're not gonna get that pull out all the time with me. Sue? Was that what was said? And was it his girlfriend who was in prison with her who was preggers? Hopefully you won't be soon. So is she gonna do the at the clinic? Sue, but you're my degenerate. It's the guy I watched yesterday who had feelings for her drug dealer. Are we gonna hear it again during trial? I'm thinking this could get interesting, even though they will probably make it super boring.
Right, so what's the relevance of that?
I think the relevance of it is it shows, it's from August 3rd, 2024, at about 8:21 p.m. That is about 16 days after Joey's death. In the opening, I believe it was Attorney Rock who mentioned that they were in a committed relationship. I don't remember Attorney Rock's specific words.
Fiance,
but this cuts
what she
against
said.
that. It also, I believe, goes to motive, because we have, within 16 days of Joey's death, the defendant on the phone with another individual. He's offering I mean, the conversation to me is obviously sexual, but he's offering to impregnate her. And she doesn't say anything against that or to refute that, other than to say, not right away. When he offers that, there's not a no or anything to say that she's not interested in that. To me, I think that goes both to show the status of the relationship between Ms. Krebs and the victim, but also a motive for this crime.
When you played the start of it, I couldn't hear the very beginning. I mean, you just play the first 10 seconds.
Yes.
Make my own hours and go out there and do them. Is that all it said?
Okay.
Because that's technically not a lie.
Well, you know what my next project is, don't you? Me.
Yeah.
Right, you stop that. Is it something edited out at the beginning?
This is a clip of the whole jail call. There's a portion before this, Ms. Krebs is referring to her telling, I believe it was her probation agent, that she was working for Mr. Allen, and Mr. Allen then calls her a liar. And then Ms. Krebs starts the response that you hear the end of in the very beginning of that clip, and it leads into Mr. Allen saying, you know what your next project is? Me.
All right, so what's the defense, just will go piece?
Well, it's a big project.
Go ahead with your legal response on that.
My response, Your Honor, would be that with that first part cut out, there's no admissions made in this recording by Ms. Krebs. The majority of the talking done on this recording is done by Gregory Allen, and at this point, any statements he makes would be hearsay. And this recording is simply not relevant. There's nothing that has been submitted by the state as far as evidence goes that there was not any type of committed relationship. There's no evidence that Ms. Krebs wanted to be in a relationship with Gregory Allen prior to Joseph's death. And quite frankly, I think if anything, there's evidence within the record, hasn't been presented at trial, but there is evidence that Ms. Krebs had not been talking with Mr. Allen for months leading up to Joey's death. So there's nothing to suggest that there was any type of relationship that was ongoing beforehand. I also would just argue that it doesn't go towards motive. A conversation that is had weeks later when an individual is in custody in a totally different circumstances in life doesn't make it any more likely that weeks before she would have engaged in any type of harmful conduct towards Joey.
And when the state referenced motive, walk me through how Mr. Allen placed a motive as of July 18th?
Also, July 18th, we see Miss Krebs, who is in a situation where we know one of two things happened. Either A, she murdered her boyfriend, or B, her boyfriend killed herself in front of her. One of those two things was being presented to the jury. She's not speaking in this call or any other call that I've seen after the fact. There's no sort of remorse. There's nothing at all with regard to this. In fact, 16 days after the fact, she's presented with, I guess for lack of a better word, this, opportunity for lack of a better word, with this, Greg Allen presents that he wants to have this physical sexual relationship with her, and she agrees. She's all in. So I think that isn't something that just happens at the drop of a hat. It's not like somebody meets somebody and then they're immediately willing to go to a sexual physical relationship. 16 days, especially when you've dealt with a homicide with in such a short, or murder, or the ending of somebody's life within such a short amount of time, I think goes to show that the relationship that Ms. Krebs had with Mr. Allen extends well beyond this call. I think it would be relevant to the state of the relationship at the time that Joey was murdered.
Yeah, that's a
Right,
weak
the court's
argument.
view as of right now is this, and it could change, is that the first part that she's referencing, technically not a lie, the court, at least on that portion, there's no context to that. So if the court at some point allows the remainder of the phone call to be played, that would have to be excised. The presentation of it through this officer, on the one hand, it's not hearsay in the court's view, it's a statement by a party opponent. And the issue is for the court more a foundational one and a contextual one. And at this point, the court finds it's too premature to admit that. I understand Mr. Allen's listed as a witness.
It's way easier for a guy to find a girl in a drug den than hit a girl on Tinder, because what was it? Love something. One of those pickup sites said 95% of women go for the same 5% of men. So it's almost impossible for a man to find anyone on a website unless he looks right.
There's not enough context to it to explain what was going on with them leading up to July 18th. So the court feels the record is incomplete on relevance issues. It's not hearsay in the court's view, it's defendant's own statements put in context with another person. There is an indication of a desire to have at least a physical relationship within fewer than 3 weeks after the alleged death of her fiance. There was a reference in opening to being a committed relationship. The court doesn't have a context what developed over that roughly 2-3 weeks afterwards between Mr. Allen and the defendant. And so the court's expectation is to hear some of that from Mr. Allen. Not saying the phone call is out for sure, but the court feels that it's too premature to determine the foundational aspects of it, the timing of it. The court needs some more history probably from Mr. Allen and when he testifies. So
We don't expect Mr. Allen to testify. There's only one other message from Mr. Allen that actually does kind of relate to this. It's a message between the defendant and Greg Allen on July 21st of 2024.
and that's what you want to present through him also.
Well, either that, I can just put it up. It's just it's a screen message. It's exhibit 195.
All right, well, so we're outside the presence of the jury. I'll take a look at it now, just to add to any context that the court was concerned about.
I'll just note for the record that we've excised a part of this. The reason we excised it is there's discussions in there about obtaining a lawyer.
I need a phone too. Can you get me an iPhone 15 Pro Max, please, too? I'm gonna owe you big time, but I pay you back in other ways. Giggity.
The part that isn't excised reads, I need a phone. 2, can you get me one, an iPhone 15 Pro Max? 2, please, 2. I'm gonna owe you big time, but I'll pay you back in other ways. That was from July 21st, 3 days after the incident at 2:31 p.m.
All right, so that goes from Mr. Hayes email?
That would be, I could, no, I mean, when you want such a real, basically the defendant was using Mr. Hayes' phone at the time. She'd like an offer of proof. I can ask questions regarding that if you'd like, just to make sure the record's clear.
Yes.
Okay, so Sergeant Riddle, the message that I just put up on the screen, you're familiar with this?
Yes.
Where did this come from?
Would have come from a phone analysis report, a Celebrate analysis report of Jeff Hayes' cell phone.
Celebrate, is it fair to say that's the program used to essentially analyze phones when you obtain them through subpoena or other methods?
Yes.
So is it also fair to say that Celebrite basically just takes a mirror of that phone and allows law enforcement to look at the copy of that information?
Yes.
Does Celebrite add any information to that phone?
No.
Is what's pulled from Celebrite commonly referred to as an extraction? Now, you said it was pulled from Jeff Hayes' phone?
Yes.
Do you have anything to suggest that someone other than Mr. Hayes was using the phone?
Yes.
What?
There are a variety of messages within the phone analysis report in which the sender of the message from the phone identifies the sender as Sam. There are also, in going through the report, there are a variety of phone calls and text messages sent from the phone to various individuals, including Greg Allen, Susan Cox, a Missy Kane.
Let's start at the beginning. Who's Susan Cox?
Susan Cox is Samantha Krebs' mother.
Who's Missy Kane?
Missy Kane would be either an acquaintance or a friend of Samantha.
Anybody else?
Yes, there are phone calls and messages with contact listed as Greg Allen.
And what are the contacts with Mr. Allen, dates and times roughly?
In the report, Your Honor, the contacts with Greg Allen start, I believe, on July 19th of 2024. Prior to July 19th of 2024, there were no contacts of any sort with Greg Allen in Mr. Hayes' phone. And so that, to me, suggested, because there were no contacts prior to July 19th of 2024, I felt that that would be indicative that Ms. Krebs was using Mr. Hayes' phone at that time.
And now, just so we're clear, Judge Real, Mr. Hayes, that's the individual whose apartment the defendant was staying at after the incident?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Can I ask him some questions?
Oh.
I don't have any questions, just argument.
Right. Go ahead, you can continue with the argument you started.
Thank you. If
What does the heart say on Valentine's Day? I'm pumped for you, 44%. Beat it, 29%. Artery gonna miss me, 19%. Veiny, I don't know.
the state is trying to say that the response, I'll pay you back in other ways, has any like romantic or sexual innuendo behind it, I think that's pure speculation. Mr. Hayes, or excuse me, Mr. Allen is somebody that Samantha had worked for in the past. She did both gardening work for him. She would organize different areas of his home. Just to try to read this to say that there is some type of romantic or sexual relationship, I think is wholly taken out of context, and I still believe that none of this is relevant.
All right. On the Greg Allen information, I need to reflect on that a little longer, so let's go on to the next one.
Could it be any more
I
boring?
expect that Your Honor will hear, particularly through investigation.
Oh, of course they start talking.
Just referencing back to what I said about Mr. Allen, you said he wasn't going to testify. You're going to call Mr. Hayes to testify.
We're not expected to know.
All right,
These are
August 3rd, August 23rd, and September 8th. So different intervals after the death of Mr. Carnot. Are they offered for motive, or what are they offered for?
They're offered to show that essentially Mr. Hayes' relationship with the defendant. I expect that Your Honor will hear, particularly through Investigator Keefer, that while Mr. Hayes was staying with Ms. Krebs, he took various steps to conceal her identity and attempt to help her avoid FBI. He went so far as to change the appearance of her vehicle to make her vehicle more difficult to detect, because he put something in front of the VIN number, basically, the cover in front of the VIN number. But essentially goes to show Mr. Hayes' feelings towards the defendant and perhaps why he would have done it. It all relates back to the overall scheme of this, because as we've already seen from the very beginning, the defendant has had numerous people, pretty much everybody involved in this, essentially change their stories in a manner to protect her after the incident occurred.
Right, but if there's testimony about Hayes helping the defendant and it's not contested, why do we have to go into why he has sexual or romantic feelings for her a month later or a month and a half? We haven't had that contested yet.
Agreed, yeah, agreed.
So the court's inclination would be to wait and see what even happens in response to the presentation of Mr. Hayes assisting after the fact.
Understood. And the relevance of it is to show Mr. Hayes' relationship with the defendant. So without calling Mr. Hayes, that's, I think I understand what you're asking.
All right, well, on the 3 Hayes phone calls, I'm not gonna load those up front. Wait and see if there's anything contested regarding what Mr. Hayes did to assist the defendant, if any, and then I'll revisit those 3 phone calls. So.
The only difference between the clips is there's the one clip where that doesn't have anything to do with their relationship, where Mr. Hayes lets her know, her being the defendant.
It's real.
That police have her phone and then the defendant's response. That one doesn't really have anything to do with their relationship.
No. They're arguing. They want to put some clips in to argue that she was banging another dude, but they're not going to call the dude anyway, so it shouldn't be allowed in.
Just identify it on jump drive 1.
I had a surprise visit. Is under, again, on Exhibit 1, there's a folder that says Chad Riddle, folder that says jail calls. Within that folder, there's a subfolder that says Hayes calls. This file is entitled Krebs Learns Cops Have Phone from August 23rd, 2024 at 11:11. It is 54 seconds long.
I had a surprise visit, surprise visitor, not even a half an hour ago. Guy with initials.
Guy with initials. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
How's he doing?
Good. He said he just got out and he was there on a penal hold. For whatever reason. Well, they did some kind of a search and they found paraphernalia and some things, substance-wise on him.
Oh, okay.
And he had to sit for 30 days. And
Okay.
they gave him his cell phone back, I guess, and he lied about that, or they lied about it.
Do they have my phone?
I don't know. Yeah, yes, they do.
He does? Or the cops?
No, the cops do.
Oh, fuck.
That's the end of it.
All right, at least on that call, what does the defense want to say?
Well, fuck.
Go ahead on that call. I'm going to defer on any other phone call with Hayes, but on the one where it's not talking about the relationship or his desire for a relationship, but just that the police have a particular piece of evidence and her reaction to that.
Yes,
Go ahead.
we were just talking about that. First of all, I'm not aware, and I could be wrong, and I would invite Attorney Brody to correct me if I am, but it appears that there never was anything of particular significance that was found on Samantha's phone itself. And it's just a one-word reaction, and I don't know really what relevance that has in the overall context of all of this.
Okay, you reply to that.
The relevance would be that it kind of cuts to the argument that Ms. Krebs really had nothing to do with this conspiracy. I think it's fair to say that a lot of the questions that have gone towards cross have made it look like, yes, Mr. Pfeffer may have covered up, yes, Ms. Cleveland may have covered up, but Ms. Krebs didn't ask for it. She had no part of this. So she's this innocent party to this. When she learns that the cops could have evidence of her phone, that was her response. And it's a negative. It's not on there. It's not truth. It's just her response is that there's things on it. As far as what was on the phone, I think Attorney Wilber is right. There wasn't much on the phone, but it's the response and this idea that she's taking part in this as it's going as the real relevance of the call.
All right, you've identified some text messages. Were those off her phone or somebody else's phone?
I'm sorry. They were. I'm sorry, Your Honor. The question again, I apologize.
Question is that you've been given a packet of some pre-marked exhibits that have text conversations.
Yes.
For example, exhibit 119.
Yes.
Is that from the phone that the police took?
No, that's from Mr. Conrad's phone. He sent that to the police. The other exhibits that we have, particularly through, for example,
Let's go back to what you just said about exhibit 119. There's a text chain that you've identified, that I thought the officer already identified from the night of July 18th, 10:13 to 10:15 p.m. So presumably within a half hour of what happened to Mr. Carnett, or the discovery of Mr. Carnett. The way the text is laid out on exhibit 119 identifies Samantha as the person texting. Was that retrieved off her phone?
no, the person she's texting with forwarded a screenshot of the phone to law enforcement. I think it was also retrieved off her phone.
Was she communicating with her phone at that date and time?
Her phone, John Pfeffer got her phone, I believe, July 19th. He then wiped the phone. And then they recovered it, but not all the messages were recovered. So I believe she was, but there wasn't a lot recovered from it.
Right, but she was using her own phone the night of July 18th.
I believe so, yes.
Mr. Ober, if there's some communication by the defendant on her own phone, which may be viewed as contradictory or deceptive. Once again, the issue of consciousness of guilt, if law enforcement has her phone and she's worried about them looking at what she was communicating, and then the hour after what happened to Mr. Carnett, doesn't that give her phone some evidentiary value?
Sure, but there's still an element here of speculation. If I found out, or anybody found out that, someone's going to be looking at private information, not necessarily relating to this case, but anything on there might be some cause for concern. So it's just a one-word vulgarity that she says in response to that. Sure, I know the state would love to argue that that's a consciousness of guilt, but it might also just be upset with the fact that there's going to be personal information on there that will be reviewed by prying eyes.
Okay, and the court agrees with those sentiments that the scope of what's on a person's phone most people does not get drawn into a law enforcement investigation. And part of the reason judges, when we sign search warrants for
not the only one,
including phones, have to have those narrowly worded to focus on things. The court's view is this, and the ruling on that overlaps somewhat with Exhibit 119 is
could do that. I haven't tipped a cow in 25 years or something like that.
on August 23rd.
No,
which is
maybe 30 years.
about 35 days after
That's fun.
Mr. Carnett passed away.
Oh, fuck's sake.
The defendant's phone, where she was communicating at least in the hour or hours immediately after the death of Mr. Carnett, had relevant information. And when she hears Mr. Hayes say the police have it, her reaction has relevance. How that's placed in context can be argued by both sides, but the fact that suspect or person charged with a crime has a worry about law enforcement having his or her phone has relevance in light of the fact that the court has at least Exhibit 119 showing she was using her phone, communicating about what happened to Joey, what was going on with Mr. Carnett within the hour. And so that mechanism, her phone, has some evidentiary value. How much weight could be minimal? That's up to probably some other witnesses and cross-examination. But the court would, even without Mr. Hayes, permit a 54-second phone call that references the police having her phone and her reaction to that. And the weight the jury gives that is up to the advocacy of each side and how they want to portray that. But the timing of it, getting the phone is part of an earlier part of the investigation, the first month or two, and the defendant making defendant inquired about whether the police had her phone or not, and Mr. Hayes at first said no, but then clarified.
I should let you play words on screen for 2 hours, and then I can play the rest of the trial on at
And go back to advocacy on your side.
2.0 because
That phone call the court will allow permitted even without Mr. Hayes.
why can't we always have a Waffle House
The
case?
Allen calls and the Hayes call.
The remaining phone calls are all from the defendant herself, and they're regarding various parts of the investigation. The first is from April 17th of this year at 3:29. I believe it is after the preliminary hearing or the revocation hearing, where the defendant has now heard the phone recording that John Pfeffer took, and she basically admits that it's her voice on the recording.
All right, how long is that call?
There's a recording, John's phone recorded, JP's phone recorded when he walked into the apartment.
56 seconds.
Yeah.
All right, when you cue that up so I can hear it, it sounds like two voices are going at the same time.
I'm sorry, 16 seconds. There's two up.
So this is April 27, 2025, after the preliminary hearing.
April 17th, 2025 at 15:29. I'm playing it now.
Hold on, 3:29.
I don't do old cases.
All right, you can play that 16 seconds.
There's a recording, John's phone recorded, JP's.
Well, I
phone
do
recorded
sometimes,
when he
but
walked into the apartment.
I don't
You can hear what I say and hear what
do it
Christy
most
says
of the
and
time.
hear what JP says. When they walk in, enjoy the booklet.
Yeah.
You can hear it all recorded on his phone.
Now, that mainly has relevance because, or not only does it have relevance because the defendant is admitting it's her voice, but in a previous phone call with her mother from November 1st, 2024.
Did you play that phone call?
The defendant tells her mother that she was never there.
All right, whose voice is first on that? There's two voices on that.
That's the defendant's, the louder voice is her mother's.
Why are we doing this at this point in the trial?
You're saying is Ms. Krebs?
Yes, sir.
There's a recording, John's phone recorded, JP's phone recorded when he walked into the apartment. You can hear what I say and hear what Christy says and you can hear what JP says. When they walk in, enjoy the booklet.
Yeah.
You can hear it all recorded on his phone.
Okay. On that, 16 seconds.
Judge, I would just say I don't think that this clip is relevant. Ms. Krebs doesn't make any statements on that recording or attributing like what voice on the original recording belongs to who or makes what statements. And it's not being contested that those are the three voices heard on that recording.
All right, the court's gonna allow that to be played. It may not, when the defense says it's not contested, I don't know if it's contested or not. Don't expect to inquire on who the defense witnesses are or how they cross-examine going forward. And the corroborative nature, at least as to the voice on what was presented earlier, has relevance.
Came too early in the day.
It may not have any consequential weight if it's not being contested, but the court's not 100% sure what other witnesses are going to say on that. So that 16-second clip is admitted to the officer.
Thank you. The other one is the kind of, what the state's going to present as a counterpiece to that. It's the one where the defendant tells her mother she was never there. That was from November 1st, 2024 at 17:06.
Hold on a second. November 1st, 2024.
17:06.
Why are we doing this now?
And how long is that clip?
We open it to
He was blinking my mouth.
59 seconds.
All right, you can play that.
He was blinking a lot on there, so maybe that was it. But anyway, I wanted to tell you, JP, in the beginning said he got there, he wasn't there, and then they questioned him the next day or whatever, or got him, and then he said.
He was with, the girl together, and then they said I was there.
Yeah, but
They were
for a
watching
long
us
time.
And statements, and then they were together, and then
Yeah.
I lied and said I was there.
No, you were there.
I wasn't there.
When they got there, you weren't there?
No,
Hmm.
I was never there.
Oh,
So,
okay, yeah.
can we
I
just
got
get to the
stuff
guilty
to go
part?
through from when I talked to you in the beginning, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I get it, okay, got it.
So now that is reversed. The first voice you hear is the defendant's mother, and the second voice you hear is the defendant.
All right, and we'll have Ms. Rock address the 59-second clip.
Judge, on this, I just maintain my general objection that the statements made by Samantha's mother would be hearsay if not played through her.
All right, court once again looks at definition of hearsay and also exceptions under 908.01, sub 4, sub B. Offer proof suggests that there was a phone call on November 1st of 2024. It's 59 seconds. It starts off with the defendant's mother summarizing what her belief is on some of the evidence, including what John Pfeffer was reporting, and the defendant gets her reaction. The mother asks a question about, or makes a statement that says you were there, and the defendant says I was never there. There's more to it than that, but it's relevant to whether the defendant was at the scene of the death. And her saying I was never there is at least contradictory with some of the other information in the case. So it's probative of a change in version of a story and relates to credibility of a party. It also relates to statements after the fact that, once again, flow from jury instruction 172, post-offense statements or post-charging statements. Version saying I was never there has relevance on judging the credibility or the after-the-fact behavior of the suspect. So the court will overrule the objection and allow that clip from November 1st, 2024 to be played.
Thank you. There are,
Don't you have pre-trial hearings for all of this?
I'm sorry, 3. This next one is unique because with your Honor's rulings, this would be the only one to come in that would be a video call. The video call shows Ms. Krebs in custody. So I'm going to play it so your Honor can see the video. I understand Attorney Rock has an objection to playing it with the defendant being in custody. But I just wanted to.
How long is it?
Mania, and I sent it.
Sorry, 58 seconds.
All right, you can play it.
Drag it over.
Let's see it.
So the woman on the right is the defendant's mother. The defendant is on the left.
I love video calls like that.
What's the date of it?
It is from April
I deleted it already.
this year.
Sorry.
At 1838.
Mania, and I sent it to Ken, and he said that's identical to what Joey had.
Oh, okay.
Did you get that? Because I sent it
No,
and now
I didn't look yet.
Oh, anyway, it's really, you can get it from trauma, you can get it from using street drugs, you can get it from, oh my God, it's identical to what he has. So we can drop the manic episodes and get some psychosis.
Yeah. Well, like when you were in court or Pins in court, you'll just have to say that instead of mania.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if, can you tell that to, Wilkos, what do you get? Can you tell that to Stephanie too, that that's what you think it is?
Yeah.
We can change the whole thing and then,
Kids, when you are planning your lies, don't do it on the prison phone, because the prison phone is surveilled. only your communications with your lawyer are off limit. So if you are talking to your mom and your mom is saying, hey, by the way, instead of saying you have mania, we can say you had psychotic episodes. That works really good because your brother used that. It's really it's dumb because it will be used against you in the court of law to show that you are trying to make up a defense. Yeah, it's the first thing they hear is this call is being recorded.
The clip is in the middle of a conversation they're having, but it essentially applies to something that I believe the defendant's mother is sending her. I think it's relevant because it shows that even after there's been so much about Joy being manic and mania, now they've learned something new, and the defendant is essentially asking her mother or whoever Pin is to change their testimony or what I expect would be their testimony based on this new evidence. And I think it just goes.
Didn't Sarah Boone do a lot of video calls because she used her tablet to call? I think she called her son via video call.
Was to show the fact, A, that the defendant is completely engaged and involved in this cover-up, and B, to everybody's credibility because they're just changing stories based on how things change for them.
Good.
I believe that I can play that from my computer and just have the audio appear. My only concern is I can't control when I open a file which of the screens it pops up on. So I can try to do that. I agree with not playing the entire thing. I'm just worried that if it pops up for a second, I drag it over, they might see that.
Well,
If we
the
take
court can't admit it until I see a version that doesn't have the video on it. And some of it was hard to follow, so denying it at this point, maybe if we have another break during the officer's testimony, we have
No.
updated version of that. I'll listen.
No.
There was also some portion of it that involved advice with their lawyer, her lawyer. The reference is Stephanie, which I don't know is Ms. Rock, so I'm not allowing it in the version it is now, so that's the ruling of the court. If there's some alternative version you want to present later on, the court is highly concerned with the defendant being on the jail phone with her orange outfit on. So that's denied at this point. If you want to show me a different version later on, I'll reconsider.
Thank you. The two that remain then, one relates, I believe, to the testimony of Daryl Corbine and Randall Meyer.
Are they going to testify?
They have testified. They were the witnesses who talked about hearing the defendant threaten to stab Joy.
Okay. Yep.
And this is from August 27th, 2024.
So Mr. Meyer was the one that had the excavating business that he worked for later on?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Corbine was the guy that was a supervisor at Silver?
Yes. This, I believe, was in response to the defendant learning of this other act's evidence. I believe it's a jail call. It's from August 27th, 2024 at 16:43.
Which one? Is it referencing Corbine or Meyer or both?
It doesn't reference any of them by name, but it's the defendant basically saying who doesn't threaten to stab their boyfriend. I think it's relevant because it's corroborating essentially the testimony of both.
Right. You can give me the dates of the clip.
Sorry, I just saw Aiden sharing this. Fake victim is countersuing Aiden Carney and so she answers the complaint of plaintiff Aiden Carney and asserts counterclaims against Carney and additional counter defendants, Medfield Police Detective Dylan Haldeman, Massachusetts State Police Lieutenant Brian Tolley, Norfolk District Attorney's Office Special Prosecutor Robert Cosgrove, and Jason Broyles. Jason Broyles is another online journalist. All allegations in the complaint not expressly admitted are denied. Gattani asserts affirmative defense and counterclaims, including claims for. Jemima, please tell me you can get that one. So fake victim is now suing Brian Tully. Defamation lawsuit.
On the duration, then you can play it so I can hear it.
It's again August 20, a jail call from August 27th.
She called him a rapist, and she called him, I can't remember, but he sued her for $2 million, I think.
At 1643.
Right, who doesn't threaten to stab their boyfriend at some point in their life?
Right, I agree.
What? Is she talking to Iris?
Right, who doesn't threaten to stab their boyfriend at some point in their life?
Right, I agree.
Okay, is there a second one? And what was the duration of that?
About 9 seconds.
And Cosbro.
That is one of the final two. The other one is from November 6th, 2024 at 1839. All of these are under the Chad Riddle jail calls folder on Exhibit 1. This one is entitled Krebs Says She Has No Stickers on Her Car. The defendant basically saying that she had no stickers on her car. I believe there will be evidence that's going to be presented with the investigator Keither's testimony that will show Mr. Hayes removing the decals that were on the back of Ms. Krebs' vehicle. This is a jail call essentially showing the defendant not only now says that her car had no stickers. Relevant because she was aware that Mr. Hayes had taken this action.
I said they said it was my car, but they can't prove it's my car. Because when they tell them the car, there were some stickers, and they said that the car that left had stickers on it.
No, Jeff said that, you had stickers on your car.
No.
Oh, I don't know. Okay, yeah.
I believe that's all the calls.
How many seconds was that last one?
I said they said it was my car, but they can't prove it.
All right. All right, on the last two calls, August 27th and November 6th, 2024, there's a 9-second one, there's a 23-second one. Court does find those are relevant. There's commentary on the evidence in the case by the accused. It can be interpreted in different ways, but
Yes,
witnesses.
that's what they're going for. And apparently they are also claiming that Aiden not showing up to a hearing he didn't get a summons for will land him in prison. I didn't talk to you, Google.
I've already testified about alleged threats, and her statement with some knowledge that they were making that early on in the process in August of 2024 has relevance, and how she puts that in context. Doesn't deny making the threats, but just says who hasn't. So that does have relevance in the court's mind, and that can be played. The issue of the stickers, we've had some testimony identifying a vehicle without license plates that at different times may have had stickers, so we're commentary on that. As of November 6th of 2024, the court finds as relevance just to link the vehicle and her view that or at least statement to her mother that it didn't have stickers on there when we've had some at least circumstantial evidence through the testimony that there was as relevance, just as another potentially deceptive statement regarding identity of a vehicle that was relevant because it was the vehicle used leaving the alleged scene in the case. So those two can come in. Any other calls?
None.
Anything else before we bring the jury up?
Not from me.
From the defense?
No, thank you.
All right. and
Can we
the
go eat a
concept
12
connections
gauge
to the
because
full
this is
scope,
so
those are
boring?
Preserved, and so, okay, we're gonna bring the jury out.
The only problem is Aiden was asked today when he did his bus stop live, said, I've never been served anything. So if they had a hearing today, someone is claiming, oh, he didn't show up. Well, if he wasn't served, why are they holding a hearing? If there is a subpoena out for him, just continue the hearing. But they have to serve him before they can do anything. But Grant wants him put in jail because, Grant's an idiot. I haven't seen the countersuit. I'm hoping that Jemima can find something, or Marissa, or maybe Jamie for once. I don't do work. I know Jamie. Boom, boom, boom.
All rise for the jury. Okay, everybody can be seated. All right, back on the record is 1:49 p.m. on Monday, September 8th, 2025. This is Steve versus Krebs, 26th Court Branch 6. Obviously, we took some longer time during this break, strictly to cover some legal issues that just took longer for court to hear arguments and make rulings. So we weren't wasting your time by doing something irrelevant. It was relevant to the case. So
You still wasted their time, you idiot.
to each side as to the scope
You could have sent them home.
some information.
You could have worked through lunch.
Testimony, including some recordings. So those rulings have been provided to the lawyers to follow those, and we'll have Mr. Brody continue with his direct examination of Detective Chad Riddle from the Appleton Police Department. He is still under oath. And go ahead, you can continue with your questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Investigator Riddle, can you hear me? Yes. All right. So before we broke for lunch, we discussed things that were found in Jeff Hayes' apartment.
It's the chick that used him and Karen's cases to fundraise, and she tried to get a TPO because he's cyber stalking her. That same chick allegedly showed up in Twisted Tragedies chat today. So, like any other ratchet B-watch that Aiden pulls the rug out under, they all go over and join the ratchet club.
Sandals. So with that, I'm going to republish Exhibit 81. Do you recall testifying about these sandals? And both were recovered, or just this one?
Oh, there were two. Yes, both.
All right. Now, earlier you testified that you had sent items to the crime lab. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were these sandals sent to the crime lab?
Yes.
They were. Do you know if any relevant evidence was found on them?
There was not any relevant evidence found on them.
No blood or anything like that? Do you know? I'm going to republish Exhibit 89. I believe this is one we also spoke about before lunch. Do you recall this?
Yes.
And when is this again?
This would have been on July 18th of 2024 at 10:02 p.m.
All right. And you believe the defendant was wearing those sandals at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when the defendant put those sandals on?
No, I do not.
Do you know if they were in the apartment where Joey Carnot was located?
No, I do not.
Do you know if they were in the car?
No, I do not.
Do you even know if the defendant was wearing them at the time Joey Carnot was stabbed?
No, I don't.
Now, speaking of Mr. Carnot, did you?
So this is a different case. This is in New Jersey. It's a temporary protection order because he cyber harassed her by saying she used my likeness and never donated the money she claimed.
Cover and photographed the shirt he was wearing at the time he was stabbed.
Yes, the shirt was recovered and photographed.
Thank you. So with that, Your Honor, I'd like to approach and show you witness exhibits 121, 122, 123, and 124.
Okay, you can approach.
And just like we've been doing, investigator, I'd like you to just take a look at those and let me know if you recognize them.
Date who? Not the one with the temporary restraining order. The crazy cunt, yeah, he dated her. I think he did what every other man do when someone who is attractive says, "I really want to suck your fingers." We say, "Okay." And then we say, "Oh, she's really good at sucking on my finger. I think I can fix her crazy." You can't, but you will try as long as you keep sucking on that
Do you
finger.
recognize those photos? What are they of?
Those are the photographs of the shirt that Joseph Carnot would have been wearing on July 18th of 2024.
And does it look, did you take these
And the
photographs
finger
yourself?
wasn't a finger,
No,
it's
those were
something
taken
else.
by forensic evidence specialist Highland.
And have you reviewed the shirt as it's been collected?
Yes.
Do these photographs appear to accurately represent the shirt?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish exhibits 121 through 124.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, 121, 122, 123, and 124 are received and may be published to the jury.
All right, so 121, does that match what you have as far as 121 in front of you, investigator?
Yes.
All right, what are we looking at here?
This would be an overview or an overall photograph of the shirt that Joseph Carnot was wearing on July 18th, 2024.
Are we looking at the front of it or the back of it?
This would be the front of the shirt.
All right, so let's move over to 122. Is this looking at the left side?
Yes.
All right, now, do you see, or is there a mark on this shirt that would correspond to the area where Joey Carnot was stabbed?
Yes.
Do you have a pointer up there with you?
I do.
Would you mind pointing to it?
So the tear in the photograph that we have here of the shirt is going to be just about in the middle of this photograph. That's a horizontal cut and tear in the middle to left portion of the shirt.
All right, so let's move on to 123. Are we looking at just a zoomed in version of that same area?
Yes.
And then on 124, what's changed here?
This would be a close-up photograph of that same tear, but with a scale.
Okay, now that scale, that appears to be in centimeters?
Yes.
So what, 4 centimeters long?
Approximately.
Do you know what that is in inches?
I do not.
About 4 centimeters long, and it goes about 1 centimeter up and down.
Yes.
All right. Now, as part of your, that's all I have for that. Thank you very much. Now, as part of your investigation, did you obtain a phone? We spoke about who Jeff Hayes is, correct?
Yes.
Did you obtain Mr. Hayes' phone when you did a warrant from his apartment?
Yes.
Was the information on that phone extracted?
Yes, it was.
Are you familiar with, when I say extracted, do you know what I mean when I say that?
Yes.
What does that mean to you?
Extraction in terms of a cellular phone is there's a program that.
No, and if people are wondering what it is, it's his defamation lawsuit against her that she's replying to. On multiple dates or occasions beginning in 2024, the defendant Gitani has made defamatory statements about plaintiff. Multiple dates and occasions beginning in 2024, she has written and published it on the two social media accounts and to other sources and media defamatory statements. The following paragraphs are separate and distinct examples of blah, blah, blah. On or about June 29th, the abusive lying rapist himself, June 29th, do not ever tag that rapist on my page ever again. Carney is a rapist. The abuser and rapist, Carney abuses drugs. All the help in the world won't cure his severe mental illness and personality disorder, and he will still be a rapist. Really, really stupid, this. Let me make something very clear. Aiden Carney is very much a rapist. I don't think she's going to win this. Based on these lies of the rapist himself, who is a felon, he's not. The defendant, he did commit rape. Only thing worse than a rapist is a lying rapist or someone who lies about other people being a rapist. The cult leader, abuser, racist, liar, manipulator, narcissistic, sociopath. The rapist lied. Rapist cult leader. Carney is very much a rapist, and the defendant posted a social media account, a manufactured photo of plaintiff apparently restrained in prison with a person holding a knife to his neck, implying that plaintiff is a criminal. I don't think that's going to be that much. He's a public figure as well. Slander, libel, and intentional infliction of emotional distress, and injunctive relief. So this is what she's being sued for, and she admitted multiple, well, she didn't admit it, but she multiple times stated he was a rapist.
That is used by our forensic analysis officer. It's the Celebrate program. It's basically a data tool to extract the information that's on a phone. It basically is a software program that creates a mirror image of what is on your phone. So it's basically taking all of the information on your phone and putting it into a program that we can look at and analyze that information that's on the phone.
Now, you said you do that through a program called Celebrite? Is that right?
Yes.
Now, when Celebrite does this to the phone, does it add any information to the phone?
No, it does not. It creates a mirror image.
Is it always able to obtain every bit of information on a phone?
No, always.
Do you know what happens if Celebrite can't find information?
If it doesn't find information, it's not put in the report that is generated.
So it's just.
Oh, and yeah, and she had her slap order denied. She claimed that because she was a witness against him, she had the right to immunity. No, you don't, idiot.
A blank? Correct. Okay, so was then, Mr. Hayes' phone was extracted?
Yes.
And did you review the extraction?
Yes, I did.
And did you find any relevant evidence from the time period where Joy Carner was had on that phone?
Yes.
Specifically,
Don't
did you
get
find
your
any
legal advice from
messages
Grant.
From John Pfeffer?
Yes.
Did you find any calls that would have been made during that time?
Yes.
Okay, so with that, I'd like to approach the witness. We'll show him exhibits 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, and 131.
Okay, you can approach.
Judge, I would note for the record, I have no objection to 125 and 126, but I do to the remainder.
All right, let me start with 125 and 126, and I'll review the remainder before I go to the witness.
All right, then same way we're doing, I take a look at those, and let me know if you recognize them. Okay, let's start with 125. What is 125?
125 is I guess more of a screen grab or screenshot of a text message from J.P. Pfeffer to Jeff Hayes.
And how about 126?
126 would be a documentation of a Facebook Messenger phone call from Samantha Krebs to Jeff Hayes on July 18th of 2024.
Okay, so those two exhibits, do they appear to match the information that you received truthfully and accurately, the information you received from Mr. Hayes' phone?
Yes.
You're not moved to admit and publish 125 and 126?
Are those two any objection?
No.
All right, those two are admitted and could be published.
Okay, so let's start with 125. And before we go into this, could you just generally explain what we're looking at? Let's go through the parts. First with this blue box. What is this blue box?
Basically what this blue box is in the Celebrite program, what it does is it gives us a report of text messages, call logs, and what it does is it gives us the ability to look at those text messages or call logs in various formats. One of the formats that will allow us to look at the calls or text messages is this type of blue box right here that you're seeing on the screen. The blue box, this is more or less just a screenshot of that blue box that we would see in the Celebrite report. This would be one of potentially of many other ones. So this is just one box, if you will, from the report.
Okay, so let's go through the parts of this box. And you may have to take a pointer if you can't reach it. At the very top, it says from. And I apologize if this is obvious, but we're looking at from. Who is that? What does it mean?
The from, basically what that means is it is telling us who in this case, the text message is sent from.
Okay, so breaking that down even further, there's a number that I assume that's the phone number it's from?
Yes, that is the phone number.
Okay, and then to the right of that, it has a name. Where does that name come from?
The name is the phone. So phone extraction, what it also does is it will extract contact names. So for example, if you have someone listed in your phone with a contact name, the extraction for the Celebrite will correspond that name or the contact name that you have, and it will correspond with any text messages or calls that we get. So in this case here, the from is the phone number 1-920-572-9666, and the contact name associated with that phone number in the report is J.P. Pfeffer.
Okay, so is it fair to say then that in Mr. Hayes' phone, he had that number listed under J.P. Pfeffer?
Yes.
Okay, now let's assume for a second that Mr. Hayes would have had that under a completely different name. Let's just, I don't know, pick one up. John Rockefeller. Like then would Mr. Rockefeller have pulled, or would it come from the same place where caller ID comes from? What number would be on it?
It would be the contact name that's associated in the phone.
Okay, so
whatever that may be.
So it's not like caller ID, it's just the number associated with the phone. Correct. Okay, so then let's go down one. What do we see in the line below that?
So the line below is the 2, and then that is a phone number. Basically what that's indicating in this box is it's showing us who the text message is sent to.
Okay, and in this case, that number, that's the actual phone itself?
That's the phone number associated with the phone. So in this case, that's the phone number associated with Mr. Hayes' phone.
And how do we know that? I look at that line.
After the phone number, there are some symbols, and then it states other. However, in parentheses, it says owner. Oftentimes in the Celebrite reports, it will associate the owner by listing owner.
Okay, so that's the phone that's been extracted.
Correct.
We know that because it says owner. But when it says other, and then it looks like the dollar sign, maybe an exclamation point, is that just what he's named the phone?
I don't know exactly why it would put that. Sometimes it has names. or nicknames. I'm not sure why it's like that.
Okay. And then going below that where it says participant, it only has other in there, but not, it just has other. Why does it have other in there, not JP Pfeffer, do you know?
No, I don't.
Okay. What we do know from this is it's a message from the number associated with JP Pfeffer to the owner of the phone. Does it say any information about when this was received?
No, it just shows the date when it would have been sent. Sometimes in these messages it will show when it's sent and received, but not always.
Okay, now earlier you testified how Celebrite works. It said if it doesn't have information, it will just give you nothing, right?
Correct.
So in this case, there's nothing that suggests red. Is that why there's nothing in there?
Correct.
But at the very bottom where we have that date, July 18, 2024, what is that telling us?
That's telling us when it would have been sent.
Okay, and now today, I suppose the most notable part of it, what's the message itself?
It states 911, call me right now, Jeff, this is an emergency.
Okay. Now let's move again.
How can it take 5 minutes to get from, we did a Cellbrite extraction. We all read what the text message said. And it took them 5 minutes to get to, call me right now, Jeff, it's a 911 emergency.
To Exhibit 126. Now 126 is in a bit of a different format. Could you kind of explain it before I put it on the screen what it is?
So 126 is another, it's basically going to be a screenshot of the Celebrite report. As I testified previously, we can view the Celebrite analysis report in a variety of different ways. It's almost just for, I guess, ease of the viewer, if you will. This Exhibit 126 is a screenshot from the Celebrite report in a different format than the text bubble. This would be pulled from, in this case, it would either be the timeline portion of the Celebrite report, or it'd be just from the call log in the report.
Okay, so now I'm going to put it on the screen. And it looks just like something we pulled from like a Microsoft Excel file. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
So can you kind of walk us through what the various columns in this mean to us?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so what this is, I'll start with the columns as you requested. At the far left column, it states call log instant message. The column next to that says incoming, then skips 2 columns. The column in the middle has the date, which is July 18th, 2024 at 9:53 p.m. The column next to that indicates who the message is sent, the call is from and who the call is to. And then the last column next to that is basically tells us what type of call it is and how long the duration of that call.
Okay, so the first date we see, the July 18th to 9:53, is that the date it's received or the date it's read?
It would be the date that it was sent.
Okay, and in the to and from column, here we do get the name for the person who it's set to.
Yes.
Fair. So again, to say sometimes Celebrite will give you what it has and sometimes it will not.
Correct.
Okay, so now let's look at these two in comparison. Go back into 125. Looking at this message, looking at the time of 9:53:03, does that correspond to anything else in the investigation?
Yes, it does.
What's that?
As I testified to earlier, in the investigation, we obtained surveillance video footage from the veterinary clinic that was across the street from Joseph Carnot's apartment. In that surveillance video footage, we were able to see an individual leave the west side of the apartment building at 21:52, which is 9:52 p.m., and then walk to the parking lot for the apartment complex, which is to the north of the building itself. And then at 9:53 p.m., we can observe a vehicle that leaves that parking lot, goes south on North Park Drive Lane, and then turns westbound onto West Northland Avenue.
About that time, we see this message is being sent.
Yes, so the individual who's leaving the apartment building, we observed leaving at approximately 9:52 p.m. The vehicle then left the parking lot and then turned onto Northland Avenue at 9:53.
And then moving to 126. What does this tell us?
So this is a documentation of a Facebook Messenger call, and according to the data extracted from the phone, that call would have been placed from the Facebook account of Samantha Krebs to the Facebook account of Jeff Hayes, and the call would have been placed at 9:53 p.m. on July 18th of 2024, and the duration of that call was 44 seconds.
So do I understand it correctly that about a minute after the phone belonging to Jeff Hayes received the message in 126 from John Pfeffer's phone or JP Pfeffer's phone, it then receives this call from the Facebook account belonging to Samantha Krebs?
It would both been at 9:53 p.m. It appears based on the call, the duration in seconds that this would have been after the text message.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, the court's going to allow you to inquire on 127 and 128. Those have been reviewed by the court. We'll overrule the objection. So we can go into 127 and 128.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to now hand you exhibits 127 and 128. Do you recognize those? Let's start with 127. What's that?
127 would be documentation of a text message sent from Jeff Hayes to JP Pfeffer.
How about 128?
128 would be a call log from the Celebite report. And again, Exhibit 127, I failed to mention that. So Exhibit 127 and 128 are both from that cell phone extraction of Jeff Hayes' phone, just to clarify. Exhibit 128 is a screenshot of a call log.
No, we're caught up.
2024.
Okay, so do those, the information on those two exhibits, does that also match what you located in Mr. Hayes' phone? Your Honor, with that, I move to admit and publish 127 and 128.
Okay, that's noted their objection that the court remain you to do that.
Thank you. So with that 127. Now, I see we have a box similar to what we had before, but this one's green. So what's the difference?
Basically, this is just a message that is received by the owner of the phone. In this case, as it's documented, that would be Jeff Hayes.
Okay, so this last one, going back to 125, this is the one he gets from JP, right?
Yes.
And then in 127,
Can we get to the one where he want to bang her?
Yes, and I apologize, I misspoke. This is a message sent from Jeff Hayes' phone.
Okay, how can we tell that?
Because it states from Jeff Hayes.
Now, what does the message itself say?
The message states, JP, what's up? My phone is shut off and I don't have service unless I have Wi-Fi connection. So I just got your message and see that I missed a call. What the hell is going on that I need to call 911 for an emergency? And what for?
And what, does it note the time that this was sent?
Yes.
What time is that?
It would have been on July 18th of 2024 at 10:24 p.m.
Wasn't you were up for my morning show? Wasn't it this morning? You were tripping balls. I think, or was it? Was that Friday? I don't know.
Now, I'd like to note, going back to Exhibit 89, and I'm republishing that, you said this was 38 minutes off.
Yes, this will be 38 minutes fast.
So, if I understand it correctly, the defendant arrived at Mr. Hayes' house at about 10:02. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Hayes in this photo is the same one whose phone that you are viewing the extractions of?
Yes.
And then at 10:24, that phone sends this message.
Yes.
Does that relate to anything else in this investigation, that time specifically?
Yes, as Officer Felmer testified to earlier in this trial, he testified to the phone call that he had with Ms. Krebs. The phone call with Ms. Krebs that Officer Felmer had, I believe, ended approximately 1 minute prior to this message being sent.
Let's move on to 128. This is another kind of spreadsheet thing we're looking at. Can you decipher this for us?
Yes, so this is for outgoing phone calls to JP Pfeffer.
And when did they take place?
So all 4 calls would have taken place on July 18th of 2024. One of the calls took place at 11:21 p.m. And the remaining 3 calls would have taken place at 11:22 p.m. at various seconds.
Do we know if any of them were answered?
That I don't know. It does show the duration at the final column. However, there's no indication as to whether they were actually answered or not.
So it could be an answering machine or however. 11 seconds and 3 seconds, those are the durations?
Yes, I can't, I don't know if they were actually answered or not.
All right.
All right, the court reviewed 129. Court will permit use of that.
Okay, thank you. So if I may approach, I'll show.
A little deep.
Okay.
What does 129 tell us?
129 is another portion of the Celebrate report of Jeff Hayes' phone.
So Celebrate, does it tell you more than just messages, or does it tell you other things about the phone?
Yes, it can extract a wide variety of things. Again, it's a mirror image of the phone.
So what about like if I added apps to my phone, can it tell me that?
Yes.
Okay, and with that, could you like further explain what 129 tells us?
Yes. So 129 is, again, just how it's presented in the Celebrate report. 129 is documentation that an application was installed on the phone.
Does it accurately show the information that was on Mr. Hayes' phone?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish 129.
All right, noting their ruling, the court will allow that.
Thank you. So you see it here.
I did my first stream.
Yes.
Okay, so what is this telling us?
What this is
17
telling us
hours ago.
is in the middle column, I'm sorry, I should back up. So on the far left column, it states installed applications. So basically what that's telling us is this is the information that we are seeing is an installed application. In the middle, it is showing us when in this case, the application was purchased and installed, which would be July 19th of 2024 at 12:44 in the morning. And then on the far right column, it is telling us what the application was that was installed.
And what time was it installed?
According to the Celebrate report, it would have been 12:44 in the AM on July 19th of 2024.
And what application was installed?
According to the report, it would have been scanner radio.
Now, in looking at the phone, did you note anything in any other portion of the phone that could be related to a scanner radio app?
Yes.
What did you notice?
In the notes application, so on a cellular phone, you can have an application that it's titled Notes, and that's where you can write notes or type whatever you'd like. The Celebrate report can extract those notes that you write, and in this case, that did. In the notes, there's a portion of the notes section that listed basically a list of 10 codes.
What are 10 codes?
10 codes are traditionally codes that are used by law enforcement, almost like shorthand that we use in law enforcement and to communicate with one another. I believe military uses 10 codes as well. I know they can vary, but from my perspective and my experience, we use 10 codes in law enforcement.
So what, like 10-4 to be like, I understand, or?
Yes, 10-4, for example, would be okay.
Okay.
Basically acknowledging the transmission from whether it be the dispatcher or fellow officer.
10-4. So why did that pique your interest in this case?
Well, it piqued my interest as the install date was July 19th of 2024 and the time at 12:44.
I don't run ads other than when you come in. So
Incident in question, again, as we went through previously, the 911 call was placed by J.P. Pfeffer at 21:54, which is 9:54 p.m. on the 18th. It piqued my interest as Ms. Krebs arrived at Mr. Hayes' apartment earlier. So she arrived at about 10:01 p.m. on the 18th. I found it interesting and relevant that an application for a scanner was installed on Mr. Hayes' phone just hours after Ms. Krebs arrived at his apartment.
Did you notice anything in the phone that led you to believe whether or not they might have used this scanner app after it was installed?
Yes.
What did you notice?
There was a message that was sent, I believe it was a Facebook Messenger message that was sent from Jeff Hayes to an individual by the name of Chris.
funny, my income doesn't go up when they run chats or run these ads, because I have said the only time you were supposed to see the ads on my channel is when you come into the stream, and when I end the stream is when I've set it to run ads, and my income doesn't go up. So maybe they don't charge me 30% anymore on my super chats.
Putnam. The message was sent on July 19th of 2024, at approximately 10 in the morning. The message was from Jeff to Chris.
And I'm a Jeff.
And informed Chris that
I'm gonna
he.
object to hearsay.
The court hasn't ruled on that one yet, so I'll sustain your objection.
But given what you've learned, do you believe that the scanner app was used?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Okay, Your Honor, I believe that brings us to exhibits 130 and 131.
Okay, I know the jurors have only been in here for about 40 minutes or so, but
I'm gonna lose my mind if we're going on break already again.
My name is Jeff.
It was worth the monetization just to play that.
need to give the court reporter a break. She's been typing for about an hour and a half on some things we're doing for, and talk about a couple of exhibits with the attorney. So take a break, maybe a little bit shorter, probably 12 to 15 minutes, and then see you back in here. Probably wind up getting a couple of fragmented breaks this afternoon, just on some things I have to take off. So maybe a different flow than the earlier days, but there's obvious reasons from a legal standpoint that we have to do that. Okay, we're on break for about 12, 15 minutes with jurors, and of course, yeah, take a break for soon.
Oh, go fuck yourself.
Break for about 7-8 minutes, still roughly 2:30, so the court reporter and others take a break, and the attorneys can step out if they need to also. And when we come back at 2:30ish, we'll take up exhibits 130 and 131.
No, we think it's bulletproof glass. It's way thicker than the vid glasses, so we think it's to it's to protect people. I came back for Krebs, lol. I know people think it's slow, but like it. Yeah, it's really, really absurdly boring. And again, it's an interesting case, and I think you could make it interesting if you didn't ask questions slower. Then this is like watching Zach trying to figure out how to spell his name. Is the C before the Z? No. Oh, so it's A first. No. So C. No. Well, there's no more letters. Well, there's one more. M. No. Yeah, it should have been an interesting case, but the prosecution are asking questions so fucking slowly. And I know I always complain that they have to lay foundation for everything, but Selbright, every time he shows them a Selbright, he's asking the same question. And I forgot to ask you. It's really easy. You put the first one up and you say, okay, what does this show? Who sent it? What does this show? What number it was sent for? It says this name. Are you sure that person sent it? No, but it's sent from the phone that's connected to either that Google or that iPhone account, Apple account. Okay. Boom, that's the text message. This is the phone that made the phone call. This is the recipient. This is the name that it was stored under. Do we know if that's the person who picked up the phone? No, it could be anyone, but it's the phone connected to the iPhone or Google account. Okay. This is the time, this is the duration, and it's going to be the same on everyone. I have been watching Cellbrite reports for 14 years, and I think we have went through it maybe 3 times, because we do it 4 years at a time. The first year we get new, which reminds me, next year is the year I have to apply again. But the first year, they will do a little extra and say, okay, what can we read from this Cellbrite? And then everyone have seen the Cellbrite report before, and you never ever mention it again because it's the same report every single time. What I had for dinner, I had my normal mush. I'll cook for like 15 days and just chuck it in the freezer, and I'll just nuke it. It's always I'll fry some meat, chuck in a lot of vegetables and beans and tomato sauce and stuff like that. Just boil a big old pot, and I'll either put rice or pasta in it and just freeze it down. And so I had one of those. Have the same again tomorrow. It's the same thing I eat all the time. The judge is the worst part because he's a mumbler and he's slow. It's almost like if they're going to go for another 2 hours, I want to end now, come back tomorrow and play it at 3 times speed. Yeah. It's the same. My neighbor kid, when I moved over here, she was, I think, 3 years old or something like that, 2 years old, 3 years old. She was always coming running into me, which is fine. I don't mind as long as she told her dad that she was in here. But she always did but I always said, take a deep breath, think about what you're going to tell me, and then tell me. Yeah, but no. Are you ready to talk? Then talk. I can't do that. Ugh. I'm defrosting chicken right now for tomorrow's barbecue, crockpot chicken. Sounds good. I don't like barbecue. Well, that's different. Well, I just freeze all of it. It's just because I'll normally have somewhere between 45 minutes, half an hour to 45 minutes. So it's really easy just to have stuff to put in your freezer, put in your microwave, and then you'll eat a little bit better over the weekend. Yeah, but normally I'm not a big fan of barbecue sauces because it has fake smoke taste. Do you like tilapia? I don't know what it is. Is it Mexican? I don't know what it is. Well, I normally cook up my batch on Sunday, so I'll do my normal. I'll do my nap from 1 to 2 in the afternoon. Then I'll get up and I'll start it, and I'll just leave it simmering for a couple of hours. That's the best. It's fish. Nah, I'm not a big fan of fish. Well, I like some fish, but I had fish yesterday. But yeah, it's a garbage whitefish. Tilapia is good. It's fish. Well, I don't like fish. I am streaming. I'm letting Sue beat all of you lazy behinds in word games. Well, everything cheap can be cooked to taste well, just how you prepare most of that. I actually saw a YouTube video where some chefs were trying to cook every piece of the cow the same way as a steak, and you can't do that. But the cuts of meat that's not good as a steak can be really good in a stew or something like that. Yes. Brandon went to bed. You went to work. Jemima, I think if you hear something out of Rhode Island about someone pile up at the road, she probably said, F it, this drought taking it out of me. So, yeah, we're on another break. Spanish mackerel is the tastiest fish. Second best is catfish, only if soaked in buttermilk and fried. I like Well, we have something called mackerel salad. It's just mackerel and then a lot of mayonnaise. That's fine. I use that for my lunch sometimes. I had catfish. Little D, what place was it we were eating? Oh, look, it's back. Just have to poke the bear and it woke up. We had catfish at a like one of those fancy brewery type things. I like that catfish. Then I had it at a barbecue place this year, and it was not good. So it has to be prepared correctly. You claim to be Danish, living in a town historically known for its many sailors, and you don't like fish. Are you even a true Dane? Well, I do. I do like pickled herring, and I like pickled herring with the curry sauce, and I like pickled herring in curry sauce, and I like makrel salad, and I like. I don't mind like fish and chips and stuff like that. I just don't like boiled fish. It's boring as fuck. Well, I've been catfished a lot of times. Oh, it's the only fish I eat, you know. Red snapper is a favorite, and swordfish. Never had that. Brandon has reached his breaking point. Sue, get up there. Slap him around a little bit and say, come on now. Don't talk about food. I think the things we've seen from the South normally moves pretty fast and is way more interesting. This should have been an interesting case. Her banging her drug dealer while she's stabbed her fiance. Normally you'll peck him first. I've heard. Zach told me about it. I only like catfish when I had it in Louisiana. Popeye's catfish tastes like mud. Didn't you try some of my catfish? I think you did. And I didn't like the beer. It was way too lemony. So that wasn't good. I'd like redfish. Yeah, you know when you like cod for Christmas, for New Year's, you boil them. Blech. Let's go calm your titlets. Catfish from Lake Marion, South Carolina is the best. Blue catfish or flathead are the tastiest. I only like turtle when I had it in Grand Cayman. We all eat weird shit on vacation. I didn't think they could serve you turtle anymore. I thought they were universally protected because of endangerment. Because back in the day, it was really, really smart to go to get the giant turtles. They didn't demand that much food and they couldn't really run anywhere. So they would just steal a lot of those on the islands and take them on the trips. You had fresh food. Never had frog legs. I think they look disgusting. But what do I know? Nothing. That's the only truth I know. But turtles have tons of salmonella, right? This is when we need Valhalla. I think that yeah, turtles are known for having tons of salmonella or E. coli. It's one or the other. You'll shit yourself after eating them. Yeah, I think it's one of those that you have to prepare in a special way. Reptiles have salmonella in their poop. But I think just touching the turtle is really high risk of salmonella. Woo! Court's back. Oh, I couldn't wait.
All right, we're back in court when it's 2:36 p.m. The court was just doing a little bit of research, in particular on 130 and 131. The prosecutor can clarify for me, but it would appear to be two separate messages from
Dave, it's boring as fuck.
to another individual. And one is at July 19th, 2024. It's at 1:48 a.m. No, July 19th, 2024 at 9:29 a.m. Is that right? 1:30. Then Mr. Hayes sends another message to somebody else electronically. July 19th, 2024 at 10:39 or 10:31 a.m. is when it's delivered and then read about 8 minutes later. So the context of who Mr. Hayes is and who he may have been with at that time period, the defendant.
How much to jump to a fun trial? Find me a fun trial and I'll jump for free. I don't think anyone would miss this because it's been so fucking boring. Even Sue is saying, oh no, this is too boring for me. And Sue is the one who normally says, hey, I have this video of paint drying. It's black and white, but you can still tell in details when it settles.
There's one thing. I guess the question the court has is
the death penalty part of it.
Relates to things that may have happened to Mr. Carnot, but it's not an oral statement, it's an electronic written statement. Mr. Hayes' other messages with Mr. Pfeffer, at least Mr. Pfeffer has testified. There's some ability to confront and question Mr. Pfeffer, and he was by both sides as to his timeline of things. This is Mr. Hayes, who hasn't been called yet, talking to two people that I don't know if they're on the witnesses list or not, but I guess I want to know your analysis of beyond the relevance of the topic, which is discussed that has relevance. Your analysis or presentation on why the court should allow that without Mr. Hayes testifying and some ability to confront.
While you're looking at this, I don't believe either of these two statements, specifically 130 or 131, are testimonial. I don't see either of these as being the sort that was designed to supplant testimony. Although in looking at this, one of the reasons why I find it relevant, and not to go beyond Your Honor's ruling, but the very next exhibits we're going to get into involve the defendant using Mr. Hayes' phone to contact her mother. And then as we go through this presentation, we'll show various different times where the defendant has used Mr. Hayes' phone from here on out. So in these messages, what we have statements about things that Mr. Hayes cannot have any personal information, firsthand knowledge about because he wasn't there. And they also note provable lies, specifically that the defendant was with Mr. Hayes when he found out. We know that's not true. So, but back to Your Honor's question with regarding confrontation, I don't think that these were necessarily meant, and I don't see anything in them that suggests that they were meant to supplant trial testimony, so I would argue that they're not testimonial. They're messages on Mr. Hayes' phone to other people. So therefore, I don't think confrontation would be an issue. But to fully explore the point, my argument as to why they're relevant is I believe the defendant may be using Mr. Hayes' phone to create one of the numerous different versions of events she has already.
Is that the 8-month pregnant? Doesn't start till Thursday.
The topics in both have relevance to the charged offense. It's no finding that Mr. Hayes is unavailable.
The most important people in this case that everybody seems to have forgotten in this room is the jury. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and both sides take a pregnant pause and think about the jury.
Messages and lied or about somebody else making those, you could be confronted with those messages. Because the biggest thing the court's pausing on is usually when some witness is declared unavailable, that non-testimonial hearsay.
I can't do this. He's been meandering for the last 20 minutes. On messages, he was meandering on for 20 minutes at lunch break. Shit, all get off the pot. You're wasting everyone's fucking time and you're the judge. Oh, I can't make a decision. I'm wondering. Normally, we only do it if there's no witness. I don't know. It's 10:15 my time. I'm falling asleep. I'll see if someone else is covering it. Yeah, Take It to Trial is covering it. Let me see if I can redirect you all over there, because then you can watch it with her, because I can't do this anymore. I can't do this. I'm sorry, everyone. I love you all. But I feel like I've been talking to Sue for a full day. I really... Yeah, even Sue is more interesting. I'm sorry. I just can't do this. It's this guy is so horrible. No, it's Marissa's fault as always. He's in traffic court. Well, Mama didn't raise no spitter, so I'm a quitter. Yeah, and I can't drink my Lord on a Monday. I'm sorry. I love you all, but this is torture. I'm going to send you all over, so people who want to hang out and watch it, say hello to Take It to Trial for me. And Zach is over in her chat trying to talk the pants off the ladies. So any of the ladies in this chat, he's already trying to talk the panties off. Tell them to get away. It's your Zach. Because you were with Zach on the roof of the Waffle House. Let's find something more fun tomorrow.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100. Because it is 100% correct.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
All right, I'm in love.
Go back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't have cared.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.